Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everybody. It is day 2. Karen Reed. I'm getting myself adjusted. It's day 2, y'all. Day 2. Good morning. Good morning, chat. How are you guys? Good morning, Crystal. Good morning, Sherika. Hey, Sugar. Hey, Kay Cottle. How are you this morning? Good morning, Vitra. Good morning, Megan. Hey, Carmen B. How are you from Boston, Mass? Okay. Good morning, Ebony. Hey, LL. Good morning. I think I said India. Good morning already, but I'm going to say it again. Good morning, Alice. Alice, you here for the roll call? Okay. Good morning, Brianna. Good morning, Jasmine. Hey, Sharonda. Hey, Lexi. Good morning, Miss Sheila. Good morning. Hey, Ashley. Good morning, Kira. Y'all, Ashley texted me yesterday and said the new police chief, well, the police chief that took over after Berkey, child, I think she resigned or retired. But anyway, she's gone. I said, what do they know that we don't know over there in Canton? Something. Good morning, Shay. Good morning, Princess. Hey, Nikki. Good morning. Good morning, Brooklyn. Good morning, Whitney. Hey, KK. Good morning, T Lynn. Hey, Georgette. Good morning. Ma'am, you have another live going. Hold on, y'all. What live I got going? Let me get on my page. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Let me get my cell phone. I could have sworn. Y'all, hold up. What is this? Wait a minute. Because I could have sworn 8:45. Oh. Oh, I think it says, no, that says scheduled. Y'all, which one is it? All of my other ones are scheduled. I guess I'm gonna have to go to my YouTube and see. Good morning, Tiffany. Y'all, I'm gonna have to go get my phone. Hey, Haley. Hey, Missy. Hey, Shonda. Good morning, Carol. Good morning, Sharonda. Hey, Chatty. Hey, Tish. Hey, Shalon. Hey, Niara. Good morning. Good morning, Tasha. Good morning, Kiera. Good morning, Sharonda. Hey, Kia. Hey, Cece. Y'all, I'm stressed. I go with Tia to Neil. Oh, no, that's right. Good morning, Natasha. Y'all, hold up. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. I got to figure out what y'all talking about. What live I have going on. I should not have any live. I shouldn't have any other lives on. I was trying to be proactive and schedule my lives, right? But what on earth? Let's see which one, because if so, I'm going to just delete it. 14. Wait, y'all, why are they wait? It's today the 23rd. Oh, hell. I'm going to just delete it. The one that says day 6 is for 423. Golly, let me just delete that live so that people won't be sitting there. I can go to my back office and change the date. Let me edit it. It says today. That's for Monday, I believe. Yeah, that's for Monday. Okay, it should be fixed now. It should be fixed. My bad, y'all. Good morning, Jaleesa. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Sunshine. Hey, Jan. Hey, B. How are you? Y'all, I was trying to be proactive and get my live schedule for the week, like for the next couple of days, and didn't realize that one says for today. My bad. Good morning, Erica. Yeah, I didn't realize day 6 said today. Hey, Tasha. Hey, Amy. Good morning, Dee Dee. Good morning. Good morning, Sleepy. Yeah, okay, I found it. Hopefully they come on over here. Hey, Kristen. Hey, Blackbird. Good morning. I fixed it, y'all. So hopefully they see it. Thank you, Georgette. Thank you so much for gifting the membership this morning. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hey, Montresa, how are you? Dee Dee, how was catching up last night? Because it was crazy. Hey, Gabrielle. Hey, Tracy. Did we not do YouTube yesterday? No, you mean like yesterday night. So I was waiting on Miss J because Miss J she it was her first day, and when she texted, she said, "Hey, let's do updates, then we'll go to TikTok." I think I sat down, ate, I did all of my videos, and then I didn't even check again. I was like, well, maybe she'll call me when she's done, and then I didn't check. So better schedule, better today. But yes, we definitely the plan is to leave here, I guess now, do updates, then go to TikTok. So excuse me. Bridget, I didn't, because it must have happened after we got offline. We stayed on to see if something was going to pop off, but they just ended the stream. So maybe they started it back up or something. Hey Ash, good morning, Emmy. How are you? Good morning. Oh, Whitney, thank you. You're not a little slow, Whitney. Good morning, Missy. Missy, you didn't miss anything last night. I know what you meant, Jaleesa. Yeah, you didn't miss anything, but I'm gonna have to call her so we can set a time, because y'all know she's 3 hours behind me too. So then there's that. But she the plan, y'all think all that running to get here by 8:45 got me a little hot. But hold on, she said I'm gonna use my daughter's phone to play you. And Miss J, I clicked over to make sure I liked her live, and she talking about someone retired yesterday. That was the police chief. Yes, that was the police chief. That was the police chief. Amanda, good morning, y'all. I enjoyed this chat so much, more than Law and Crime yesterday, girl, because we are way better than Law and Crime. I hate it, but the times I've been in Law and Crime chat doing YSL and watching other cases, it's a little crazy over there, girl. It's a little crazy over there. Good morning, Destin. Hey, Red. Good morning. Good morning. Mayor Carey. T say what? Hold up, y'all. Let me pull up the stream. I know the hell Carrie did not have her ass on Good Morning America. For what? Don't piss me off this morning. So she went to Good Morning America, and she's gonna be on the stand today. What the hell? Hold on, y'all. Let me see if I see it. Y'all, this heifer is on Good Morning America. 3 minutes. Hold up. She is not. She a key witness. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Let me pause this. Wait a minute. Carrie done lost her mind, y'all.
Witnesses Carrie Roberts, John O'Keefe's lifelong friend, speaking to the media for the first time exclusively to GMA.
You're obviously one of the key witnesses for the entire case. Why are you speaking out now on the eve of Karen's second trial?
I think people have forgotten John in general. He is the victim. He's lost his life. He's not coming back.
Roberts took the stand yesterday and will continue testifying today. She is a critical witness for the prosecution because she was the first person Karen Reed called at 5 a.m. the morning of the blizzard trying to find John.
Can you tell me what she said, what
she feels on
Karen told Carrie that morning when she called?
I believe she said, was that the first time she called John's dead?
Yes.
Carrie relayed to Brendan Kane, a longtime friend of John's, the contents of her call that morning with Karen Reed.
When Karen called Carrie, she was histrionic, screaming, John's dead, John's dead. I think you get hit by a plow. Carrie, John's dead. Is that right?
The first phone call was John's dead. Then she hung up.
So that early morning, Carrie picked up Karen and another O'Keefe friend, Jennifer McCabe.
I knew of her. I had met her once, and that was it.
They drive to the house where Karen dropped John off. It's dark in a blinding blizzard.
It was so snowy, you couldn't see. And as we were driving, Karen would lean in between us, and she was frantic. I mean, she knew John was missing, so she was frantic about it, as I would be. And then we turned to pull down Fairview, and she saw him on the lawn, and I didn't.
Carrie quickly joins Karen on the lawn, and the two women perform CPR on John until police arrive.
We went to go find him and make sure he got home okay. And when you find him and he's not okay, it was pretty hard.
You didn't ask?
Carrie and Johns were friends since childhood. So was Brendan Kane.
He was a diehard South Sox, Bruins, Pats fan. Name it, Boston sports. He was obsessed.
O'Keefe became a cop like his grandfather, staying close to his family, including his sister Kristen. When she and her husband died within months of each other, John took his niece and nephew in as his own.
Yeah, this is
Carrie was his right hand.
It was like all hands on deck when they would go to dance recitals and stuff, father-daughter dances. I would do their hair and get the boutonniere and get the corsage, and he did a great job. This was one of my best friends.
In the 3 years since Reed was arrested, the town of Canton has been transformed. Neighbors have taken sides. Witnesses have been harassed.
For the crime of?
Telling the truth.
girl.
Answering the phone.
It's my friend. I'm not going to not help. It's all about which side are you on? We're John's closest friends and family, and we're still haven't been able to grieve because of all of this. It's all lost on this surface.
Why did John want to become a cop?
Johnny believed in fairness. Johnny believed in justice.
And y'all ain't.
And he'd be appalled at where we are 3.5 years later.
Carrie Roberts is part of a group of witnesses whose testimony points to Karen knowing that she hit John O'Keefe with her car. And one key difference that we picked up on this time, the defense still says that there was a botched investigation and a cover-up. But this time around, they're no longer hinting that there was some sort of big police conspiracy afoot. It's unclear how long this trial will last. That first trial took 9 weeks. So buckle up, guys.
Yeah, that's some crazy. That is craziness this morning. T. Shout out to T. But T, you done got me riled up. I'm so ready for Cross Eat Miss Mama's up on this stand today. We are John's closest friends. His closest friends who really didn't act like y'all didn't give a damn that much. Y'all, pretty. How y'all feeling about it? Well, Crystal, now you got all us to scream with together. How y'all, that was insane. And I'm saying, I keep saying, oh, Carrie's line. Maybe the lady did call her and say, hey, friend. Let me see. I see we got a new member. Thank you. Oh, your shirt's coming this week too. Thank you. Y'all, I'm ready for Cross. I'm ready for Cross. I'm ready for Cross at this point because I keep playing this over in my mind. Carrie to me, last trial seemed to be the one. She wasn't there that night, so she probably really doesn't know what happened, right? Not Tam, not starting this early. Thank you, Tam. Tam has gifted 5 memberships. Y'all know the drill. If you've gotten a membership from Tam, please be sure to tell my girl thank you in the chat. Thank you, Tam. Thank you. Listen, Carrie last trial seemed to be one of the ones who she wasn't there. So I'm like, she only knows what she knows. Okay. But I do think she let Jen get in her head. And the reason I say that, it was really odd that Jen was on that stand and said, she's a talker. And Carrie gets her ass on that stand and says, I'm a talker. It's almost like they were coordinating what they were going to say up there. You get what I'm saying? Like they were coordinating something. Then yesterday, she gets up there and she says that the whole car deal about them, Carrie's a talker nonstop. The girl could write a book. He said it too. Thank you. Fat Matt. Y'all are really killing me with the Fat Matt name. No, Destin, I didn't. But I think I got one. Thanks, Tam. Thank you so much for thanking my girl in the chat. Thank you. It was her saying the whole, I had left him at the waterfall. Someone on my TikTok said, Mel, I think Jen's story is starting to merge into hers, and she can't remember because Jen said that was said when she first called. Now it was said over the car speaker. Now was Karen that drunk that she was repeating herself and forgetting what was being said? That's a possibility. But the whole, I don't know, is this normal? People from Boston, when it snows, if there's a blizzard, is your first thought maybe, and you know someone was out on the road, is your first thought that they were hit by a plow? Because that may be normal. It doesn't seem normal to me because why a plow out of all things? So people in here from Boston, please help us out. Yes, she was drunk. She was drunk. Please help us out. In people from Boston only, or people who are normally used to blizzards and this type of inclement weather. No, it's not our first thought. Okay. I was wondering. I said, well, maybe she did say it, and that's just normal for being from that area. Okay. Who moved the Ford Edge? It was not there when Carrie Jen. I think it was their man's car. I do think the car was there. Definitely not normal in Boston. Okay. Well, then I'm not from Boston, but it snows a lot here in Detroit. You're qualified to speak, though. There are a lot of random accidents that happen, especially in the snow. So maybe because he didn't get home, maybe she said it because he didn't make it home. And her first thought is something had to be wrong. Thinking about the blizzard, I know the plow people are going to be out, the plow drivers. Maybe he was hurt. Good morning, fam. Maybe you guys are right. I'm just trying not to think that Carrie just outright lying, but y'all, when she said that it was a crack, a small black hole in the tail light, I said, okay, well, she's not saying it was gone. All right, Carrie. But yesterday's testimony seemed to be off from the first testimony, which makes me look at Carrie a little bit differently. As a former Minnesotan, I wouldn't think that first. I'm wondering, like, what was the reason for it? Here in Boston, people do usually go out and drink during blizzards, but the snowplow, oh, okay. I just wonder, guys, because I'm like, why would she say plow out of all the things? Why did she go snowplow? She was drinking. Maybe she was just throwing shit out there. Who knows? To move the body. Well, I don't think they used the car to move the body. You think because there were no tire tracks in the snow? Well, at least none we know. Hey, Jabria. I drove from Boston to Foxwoods Casino in a blizzard. Now, Forrest, that's some dedication. You drove. I don't know that distance, but going to the casino in a blizzard is crazy. And it was open. It's even crazier. With this bullshit snowstorm, if you're a good driver, you can drive anything. I don't know, Forrest, because I really want to go to the mountains, but I'm scared to drive in the mountains. And I think I'm a pretty good driver. It was way off. Yeah. How do you say he's dead, but then you go looking? Nana, maybe that was her first reaction. I just don't know, y'all. I'm really trying to make sense of what we're hearing, if I'm being completely honest. And I'm using all 200 of you guys to help me make sense of it. I wouldn't think snowplow initially. That's very, very specific. That's what I said. Hey, honey, good morning. Honey, let me tell y'all something. I went and looked back at the chat yesterday because I knew I was missing something. Honey, why did you put in my chat something about plastic? You know what comment I'm talking about. Baby, I was on the floor. When I say I'm so happy I didn't see that comment live. Honey, why would you put that in my chat? I was crying. I said, well, she got a point. She has a point. You got a point there when I tell you the flabbers were gasted, okay? Man, I was trying to explain this case to my mom last night. She only watched the doc and thought she was guilty from the doc, Jasmine. I haven't seen the doc. I haven't seen it yet. Did you win? Yeah, there you go, Forrest. Did you win? Because Forrest definitely risked it all. Her husband wasn't worried to let her go drive out in it. LL, that's something I have said too. Baby, in Memphis, we had 3 inches of snow. I'm trying to get somebody to drive for me. Let's see. Amanda says the jury is just hearing this as the first version of her testimony, though. Correct. But I am sure AJ gonna get up there and do you remember last year? And I can't wait. I can't wait. I can't wait for that part. Boston's folks do be on the road no matter the weather. Okay, I would not. I'm not doing all that driving. Your mom, see, Jasmine, tell your mama she got to come over here sometimes. I think Jen planted the thought. I agree as well as Karen saying, could you have hit him? She played head games in those early hours. I agree. She was clearly drunk. And I've seen people say, oh, she said she hit him. She was saying, listen, I'm asking myself, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Did I do it? Because if somebody's implied it, you see the man out here on the snow, hell, you might think it. Especially if you're drunk and you don't remember. 1 hour and 15 minutes, far as you are a trooper. I don't think Karen saw him get plowed, Sharonda, because she was at the house, remember? You drove in the snow. Okay, y'all, hold up. We might be ready. Well, they don't have the sound on yet, guys, but we do see them getting ready. Everybody was drunk, Didi. It wasn't just Karen. It wasn't just Karen. Not at all. Peggy, they gonna put Peggy on the stand, y'all. Good morning, kids. Good morning. Y'all, they gonna put Peggy on this stand. Forrest said I always win. Y'all, why can't we hear? Baby, the value not online crime. Let me see for TV. Y'all.
One of the witnesses that the Commonwealth intends to call today, Trooper Garino. Many of these reports are Celebrate reports that are run with new software and not addressed in any corresponding report. Some of them include data that have never been discussed by Trooper Garino. There's at least one PowerPoint that is hundreds of pages long that appears to be cut and copied text messages and various phone calls. But again, we received at 10:45 last night. This is in violation of Rule 14, and we're asking the court to exclude, at the very least, the lengthy PowerPoint of phone calls and text messages that have been copied and pasted into a PowerPoint because we have no ability to go through in a timely manner and review them for accuracy.
What do you say about that, Mr. Brennan?
Your Honor, all of this information is from the phone discovery, which they've already had. There are a number of different select PowerPoints that were introduced.
When did they get it?
Last night.
No, when did they already have?
2023.
Okay.
And so what you may remember from the last trial is that there is, for example, Mr. O'Keefe's entire phone log, and then it's separated by his phone calls with the defendant, perhaps another witness. And so what we did is we tried to consolidate. Instead of having 50 of these things, I try to make them more limited. We did use more updated software. The only difference is it shows emojis. In addition, we took the phone calls and the emails or the text messages, which was presented at the last trial. Content has not changed. We just put it in a PowerPoint so that when it's read, instead of just reading the text messages and then searching for the phone calls, where Trooper Garino would then refer to a separate document, they're just simply in order. There is a presentation of a different PowerPoint, which is from the old data, 2023. but it is information that was not introduced at the last trial, although it was clearly provided to the defense in advance. And what it is, it's healthcare data of the defendant's watch Jennifer McCabe's watch. And what it does is it tracks her heart rate from midnight all the way through the next morning. Now, although that information was available to the defense, they could have done what they wanted with it. That information was never put in a PowerPoint presentation. I will not and do not expect Trooper Garino to talk about it during his testimony. He's a witness I'm going to ask the court to recall. The reason I turned that over was to be transparent and to be collegial. We would not introduce it on direct, but as Your Honor ordered, there was an order not to get into third-party culprit evidence. Jennifer McCabe was never identified as a third-party culprit, yet in the opening, the defense suggested something about 227. If the defense is to cross-examine or suggest that a phone call occurred at 227, this would be to rebut that information.
What?
I could have waited until after the cross-examination and then sprung this as a surprise upon the defense because it is powerful evidence showing her heart rate is inconsistent with being in a criminal conspiracy, yet we provided it in advance so that it have notice days before Trooper Garino would even testify.
Oh, y'all hearing this shit?
So the PowerPoints that were provided last night, you don't intend to use either one of those in your...
The presentation I would regarding the text messages and phone calls. At the last trial, Trooper Garino read the text messages from the screen, and at the same time, he would look at the phone calls, and he would go back and forth between the papers. This is simply putting the phone calls with the text messages in the chronological order so that on the screen, rather than read text messages and then refer to the phone calls and state there was a phone call, it can simply be shown on the screen.
What do you say about that, Ms. Little? It's content you had, it's messages that came in at the last trial.
The problem, Your Honor, is this is not from a Cellbrite report. It's been individually.
I need to see it. I need to take a look at this. Do you have an extra copy for me, Mr. Brennan?
Y'all, it's been talking about her.
So
Right.
Trooper Garino is not going to be your next witness after Ms. Roberts, is he?
It's going to be Peggy O'Keefe, and then it would be Trooper Garino. As I said, I can recall him, and I expect to because there's a number of other events. If it becomes an issue, I can call him to authenticate the phones that we'll need for our further witnesses, which is Ian Whiffen and Jessica Hyde, and then I can simply recall him. I don't need to read these to the jury today, but there's nothing new in it. There's nothing surprising, but I will make this as easy as possible for everybody.
All right, I'd like to be able to take a look at this. I'd like the defense to take a look at it. You're right, Ms. Little, you're entitled to be able to spend some time looking at what the Commonwealth intends to put into evidence today. So, yeah, so I just took, I guess, Mr. Lally's copy. So if you can get me, Mr. Clerk, would you give this back to Mr. Lally? If you can get me another copy today, that would be great.
Show, baby.
He's really being called to authenticate documents.
Okay.
The defense may have other plans for him. There's no need to introduce any of this today through Trooper Garino.
Okay.
He will be not only a fact witness for downloading and authenticating, but he is essentially our reader. I can bring him back today. I can bring him back in 2 days. It really doesn't matter. I don't want to deprive the defense of time to review.
Okay.
And so whatever is the time they need, I'll defer.
Okay. So that's what we're going to do.
Thank you.
All right. And Ms. Little, if you can take a look at them by tomorrow and let me know if you have any objections tomorrow. Does that give you enough time?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right. Is there anything else before?
All I have to say is, how in the hell is Jen's heart rate going to prove that she was not in a freaking conspiracy? Is Hank serious right now? Is he serious right now? Do you know, I mean, that heifer stayed so calm under pressure. Do you think I believe that her heart rate did anything other than what it did seeing a dead body in front of her? Y'all, this is fucking insane.
Before we started?
Not for the Commonwealth. Thank you.
Right.
Your Honor, I did email Mr. McDermott yesterday evening.
Good.
He did speak with Dr. Wolf yesterday, and he is not available on Friday. Is there another day that works with work reasonably soon that we can have them come in?
We could do it tomorrow afternoon, if tomorrow is a better day for him. Yeah, they're just in Pennsylvania, right?
Could we do a Zoom hearing tomorrow?
No, he needs to be here in person.
Why?
Mr. Alessi, I issued an order late yesterday. You were the one yesterday talking about this voir dire. I assume that you folks provided that order to the ARCA witnesses. We don't have an address to serve them. We don't have enough time.
I provided a copy.
All right, so we could do tomorrow afternoon.
She was there.
We have to make travel arrangements for them to get here.
Bev killing me with
And
these
then
ARCA
He
people.
has a conflict that begins on Thursday and goes until Friday. So, is there a day next week that works for you?
Well,
Say not
we could do Monday, but what I'm going to order is if it's continued all the way until Monday, the testing that he outlined that you were contemplating or were going to do, that has to be done by then. So we can do it Monday, but that testing has to be done by then.
what? Bev, what
You want me to get rid of her to make that happen? I don't have a status on some of the shipping components that they need for the testing.
Okay.
the? She wants ARCA out. It's clear.
We'll do the best.
All right. So that'll be done by Monday. We'll do this Monday. I don't want to devote a whole day where, I mean, Friday was
Not
easy
even
to devote a whole day because the jury thought they were only going to be here a half a day. Can we do this just in the afternoon?
Your Honor, I am unclear as to what the subject matter of the voir dire is.
Right.
So I am indifferent to this voir dire. All right. I'm trying to help you out by having the witnesses here because I found a violation of your reciprocal discovery. So I don't know how long this is going to go. I would assume I'm giving you the opportunity to put them on and the Commonwealth an opportunity to cross-examine them.
About what?
First, in terms of time, we can do it within a half a day.
All right. Do you agree with that, Mr. Brennan?
Regarding an afternoon voir dire of ARCA on Monday,
Yes.
we'll defer to the court whenever is available.
I mean, I'd like to keep the testimony going. I've already told the jurors that they have a half a day Friday. So Friday we'll be back to where we were at the half a day.
Will we have a chance to be heard on rulings regarding ARCA? Because I still have the same concern about new information.
Yes. What do you mean? Before, when?
Whenever it's convenient for the court, but I have concerns about these witnesses bringing in new opinions that we will not have an opportunity to consider.
All right. Can we do that the day of the voir dire?
Whenever it's good for the court.
All right. So maybe we'll break with the jury at 12 on Monday. Now they're going to have 2 half days in a row, but we'll break.
Will we still do the voir dire and I'll have witness testimony prepared for Friday?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have one further follow-up question?
Yes.
Thank you. The reason I asked for, and I appreciate the opportunity for the voir dire, it's not lost on you. But what I'm trying to understand is I want to hit target, whatever the target of the court
So
is.
one of the big concerns I have is that 105 or more text messages were deleted. And you said in due course. I have no idea what you mean by in due course. It's a pending case. I need to figure out that at least.
That's
And
very helpful.
okay.
In Your Honor, the 30-day, if you may recall, the defense had this very same issue with a matter with District Attorney Morrissey. So you said, I'm unclear what deletions are, and we're happy to have testimony. The ARCA witnesses can discuss it.
They're to bring them if they still have them.
Exact. That is also very helpful. But this 30-day auto delete, a lot of attorneys do that. District Attorney Morrissey did that.
I need something in writing about that. That's not my understanding on how you keep records in a pending case. And remember, you still said out of the blue, months later, a bill came. This gives me pause about that, frankly. Okay?
We're happy to
So-
discuss that as well, Your Honor.
All right. All right. So,
Get your clarification.
all right. And there'll be more. I'm not limiting it to that, but those are my big concerns.
Appreciate it.
There be
All right.
more.
Are we ready to start?
I'm gonna tell y'all what I feel personally. I really, really feel like Bev does not know what the feds are doing. And I think she's reaching. Bev is fishing right now. She needs to ask those ARCA people some questions because now they've been told that they can be hired by either side. Bev has questions. She wants to know what the hell the FBI is doing because they're not talking to her.
I just have a, yeah.
So let's figure that out. Do you want to, let's see counsel at sidebar about schedule.
Something's going. Bev is nervous or something, y'all. Listen, I'm telling you, because this doesn't make sense to me. I feel like they've sent her things to say, hey, this is what's going on. Bev is something up with Bev, but I don't know what it is. The police chief retired last night. Yes, something going on. So when they told me the police chief retired last night, I said, what do they know that we don't know? They know something in Canton that we don't know. There are whispers, something, okay? There is something going on that we don't know about. It could be that, Kay. It could be that too. She is doing a lot, but I think it's because Bev needs the information. Good morning, Alex. How are you? Hey, Derry. Bev needs the information. Bev been like this since the first trial. Her ass is trying whatever she can to help the state. First trial, we can see she's in the dark when it comes to the FBI investigation. She's in the dark.
All right, so are we ready to bring Ms. Roberts back in? I can take 5 minutes while we line the jury up if you want.
Ready, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, do you want me to get off?
All right.
Yeah, that's what I want to know. Is going into their courtroom and see how Bear ruled on their questions. I just want to know what she's going to ask y'all. You think so, Forrest? Listen, now, if Fonnie Willis can make a RICO out of them YSL men and 4PF and YFN, surely the feds can make a RICO out of what's going on in Canton. Because I'm of the mind it can happen. I am of the mind that it can happen. Good morning, Shameen. Good morning. The FBI probably investigating her LaPanda, and I think this is why she's scared. I think this is why she's afraid right now. I think she is afraid that she's in the dark. She doesn't know what's going on. They're looking at me too. I'm seeing people online say they don't care for me. I'm helping the state. Do they really think I'm helping the state? What's going on? Bev doesn't know. They don't know. Miss Nick, I hadn't heard about these yet. Alex, it just started, but what you did miss is child Hank talking about he might introduce Jen McCabe's watch data, which is going to show us her heart rate, which in turn will prove that her heart rate was calm, rested. She's not a part of a conspiracy. Her heart rate never went up. Some people, listen, after seeing Jen whisper on that phone and lie and act like that woman was like that woman was not right to lose her mind. Child, I don't need her cell phone data. Jen does not get bothered. It won't mean anything for me. Sarah, they're introducing it while she laying down Googling. Like, hey, KSW, good morning. Jen didn't sleep at all, according to her watch. Why didn't she sleep for us? Now, y'all want to show us her heart rate. Was she up? This is what I want to know for us. Was Jen up? Because if she was up, why couldn't she sleep at all? Because that'll be my question. Why didn't you go to sleep that night? Tell me. I'm calm, too, while putting tires on flats. See? Good morning, LPF. Good morning. Who sleeps with an Apple Watch? Apparently, Jen does. Wasn't Jen first cover up? That's why she can stay calm. Nicole, you might be right there. Hank had no idea what he was getting himself into, which is why he is trying to get the case pushed to June 1st. At this point, how are you going to push the case back? That's crazy to me. But I did see that motion yesterday. I think that's the one Kay sent me from Hank. All we need to know about Jen is 2:27 a.m. That's all I want to know. Why would you search something like that? It's so weird. Why would you search that? Sarah, Jen was apparently laying in bed. Cool. Lacey, heart rate is going to be the exact same. I'm convinced. That lady did not seem bothered at all. She didn't seem bothered at all. Ooh, Mia, let me see the heart rate at that point. The heart rate at that point. I want to see that. Ashley, agreed. They're not going to get anything. Good morning, Shani. Good morning. Good morning, Day. Good morning.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons have anything to
Hello,
do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
22-117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
All right. Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors.
Thank you for your patience. The lawyers and I got some work done this morning while you were waiting for us, and we do appreciate it. So I do have to ask you those 3 questions. Were you able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instruction and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or should. All right, thank you very much. Can we have Ms. Roberts back in, please?
Not Sarah. Let's send us some sacred. Send Bev a sacred care package. He did say God save the Commonwealth, which makes sense when you think about.
Ms. Roberts, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. You can take the stand.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Doing it. How much they pay?
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Mrs. Roberts.
Good morning.
Yesterday, you told us a little bit about when you went into John's home at Meadows to look for him.
Yes,
And I recall you said that you did not see him there.
correct.
At some point you left?
Correct.
When you went into Meadows, who did you go into Meadows with?
Karen and Jen McCabe.
Have you ever seen any video from a ring camera depicting you and the defendant and Miss McCabe going into the home?
Yes, I have.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I've moved to introduce a ring video. It has certification, and then a smaller that ring video. There's no objection.
Did you say if there's no objection or there is no?
If there's no objection. There's no objection. May I introduce Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibits 12A and 12B.
She definitely a clown. Here it clowning. Ooh. Good morning, Day. Good morning. Looking at Karen. Baby, if you don't go on somewhere.
Thank you.
Since Hank like to play clips in between witnesses, play her on Good Morning America.
It's a clip 12, so it would be just fine. Thank you. Your Honor, if I may note, 12A is the ring video from 12 Meadows. 12B is the certification from Ring. And 12C is a clip of a portion of 12A.
That's accurate. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to play 12C for the jury.
Okay.
Thank you. Ms. Roberts, you've seen that video before?
Yes, I have.
Is that you and the defendant and Ms. McCabe going into Meadows?
Yes, it is.
When you came out of Meadows, did you have a chance again to look at the defendant's tail light on her Lexus?
Yes, when we left the house, she pointed it out to me.
Did you stop and get a closer look?
Yes, I did.
I want you to describe to the jury your best memory of what it looked like.
Karen pointed out and said, look, my taillight. And she said, do you think I hit him? And I said, no, I don't think you hit him. What are you talking about? Let's just go find him. But the taillight itself, the piece was missing. And as you got closer, there's a metal sort of square, and one of the pieces was sort of sticking out. And I only remember it because I thought if someone walks by that, they're going to catch their jacket on it.
How long of a time did you have to actually look at the taillight?
Under a minute.
How close were you to the taillight when you looked at it?
I was in front of it. I could see.
And when you talked about the taillight, you said a piece was missing. Is this the left side or the right side of the Lexus that you saw the piece of the taillight missing?
It was the right side, so it was the passenger taillight.
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I guess it's both times, John's house and Jen's house. Yesterday was Jen's house, today is John's house. Maybe it was both times.
Should I remain, Your Honor? Sure. Thank you. Ma'am, do you recognize what is in that photo?
That is Karen's SUV.
Is it similar or a fair and accurate depiction of how you saw the vehicle that morning?
Without the snow, I can't be positive, but this square piece was missing, as is in this picture.
The photograph you look at is not the car in the snow in the driveway the day you saw it.
Correct.
Putting that aside, is
Small
that
black
a
hole.
fair and accurate depiction of the damage that you saw to the right rear taillight of Ms. Speed's car that morning?
Yes.
I move to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Any objection?
No objection. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish Exhibit 13.
Sure.
It was a small black, everybody remember the small black hole.
Ms. Roberts, I'm going to ask you to take a look at the photo that you just described. Do you see the white area in that photograph?
Yes.
Is that where the taillight had missing part?
Yes.
And where was the metal in relation to that white part that you see?
If you look at the white part, it's the upper left. It's sort of like a
That's
rectangle,
not a small black hole.
but it's vertical, sort of.
That's not
And that's the metal part that you were concerned about?
Yes, one of the side, it's almost like an encasement, but the right side, I think it was the right side, was sticking out a little bit, like out from the car toward me.
Did you express any concern about the metal sticking out?
Yes, because I thought at that height, it could clip someone's coat or something if they were walking by.
You mentioned the defendant asked you if you thought she hit somebody.
Correct.
How many times did she ask you that?
She asked me that in the driveway. How many times? She said, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? And my answer was, no, I don't think you hit him. I'm sure you hit something because your taillight's broken, but I don't think you hit him. Why would I think that?
Did you have any reason to think at that point that she hit anybody?
No.
Did she ever repeat that phrase or question in the same or similar manner again that night?
She did at the scene where we found John.
Before or after you found John?
After we found John.
Okay, so we'll get to that then. Could we please take that picture down, Ms. Gilman? How far of a ride is it from Meadows to Fairview?
I don't know, maybe 8 minutes.
So when you left John's house at Meadows and you traveled to Fairview, you said you were driving.
Yes.
Was there any comments or conversation from the defendant on that ride?
There was talk of Ella's mom, who lived near Jen's sister. There was talk, and I said, where is Fairview? And Jen said, it's off of Chapman, so it was near Spring Lane. And I knew of somebody previously that John had dated on Spring Lane, so I brought it up thinking, could he have gone there if he was walking home? I don't know. I didn't know where he was or why he was missing.
Describe the mood in the car.
Well, it was scary driving, and Karen was, frantic, and she was yelling. I don't even remember at this point what she was yelling, but she was yelling. She had an elevated voice. She would be in between us while I was driving, and she would sit back in the back seat, then be in between us.
Did you have any words with Miss Reed?
I told her to shut up several times because I was trying to drive and I couldn't concentrate. I told her to sit back and buckle up because it was bad driving. I didn't want to get into an accident and her not have a seatbelt on.
How often was the yelling on the way to Fairview?
Oh, several times. It was like you couldn't control her. And I was trying to drive in a blizzard.
She a meanie.
You went down Spring Road before you get to Fairview?
No, Spring Lane is before Fairview off of Chapman.
And did anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
I'm sorry?
Anything remarkable happen on Spring Lane?
No.
More of the same?
Yes.
He seemed like he wanted.
Now, you mentioned yesterday that when you got to Fairview, the defendant began kicking your door.
Yes,
When you looked out, you didn't see anything.
I did not.
And at some point, you ran over to where Miss Reed was.
Yes.
Tell us what your first observations are when you get close to the defendant.
Well, it was a shape of a body, like the length of a body, shape of a body. She ran over and I said, oh my God. I jumped out of the car. I ran over and she was lifting up his shirt to try and warm him, I guess. So I went over to his head and I began to dig his head out of the snow.
Oh, here come the tears.
Can you take us back and describe for us what you're seeing?
His body was completely covered, but his head was completely covered. So I started to dig around his face and his eyes, and his left eye was fine, but his right eye looked like it was huge.
She don't want to say like he'd been
like
in
he
a fight.
had something happen to it.
She don't want to say he's been in a fight. Y'all
And after that, I told Karen to get off him. We were going to start CPR. I had been certified at work through the American Red Cross, so I knew chest compressions were more important. So I started to do chest compressions, and I yelled to Jen and told her to call 911. Karen was trying to do mouth to mouth. I don't know if she knew what she was doing, but I knew chest compressions were more important, so I concentrated on that. I yelled for Jen. I carry blankets. I have 2 kids, so I carry blankets in the car. So I yelled to Jen to get the blankets. I don't know what I thought I was doing with blankets, but I wrapped them around his head, just thinking we're trying to warm him up. He was covered in snow.
When you first ran over, you mentioned that his head was covered in snow. Was his head fully covered in snow?
Yes.
When you looked down, could you see who it was at first?
At first, no. I had to dig him out.
When is it that you realized that this was your friend John?
When I cleared the snow off his face.
Did you feel his skin?
Did I feel what?
His skin.
Yes.
And could you tell us how it felt?
It was cold. Like he had been there in the elements for a while.
You mentioned that his head was covered with snow before you brushed off the snow. Was other parts of his body still covered in snow?
Yes.
Can you share with us what you saw?
His legs were covered. His arms were by his side. He was on his back. Karen had lifted up his shirt, so now his shirt was down, but I was doing chest compressions so you could see his clothing. He had blood coming out of his nose and his mouth. And when I put the baby blankets under the back of him, there was blood on the blanket, so I think he had a cut on the back of his head.
Was the blood from his nose and mouth frozen or running?
I don't think it was running. It was not gushing.
You said that you brushed off the snow from John's face.
Yes.
Did you brush it off from both sides?
Yes.
Did you brush it off to the extent that you uncovered his entire face and head?
Yes.
So did you have gloves on?
No.
Bare hands?
Yes.
And that's how you felt the temperature of his skin?
Yes.
When you brushed off both sides of his face, did you ever feel any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
No.
That's what
Did you
you're
ever
saying,
see
Sleepy.
any pieces of glass sticking out of his face?
I did not.
How long did you give chest compressions for to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, I can't be sure. I would say 4 minutes, 5 minutes while we were waiting for the EMTs. I had Jen take over at one point. And then the EMTs came. So however long it took for them to get to us, 6 minutes.
When you were trying to save your friend John, did the defendant say anything?
She was just running around screaming, Carrie, Jen, Carrie, Jen.
I'm sorry.
Was anything said
She was.
at that point about her taillight?
About what?
Her taillight.
No, when the EMTs were around and they were working on the body, she was running around and saying, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead?
When you were waiting for the police and EMTs, just briefly, what was the temperature like and the visibility like?
The temperature was freezing because I remember at one point I couldn't feel my knees, which is why I had Jen take over. And the wind was still whipping and the snow was still coming down.
Flip the script.
At some point, did help arrive?
Yes, they did.
And when help arrived, what did you do?
I stood back and watched them work on him.
Did you see first responders trying to give first aid to Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
How long were you outside for that morning?
At that point,
Well, the entire morning.
oh, I don't, maybe a half hour.
When the first responders were trying to save John, what else were you doing?
I was calling my husband. I called my mother. When they put him in the back of the ambulance, I then made a call to Mrs. O'Keefe. I think I called Mr. O'Keefe first, but he didn't answer. So I called Mrs. O'Keefe and told her John had been in an accident. And she screamed, I can't do this again.
Girl.
What did you do after that phone call?
The police put Jen and Karen in the back of a cruiser. And I was looking in the ambulance to see what was going on with my friend. So I was standing outside of the cruiser. They were inside. I was standing outside just watching. And Karen was saying, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? And I said, no, they're working on him. I can see tubes moving. I can see them moving. Something, if he was dead, they wouldn't be working on him. She grabbed the front of my shirt and said, are they working on him? And I said, yes, they're working on him. At this point, I think I was in shock. I didn't know what was going on. I didn't think he was dead. I thought they could save him. I knew he was in the ambulance with the EMTs, and I was just hopeful that they were going to be able to do more than I could.
You said that at one point, Ms. McCabe and the defendant were in a car, and then you mentioned at some point the defendant grabbed you. Did she grab you when she was in the car or out of the car?
She was in the car. I was outside of the car.
At some point, did the defendant, Ms. McCabe, get out of the car?
Yes.
Did you go over to the ambulance before it left?
Did I go over to the ambulance?
Before it left?
No.
Did you watch?
Yes.
At some point, did you see the defendant get out of the car, the police cruiser?
No, I didn't see them get out, but they were out at one point.
They were what?
They were out of the vehicle, but I didn't watch them get out. I was watching the ambulance.
At some point, you saw them out?
Yes.
And did they watch, or were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
Did what?
Were they near you when you were watching the ambulance?
I don't know.
No.
I wasn't concentrating on either one of them. I was concentrating on my friend in the ambulance.
When you were trying to save Mr. O'Keefe, did you ever see any signs of life?
I did not. And I checked his pulse. No, I did not.
Get me to cross.
After the ambulance took John to the hospital, tell us what you do next.
I left. I told Mrs. O'Keefe, I said, I'm going to come get you. She said, well, I'm going to have Braintree Police take me to the hospital, which was in Brockton. And I said, they're not going to take you to Brockton. I will come get you because neither of their cars had four-wheel drive. So I asked if I could leave, and they said, give me your number and we'll follow up with you. And I took Karen with me. We drove down the street. At some point, she was on the phone with Erin O'Keefe, John's sister-in-law, and Karen was saying, I think he's dead. I think he's dead. I grabbed the phone and I said, I don't think he's dead. He's in an ambulance. He's been in an accident. At this point, I didn't know what was going to happen. At some point in the car, as we're driving, she was on the phone with her mother. And I think when we were driving, we got all the way to the elementary school. And Karen said to me, if anything happens to John, I'm going to kill myself. You're going to have to take care of the kids. And I said, nobody's dying. Nobody's killing themselves. Let's not think about that. And then one of the officers called me and said, do you have Karen Reed with you? And I said, yes. And he said, could you please turn around and bring her back? Her parents are saying that she's suicidal, so we're going to take her to the hospital and section her. I said, okay. I didn't get far, so I turned around, went back. At some point, she was on the phone with her mother, and I got on the phone with her mother and said, I'm going to be heading to the hospital. Let me give you my phone number. It's the same hospital John's at. I'm assuming they're going to the same. That's where Canton takes everybody. And her mother said, please make sure that they don't let her have her bag. There are things in her bag, medicine I don't want her to have. So I said, okay, I will. So we got back to the house, and she got in the ambulance, and one of the EMTs asked me for her phone. So I handed that over, and I said, the mother wants to make sure that she does not have her purse because there's medication in there that they don't want her to have.
Did you see the defendant leave with medical personnel?
Yes, I did.
Before we move forward, I want to step back for just a moment. Did you see when the medical personnel, the first responders, lifted John from the ground and then put him on a bed?
Yes.
Shortly after they moved John from the ground and brought him to the bed to bring him to the ambulance, did you go back to where John lay when you first saw him?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go back to the spot where John was lying when you first saw him?
When they lifted him up, there was grass underneath him, and I could see his phone. So I went over and picked up the phone and the 2 baby blankets that were left on the ground.
So let me ask you, when you went back to where John was lying on the ground, you said you saw grass. There was not snow under him?
No, there was not.
Was there many inches of snow around that area?
Yes.
But none where he was lying under him? You said you picked up a couple of items?
Yes.
Could you repeat that again, what you picked up?
I picked up John's phone and 2 blankets, the blankets that I had Jen get out of the car.
What did you do with John's phone when you picked it up from the ground?
I put it in my pocket and gave it to a first responder when they came over, or I handed it off to a first responder.
And the blankets you picked up, were they in the ground area or on snow as well?
They were, I don't remember.
Okay. How long after you put the phone in your pocket, do you remember when you gave it to a first responder, how long you had it for?
I don't remember.
Do you remember the time that you picked up the phone?
I do not.
Have you seen video of that event?
Yes.
Does that video have times when you went over and picked up that phone?
Yes, but I don't remember, somewhere around 6:12, 6:19.
And you don't know how long you kept it in your pocket before, until you gave it to a first responder?
I do not.
At some point, did you get in your car during that morning before you left and drove from the scene?
Yes.
Do you know if John's phone was still in your pocket when you first got into your car?
I don't know.
Was your car heated that morning? Did you keep
Yes.
it running?
Yes.
And was the heat
I
on?
think I kept it running the whole time. I don't even think I shut it off.
I want to now step forward to where you left us when you said that you had spoken to John's mother, Peggy. And did you decide what you were going to do next?
After I dropped Karen back off at 34 Fairview to get in the ambulance, I then made my way to Braintree, barely. I was on the highway. I was the only one on the highway. I spun out a couple times.
Can you describe what you mean by spun out?
Well, the driving was, no one else was on the road. The driving was horrible. So I spun out almost at the Braintree exit to get to their house. And then I got to the O'Keefe's house and I said, we are not taking the highway back to Brockton. We're going back roads, which is a much longer way, but there was no way I was putting us in the car and that treacherous.
When you went to the O'Keefe's house, you mean Peggy O'Keefe and John O'Keefe Sr.'s house?
Yes, John's parents.
That's different than Meadows Road.
Correct.
When you got to the home, did you go in?
Yes, for a second. They were ready and waiting for me. They wanted to get to the hospital.
When you say they, can you tell us who was waiting for you?
John's parents, Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, were waiting.
What happens next?
Mr. O'Keefe said something about a Dr. Rice and that they were trying to warm John up. We got into the car. Mr. O'Keefe got in my passenger seat. Mrs. O'Keefe got in the back seat. Mrs. O'Keefe's niece worked at Good Samaritan, so we were trying to get in touch with her to see if we were going to be allowed in because there was still COVID restrictions. John's brother was already on his way there. And Mr. O'Keefe at some point said, "He's gone, Peg." And he slammed his hands on the dashboard. But they didn't actually know if he was gone yet. At one point, Karen called me from the ambulance. And on the phone, Mrs. O'Keefe said, "Karen, what happened?" And she said, "I left him at a party." And Mrs. O'Keefe said, "And you just left him?" And Mr. O'Keefe said, "All right, that's enough. She's been through enough." Then we hung up with her. I said, "We're on our way to the hospital."
Let me ask you a question. When the defendant said that she left him, did she say whether she left him outside or inside?
No,
Was the question, follow-up question, never asked?
no.
Was there any other conversation with the defendant at that point?
Not in the car, but when I got to the hospital, she called me multiple times from the hospital room.
We'll get to that.
Okay.
How long did it take for you and the O'Keefes to get to the hospital?
I would say maybe 45 minutes to an hour.
Share with us the mood in that car.
I think I was in shock, and I think they were in shock. There wasn't, other than talking to Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, trying to find out if we could go in for COVID reasons, there wasn't much talk.
When you finally get to the hospital, take us through your first steps. What happens?
We finally get to the hospital. We walked in. Paul, John's brother, was there. We went over to him, and then Susanna, Mrs. O'Keefe's niece, came out from her office and offered to take me to the bathroom to wash up because I had blood all over my hands. So I went into the bathroom and I asked her afterwards if she could take me to the chapel so I could say a prayer. So she did. She took me to the chapel. And then when I came out, she took me into her office and explained to me that a Dr. Rice was going to come talk to the family and take him into an office and talk to the family. And then the family would be able to go see John.
Did you get a chance to see John?
I did.
Would you be willing to tell us a little bit about what you saw?
I waited in the waiting area. I spoke to my mom. Phone calls were coming in because people had heard what happened. And Mrs. O'Keefe, the family went in to see Dr. Rice. I watched them go in. I watched them walk down a hallway. And then when they came back out, Mrs. O'Keefe told me he was gone.
Without telling us what anybody said to you, please just share with us what you saw.
I went into the hospital room, and John was in a neck brace. At this point, there was a trail of blood going toward the gurney or the bed that he was on. This time, both eyes were filled with blood. They looked like raccoons. That's the only way to describe it.
Girl.
I thought he was going to look better seeing him in the hospital because he had been worked on, but he was not. There was much more blood.
Were there any other ways that John looked different in the hospital than when you first brushed the snow off his face in the front of Fairview?
When I brushed the snow off his face, his left eye was fine. It had an ice cube on it that I pulled off, but the right eye was out to here, like a golf ball. When I got to the hospital, both eyes were swollen. It looked like blood. They looked purple.
It looked like blood. Girl!
Yeah, may I approach? May I quickly approach sidebar?
Okay.
That girl said, first it was one eye, but when I got to the hospital, it was both eyes. It looked like blood was in them. Girl. Now, she's been watching testimony, y'all. She's been watching testimony, y'all. Oh, give me just a second, y'all. Give me just. Child, she has been watching testimony because prior to this case, I didn't know what raccoon eyes were. As far as in the medical field, I didn't know what that was. So my first thought would have been like, "Oh my God, his eyes big as hell, like somebody beat his ass," is what I would have said because I didn't know the term raccoon eyes. Maybe Carrie does. Isn't she an executive assistant or something? Maybe that's some work she's done. I don't know. But now, do y'all see what's going on here? Like my first thing would have been black eye. Yes, pretty. My first thing would have been black eye. Now it's the Ice Cube Monique. Monique, when I tell you Carrie girl is working hard. Okay? Carrie girl is working hard. This the same person sitting on this stand that can't get one tear to fall. I keep hearing it. Like I hear the lump. But baby, the tears they're not coming. They are not coming. The tears are not coming, but I can tell she wants them. Oh, I can tell Carrie really wants the tears. Oh, y'all think we behind. I can skip this. My bad. Oh, they still. Okay. They still don't know. She wants those tears to fall, baby, but they just will not come. Hank has them all rehearsed. I'm going to tell you who's going to get up there and cut up. I'm going to tell you who's going to. Peggy. Now, Peggy has been seen crying a lot in court. Peggy is about to let the tears flow. Peggy might even say something about Karen. She did it. You might get one of those moments. My boy would be here if it wasn't for her. I could see her saying that exact way. My boy still be right here if it wasn't for that woman. She might say that C word on her. Y'all know Michael Proctor called her the C word. It might be pretty common in Boston. She might say that C word up there. Don't be surprised if she does it. Peggy gonna cry. Peggy ain't gonna have to try. Peggy is going to say that word. I mean, Peggy's gonna cry. Carrie used to date John in high school. I heard that one. Are there technical issues? Y'all think it's technical issues? Hold up, because I got another stream I could pull up Lauren Crown.
Bracelet away, and her husband, and he wore it all the time. Mrs. O'Keefe still wears it to this day.
Did you drive the O'Keefe back to their home?
I drove Mr. O'Keefe back to John's house, and Paul drove Mrs. O'Keefe back to John's house.
You went back to John's house on Meadow.
Yes.
When you arrived at Meadow with Mrs. O'Keefe, did you go in?
I arrived with Mr. O'Keefe, and no, I did not go in.
What did you do next?
I went home.
At some point after you went home, did you return to the O'Keefe residence or Meadows?
Not that day. The next day I did.
Where did you go?
Where did I go?
Yes.
I went to go to see the family the next day.
And where were they?
They were at John's house at Meadows.
So they were then staying at John's house at Meadows?
Yes.
Did you go and visit them?
Yes, I did.
Why did you do that?
Because my friend had just died and I wanted to be with the family.
Were there other people that were coming and going?
Yes.
Describe the level of traffic of people coming and going to Meadows that next day.
There were people coming from all over. John's friends, people from Canton, people we went to high school with. There was people coming in and out, dropping off food.
When you were there the next day, how long did you stay for?
Several hours. Maybe like 2.5, 3 hours.
Did you ever see the defendant there?
I did not.
Hell no. Y'all already accusing her. I don't want to be there either.
Now, you told us that you had only met Miss McCabe once before that night.
Yes.
And after that night, shortly after, what happened, did you speak to Miss McCabe again?
Yes,
How often?
very often. We wanted to know what happened to our friend, so she would call me.
I'm going to allow that. Not what you said. Next question, please.
Would you speak to her on the phone often,
Yes,
regularly?
yes,
And so things changed
yes,
after that moment.
yes,
Did you start to see her in person,
yes,
spend time with her?
yes.
For somebody who was not your friend, why did you, at this point, form this close bond?
I think because we went through something horrific together, we bonded
Yeah,
over it.
y'all go through.
Mrs. O'Keefe at one point did say, you two need to sit.
Did you ever write down a list of things that had happened to try to remember?
Yes,
When
Y'all.
you were spending time with Miss McCabe, did you become friendly?
yes,
Friends?
yes.
How close of friends did you become
She to this day is a close friend of mine.
to this day?
Wow.
Yes,
When you were at the scene, when you were trying to help John, there were police officers and first responders?
yes.
Now, you're from that area,
Well, yes, I'm from Canton, but not that side of town.
and you are active in the community at all?
Yes,
Sports, children?
yes, yes,
Do you know a lot of people from Canton?
yes,
Did you know any first responders?
yes.
Who did you know that you saw that night as a first responder?
That morning,
Yes, I'm sorry, that morning.
Mike Lank is my friend's daughter's father. No, my daughter's friend's father. I'm sorry.
Your daughter's friend's father. And
Yes.
does he have children that are friends with your daughter?
Yes, his daughter is friends with my daughter.
How close are his daughter and your daughter?
There's a group of 5 or 6 of them that are best friends.
Are you on a first name basis with Mr. Lank?
Yes,
When you saw him that morning, did you recognize him?
I did.
Did you speak to him?
I said, Mike, is that you? He said, yes. That was it.
Are you friends with Mr. Lank's wife?
I am.
How often had you been to their house with the children or on your own before that day, before that morning when you found John?
Well, often when the kids can't drive. So when they do sleepovers or whatever, you drop them off, pick them up.
Your children would sleep over each other's house?
Yes,
So you had a friendly relationship with Mr. Lank before you found John?
yes.
And do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Did what?
Do you continue to have a friendly relationship with him?
Yes,
Did you go to his house the day after you found John?
I did.
Who were you with?
Well, Jen and I had gone to the O'Keefe's house together with, I don't know if it was 1 or 2 of her daughters and both of my kids. And then when we were leaving, my daughter said, can you drop me off at Mike Lank's daughter's house? So I dropped her off.
And did you do that? You dropped her off?
Yes, I did.
When you dropped her off at the Lank house, did you speak to anybody?
His wife came out and got into the back seat just to find out how I was and how the O'Keefes were and
How were you?
how were they?
How were you?
Oh, I was not well.
But you just out
And did you have a long conversation with Mr. Lank's wife?
Yes,
Was Miss McCabe with you?
yes,
After you left the Lank house, you left your daughter at the house?
yes,
You remained in the car?
yes.
At some point, did you speak to Mr. Lank's wife again?
Yes,
Are you friendly with her?
yes.
Did you ever try to get information, inside information about this case?
No,
After this case began, did you ever come to court?
did I ever come to where?
To court.
Yes,
And what was the reason you came to court?
to support the O'Keefe family.
At some point, did you stop coming to court?
I
Don't
did.
Answer just yes or no.
Yes,
Okay. Were you aware or watching about any type of news or publication
Yes.
on this?
yes,
As you were watching and learning information, did you begin to contact people at the district attorney's office?
yes, I did.
Did that include victim witness advocates?
Yes.
Did it include law enforcement assigned to the case?
Objection.
The form of the question, I'm sustaining the objection.
Who did you contact?
Specific names?
Yes.
Steve Nelson, my victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who was a state trooper, and at one point I contacted Michael Morrissey's office.
Do you remember at any time being interviewed by police officers or state police about this case?
At my house on January 29th.
So that same day you found John, you were interviewed?
Yes.
Do you remember who interviewed you?
I do not.
Do you remember your mental state at that time?
I was not well. It was in the evening at some point.
Were you interviewed at a later time by any other law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, where were you at that next interview?
I think I was at Jen's house. We were making a timeline together when 2 law enforcement showed up to question her. But I happened to be there, so they took us in separate rooms and questioned both of us.
Were you sober at that point?
Yes.
And what was your mental state then?
Still, we hadn't even had a funeral. So I was still, I couldn't believe what was happening.
And after John's passing, did you still continue to help out with the children?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would like to play an exhibit that's already in evidence.
Okay.
It's Exhibit 4.
Right.
Before you start it, ma'am, I'm going to show you a video from the scene that night, okay?
Making a timeline is insane to me for 2 people that weren't friends prior to this. And she was only there that
Gilman,
next
is this
morning.
sound? Thank you. Could we start at 6:09:50, please?
Why are we gonna watch this again? That's all it is, Lizzie. Me. She wasn't there. Jen could have done it herself. Well, now y'all gotta come on with these lights now. Can we get the lights to 300, please? I know it's some of y'all in here that y'all haven't liked the live. You're gonna click the X and like the live. Click X out of the comment and then like the live, please. Now they cops. Oh yeah, Mia. You know. Look at you people who watch trial one. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you. What she need a timeline for, Kira? And them White Claws nasty bars. I tried them. We were
Can you stop there, please? Ms. Roberts, do you see yourself in that video?
Yes.
And where were you in that video?
I'm over near the flagpole.
What were you doing in that video before you stood up?
I think I was picking up the phone and the blankets at that point.
You see the first responders getting there?
Yes.
Okay. Continue, please.
right, Miss Sheila. Lex, this the second day, so this the perfect time to jump in. Missy, nothing but Carrie, lying some more. Just talked about the timeline they made.
Is that you with the fur on the hood?
Yes.
Hey, Sylvia. Okay, well, we went from 208 to 245, so thank you guys for that. But we want to get to 300. Like the lives, please. Karen is what I would expect. Frantic. The blanket's on the ground over there. I think. I do think Karen was drunk out of her mind because, baby, she is, man, could be drunk or just shocked. I thought Karen was doing the podcast. Jen wasn't doing anything, baby. That's because Jen knew what.
That's you in the middle of the street?
Yes, I'm to the right of the car.
Ash said that yesterday. I just put in the chat. Ash was saying that yesterday. Their phone was out there that long and truly that cold, it would have shut off. The fact that it didn't shut off is like very telling.
Could you stop for one moment?
You know what, pretty? I'm not playing with you.
Ma'am, you see the other two people in the middle of the screen right now? Do you know who they are?
That's Karen and Jen McCabe.
Do you see the proximity or the closeness between them?
Yes.
You are not close to Jen McCabe in this video.
No.
Is there a reason why?
I didn't really know her, and Karen was running around like you saw. I didn't want to be near her. I just found my friend.
Okay. Could you continue, please, to 615? You can let it run, please.
Miss Sheila, you about right. Pretty is too much. This right here is hilarious. Carrie Roberts' testimony sure has evolved. I agree. It has evolved. Very much, bro. She is a mean girl because I don't understand how someone's doing all of that and your reaction is to be mean to them. I don't get it. She's very distraught. She's disgusting.
Stop, please. Thank you. Ms. Roberts, is this when the first responders were moving John from where he was laying?
Yes.
Please continue. Could you continue to watch the area near the flagpole, please?
Oh.
Stop, please. That last 15 or 20 seconds of video, did you pay attention to that, Ms. Roberts?
Yes, that was the moment that I picked up the phone and blankets, not before. I don't know what I was doing before when you asked me.
And that location where you picked up the phone and blankets, was that where John was lying?
Yes, it was.
And is that where you saw the ground that did not have snow?
Yes, it was.
At that point, had you put the cell phone in your pocket?
Yes.
If there's no objection with the court's permission, I'd like to watch a little more of the film, but if we can double speed it so we get an opportunity to view it, I want to get to another moment in it.
Okay, any objection?
No objection.
Chatty, that's all I'm talking about. Bev was annoyed yesterday. Oh, I hope Alan Jackson does her cross. Okay, I just want to hear him say, well, that's not what you said last year. Do you remember saying, I want to hear something. What's going on?
Around 16, 17 would be fine, Ms. Gilmer. Stop, please. The person in the blue jacket, do you know who that is on the right side of the screen?
That's Jen McCabe.
And well, you can't see you now. Do you know where you are at this point?
I don't know where I am.
Continue, please.
Okay, good, Lex. Oh, this is so disgusting, y'all. I hate the facts of this case. Go to a house you've never been to. Within 10 minutes, you're dead. That is freaking scary. Carrie's the one with the fur on, I think.
What are you doing, Ms. Roberts?
Cleaning off my car.
Period. Thank y'all. And shout out to all the admin professionals. I was an executive assistant for like 6 years. It is not easy work. Shout out to y'all. Miss Sheila, that's the thing. Admins are the heartbeat. I used to work for a record executive who was forgiving you at 2 a.m. to book a flight because he missed it. I ain't gonna make that flight. Child, that was some work.
Could you please stop? Did you mention at some point you went back and the defendant, Ms. McCabe, were in a car?
They were in a police car at some point.
Did you do anything with them when they were in that car?
At one point, Karen asked us to say a prayer, to pray, so we said a prayer.
Was it before or after this moment on the video? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. If you could continue, please.
If this the case, y'all got to be the admins because you guys are the heartbeat to this chat. Oh, I don't like it. Thank you. Hey, Raynette. They were awake, Sarah. We know they were awake. And that dog was gone. Let me tell you something. If you have a barking dog like mine, you can't enter my house and not hear barking. Baby, you can't walk past my door and not hear barking. Dogs don't just stop barking. Now, the other dog over here, baby, you'll never know she's in the house. Barchie, oh, you're going to know. Baby, that dog wasn't there. Cujo was not in that house. Hey, Brianna. Cujo was not in that house.
Stop, please, just for a moment. Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay. If you can
Never
continue,
actually.
Please.
I thought y'all told me the lights had got up.
Is that you walking by, Ms.
Hey,
Roberts?
Yes, it was.
Note the time is 6:21:22.
Chetty, he's wasting time at this. He just want to go to cross. Hey, Nene. He does not want to go to cross. I don't know why Carrie was so calm, especially because she wasn't there the night before. So I don't know why. I don't know. If you're on the live, can you guys please exit the chat and like the live, because I don't want my mods to do something crazy in this chat, okay? Please like the live, guys. I thought we were past 300 by now. He does not know where he is. Y'all, I know for a fact he's wasting time, because why are we watching it?
Do you know where you walked?
No,
Are
I do
you
not.
behind this car, this dash cam view?
Hey, Jenny D.
Say that again.
Are you behind the view of the dash cam?
I think it looks like I went over to the right of the vehicle.
Okay.
Hey, Lisa, good morning. Bev letting him play this, and she is not on him like she was on AJ. And that's some of the stuff that makes me mad about Bev. Just be fair both ways. What is he getting to? I think he's wasting time, baby. He doesn't want to let her go. He doesn't want to let her go.
This is, for the record, 6:23:08. At 6:23:08, are you still beside or behind the view of this car?
I believe so.
And do you know where Miss McCabe is at this point,
No,
or the defendant?
no.
Please continue.
Sarah said, don't cut the chat. This is the only place I can speak my mind. Sarah, they got to get the lives up, because I'm telling you, these mods, and I don't even know how to do it, but these mods will cut this chat out. He knows AJ.
Ms. Gilman, when it reaches 6:24:18, if you would stop again.
I said this too, Ashley. I thought of this very thing. Why didn't I mean, it wouldn't be perfect. So maybe her hands just weren't perfectly clean. You know, I mean, she wouldn't have to wash them anyway. But I get what you're saying. I thought about that too. Y'all, we 7 away from our 300. Thank you guys so much for liking the live. I appreciate it. New people here, thank you guys for being here too. 5 more likes, guys. Thank you. I really appreciate it. The likes help me stay in the algorithm and bring more people over here to this chat. So I appreciate you guys. We're almost at 300.
At this time, 6:24:18, are you within view of this camera angle?
No,
Where do you think you are in relation to this camera angle at this point?
I'm still either to the right or behind the dash camera.
And do you see the defendant or Ms. McCabe in this view?
No,
And this is at 6:24:18. Could you continue to 6:26:25, Ms. Gilman?
He is wasting time. He is wasting time. That's it. He is wasting time. That's all it is. He's wasting time right now. He's scared of that cross. Let me not do my little dance, because y'all know I want to do my dance. He's scared of that cross, though. I don't know what he's trying to show at this point. I think he's wasting time, honestly. Carrie's not that involved where you need to do all of this. I would have done this with Jen though. Carrie, you showed the little scenes with her, but hey. Well, she gave the phone to an EMT, not a police officer. India, he's scared. He is afraid. And this is why we're going through this right now. Montrese that went back and unliked the live. That's kind of messed up. Not Rico. Nikki, that's my understanding. How you doing, Nikki? That's my understanding.
Did you notice the first person that came from the right and the second person that are not law enforcement?
That was myself, and I think that's Jen McCabe.
62625. Continue, please.
Yep, Sharonda.
And do you know who that is on the right with the police officer?
That was Karen.
Do you know where the cell phone is at this point, Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
I don't know. I could have handed it to a first responder at this point, or it could still be in my pocket. I'm not sure.
Me too, Val. I don't remember Jen doing chest compressions.
Ms. Gilman, if you could next stop at 63448.
Yeah, I don't know what she was going through. Lizzie says she wants to know why we can't hear the windshield wipers this go around. Because we could hear them loud and clear last go around. Oh, I saw we got a new member. Thank you, thank you. What is that? Thank you so much for becoming a member. We appreciate it and hope you love it over here. It's a good time, baby. It's a good time. Jessica, I don't understand why she picked it up and didn't give it to the police. I think that's my confusion here.
Was that you walking by in the street?
Yes.
Or something. If it was me, you would have given the phone to Karen. That's an explanation. Aaron, not $75 shipping. Baby, he never gonna live that down. Hey, Thelonious, how are you? Y'all, he is playing. Is what he's doing. You don't need all this for Carrie. Flipping through paper. Nisha is still Carrie Roberts right now. Still Carrie Roberts at the moment, which is probably why we're just looking at a screen. He's not ready to turn her over. He is not ready to turn her over. Okay. Paige will tell them to get this together. Shay, I don't know. I think they're wasting time. This is just insane. People said Hank was smarter than Lally. My real name is Paige. Sarah, stop your penalty. She would have. Bev would have said something a long time ago. Hey, Cat. Hey, Cat.
Do you know who you're speaking with?
I don't know.
Not one word. Now, whose phone is that?
Mr. Brennan, at this point, can we pause this and take our morning recess, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Pause, please. Thank you.
Folks, why don't we take 15, 20 minutes?
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs, and follow me.
Now, how long did she say?
You are muted.
I saw Tiffany earlier. Did y'all hear how long she said? Was it 15 minutes or 10? See, I love sometimes when we're behind and then they take a break. And y'all remember ASAP Rocky? Sometimes we'd be behind and then we'd go and it's only 3 minutes left. Well, we're right on the money today. But while we're on break, y'all, I'm going to see if I see that Good Morning America, y'all. Oh, my God. I only see the 3 minutes still. I only see the 3 minutes. I can't believe that lady went on Good Morning America. I just really can't believe that. He won't get her. Listen, he probably needed to get her off the stand. She said, Mel, don't play that. It's not even out there. We already watched the 3 minutes. The only 3 minutes that's on there. Oh, Tiffany is here, Erica. She is in the chat. I thought I saw her in here earlier. Yates. Hey, Yates. Yates. Carrie Roberts went on Good Morning America. Did an interview on Good Morning America. We've been watching this shit for an hour. Yeah, okay, 15 to 20 minutes. So it looks like maybe about 10:50 they should be back. Yes, Yates. Lisa will be here at least until 5. 4 or 5. Yesterday court ended at 3:45. So we'll be here. Oh, Brianna said yesterday, she said, I enjoyed Yates, Arian, Taylor, and Stars Live last night. Their lawyer perspectives were so good. We were all on Monday. And had a great time. Hate I missed that live. Hit your girl ASAP. What you mean hit her ASAP? Is she not live? Is Miss J not live right now? Hold on. I'm like, she should be live right now. Let me see if she answers, y'all. Let's see if she says, I know she's on live, but she's on break too. So let's see if she answers. So I can, let's see if she answers the phone. They said hit Miss J up ASAP. I said, let me FaceTime her, see if she answers the phone.
What did I just say? Who told her to call me?
They just told me on my chat, and I'm thinking something wrong. I'm like, no, she should be live right now. They're like, no, she's got questions. We didn't get to go live yesterday, and it's break time, so this is perfect. What's going on?
The hell you got me watching?
Your hair look pretty.
Don't start with me.
Okay. Hey, Miss J's chat. If y'all can, they can hear me, right?
Yes, they can hear me.
Hey, Miss J's chat. Good morning, everybody. I'm so happy that you guys are on this crazy ride with myself, the millionaires over here. I'm so happy that you guys are here. But okay, tell me how you feeling. First day.
It's some bullshit. First of all, I woke up with some side eyes this morning. I had some side eyes on both sides. I'm trying to figure out how Brennan got through a whole opening statement without mentioning Proctor.
Because he's not gonna mention Proctor, baby.
He got to.
You
got to lay your shit out there.
Wait a minute, no.
I'm really feeling away because how you scared to mention Proctor when he ain't your left titty?
Man, hold up. T, somebody said, damn, no good morning or nothing. Just hell you got me watching.
God, Proctor, at least you can distance yourself. I can't control what that man do. He got fired. This right here, if you cool with showing this motherfucker committing crimes on the cam, taking evidence, putting phones in her pocket, and disappearing in her, ain't nothing more suspicious than cleaning your car off in a blizzard.
But I'm going to say this though. So y'all, maybe we just found us something new to do since people don't come up. We just don't FaceTime on the breaks. We'll FaceTime on the breaks. That helps. So I'm going to say this. Watching the first trial, Carrie was one of the witnesses that I felt like was more truthful. There were some things that I was like, but more truthful. But I'm going to tell you, this go around, Carrie's adding some shit in her testimony. She didn't say all this last go around.
I said I was going to try to be like a juror.
Yes, that's it. Be a juror. So I ain't gonna tell you her testimony, but I'll tell you.
Because they said Carrie had her ass on the morning show this morning.
That mother was on the morning show this morning.
And you testified. First of all,
I'm talking about the day you testified. They drop it. Miss J, they saying hey. They telling you hey in the chat.
Hey everybody.
Wait a minute. Ashley said.
Y'all know my nerves ain't built for stuff.
Ashley said she is cleaning her car with bloody hands.
In a blizzard. Might as well mop the ocean floor with a Q-tip. What is you doing in a blizzard?
Tiffany said, hey, Miss J, and the J Sayers. She said, hey to you and the chat over there.
Hey, they said, hey, y'all. Okay, this is my other one. You know me. Tell the real problem so I can understand. I'm going to listen. I ain't going to judge in your face. I'm just going to tell me the real reason. You and Jim McCabe don't want to be in the same situation because y'all both probably thought y'all was going on a lunch date, end up at Reebok with the same discount. Y'all are super bad. That's why y'all got together. This is
Wait. Y'all, did y'all hear T? T said first T said John invited Jen and Carrie to Reebok. They thought they were going on a lunch date and look up and said, now who the hell is this?
That's why they don't fuck with each other. That's why they don't deal with each other. They don't deal with each other until, now why? If you call me and tell me you need me to go on a mission, I go on that mission. I find the person in that mission, and I call 911 and see it through. Next thing, why is all the O'Keefe's calling Carrie? Where is Carrie's husband? If I'm trying to go out in the blizzard, big arm taking the wheel.
Man, do you hear me? Now, that's something that has always been weird to me. The fact that Carrie says her husband was like, you're not going to go out there. You're not going to go out there, right? But in the same breath, you let her go out there and drive in a blizzard. And Carrie keeps saying, oh, it was so bad, but your husband let you go out there. Make it make sense to me.
You out there spinning out to get the
spinning out.
Girl, what kind of shoes the Reebok got? Because what is going on?
Spinning out. And she kept saying it. I'm over here talking about, girl, what's spinning out? What is, you talking about how bad it was, but you took your ass after you didn't have to do that. Paul, they got a whole son.
Get his freaking family to go get his parents.
Well, you know, they said, I don't know if your chat told you, but you know they said it's a lady that she was in the courtroom yesterday with a powder blue shirt on, terrible makeup, hair, brown hair, I believe. That's his girlfriend from high school. They say she wear his sergeant number or something around his Forrest Duff said right there for Miss J. Hey, thank you, Forrest. But she stays around the family. I don't know. Maybe John has that, and I hate to say this because he's died. Maybe he's got that dope, and he's doped them because what?
From the ceiling. Let me tell you something. And then Carrie don't even know when to cry.
She can't cry. She can't cry.
You go dig his face out from the snow and no emotion, but they show you the picture and you breaking down. What is she breaking down for?
She can't even cry though. You noticed not one tear falling? Not one tear falling. She trying though.
Was beefing, and now they man gone. They got a common enemy. Ain't no bigger bond than bitches that hate alike. And they ain't have shit to say why freaking John was doing what he was doing when he was there. Y'all ain't have shit to say to each other, but now that y'all done lost the nutsack.
Wait a minute, what you say? Mad bitches link up.
Listen, bigger bitches click up. That's what it is. Like, oh God, I said, Lord, I don't even know where my coffee is.
Well, I did have my tea. I'm gonna tell you. Yeah, okay, let's go. How long we got, y'all? Okay, I love this. Okay, so I'm gonna make sure our breaks going like this because this is great. Okay, but listen, answer this for me. How did you feel about Nuttall yesterday?
First of all, he cried in the car. And
he cried, friend. Friend, he cried in that car.
He cried in that car.
Somebody put it under my TikTok, snot and all. He cried in the car.
He cried in the car. Second of all, I don't understand why he was so defensive. You ain't have a dog in that fight.
Why?
Why are we defensive? He didn't have a dog in that fight.
Wait a minute. I'm going to tell you what was even crazier for me with him. I saw this clip yesterday on X too, and I said, when he refused to say a black eye was an injury. He said there was no injuries. He just didn't want to say it.
Travel. My thing is, was it traveled in your face? Because she just said it wasn't there in the snow when you was working on him.
She said it too. I said, what the hell going on here?
Now, I do believe if the ice is on there or the snow is on there, then it might have froze the blood vessels. Because crazy story, but my great grandmother, when she had her aneurysm, she was coming back home from playing her numbers, and she passed out, and her head hit the snow, and that froze everything and stopped the aneurysm from doing everything it could have done. And they were able to get her together in the ambulance. So the snow could have done that and stopped the blood vessels from traveling, but I'm trying to figure out. And it what? Okay.
Now my friend over here stressed.
Her and this one
Hey,
piece
Key.
of jagged tail light. That tail light ain't come back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, let me say this.
You
Let
can
me
see Cujo's paw on his arm.
let me tell you this about this tail light in her testimony. The last trial, she is definitely what we love to. Her testimony has evolved. Okay, the last trial, she said it was a small black hole, but when they show her that picture, she like, yep, that's what it looked like. That's not a small black hole. That's not a small black hole. I don't. When they get to the
right eye was all the way out here,
like a raccoon. No, she said like a raccoon. I said, I'm gonna ask you this. Prior to this case, I didn't know what the hell raccoon eyes was. I never heard of it before. I learned that as watching the case. I never like that would have been my first thing would have been like, damn, he got two black eyes. That's what I would have said. But the fact that she said, oh, it was like a raccoon when we first saw him, it wasn't one. They're saying that it's gonna come from his head injury. Like you said, if the ice was like like she's saying, but she didn't say that last trial. That's something you remember. Talking about, I removed the ice cube. That's something you will remember. Like now, all of a sudden, you remembering that. And this is why I can't deal with Karen.
Jen McCabe,
Carrie.
Regardless of what has happened, whether Karen did it or not, Karen deserves to about 5 minutes in the closet with Jen McCabe.
Ooh.
Jen McCabe got a run fade.
Ooh.
And then they said she walked in with Jen McCabe and the Albertsons walked in with the O'Keefe's yesterday. Run the fade.
No, who else? Carrie. Carrie needs it too because okay. I tell people this all the time. I say I just met T through YSL, but this somebody who I consider to be a close friend. We talk. If I'm with T and she say something happened to Big Gun, baby, I'm just as distraught because I'm feeling for my friend. The fact
we watching the video and ain't nobody
even if you don't care about Karen, damn, John, your friend. John, your friend. You don't even care about John.
Cause they wasn't worried about it. You heard, listen, Carrie told us yesterday. Karen ass slid up in there during the pandemic when she was isolated with her husband. She couldn't get out the house. She looked 4th of July and here come a damn lunch. Now while everybody got their mask on and
God,
because she can't get out.
She can't get to her dude.
Slid up there in COVID. She didn't know where she came from.
T, my comments literally.
Concentrate on damn John, because now you got me up here with both your bitches. Looking for you. That's why she volunteered. He used to mess with somebody over here on Spring Lane. You said that shit because you trying to throw them bitches off.
Listen.
With your at-home penis and you couldn't get to your outside. That's what's wrong. She couldn't focus.
Listen, my comments are saying that. They like, baby, she was messing with John. They said she was messing with John. They 110%.
I need to see her phone. Run her phone.
You need to see her phone.
I want to see the text. Because the thing is, for somebody to call you and say, I think somebody is unalived, and then hang up and then call you back and say, I can't find him. Bitch, is he gone or is he missing? Which one is it? But the thing is, when you call me and wake me up at 5 o'clock in the morning, only way I'm gonna say, ain't nobody. There's a text message somewhere where John said to Carrie, she doing too much. She tripping.
Yes.
Carrie had an opinion about Karen.
Yes.
And that was on top of the fact she slid into her sneaky link during the damn shutdown.
Karen didn't have kids. She made money. She was young. She's smaller than not Jen, but she pretty small. The men find her attractive. So, baby, she ain't tied down to no husband.
She ain't tied down to no husband. And speaking of tie down, it looked like Carrie needed to tie down that waist. Yeah, she was feeling way about Karen.
She feel away.
Karen was looking.
She feel away. You can see she staring Karen down every time she testifies. Yeah, she feeling away.
You know them big back bear reelers got the hate together. You know they get together and have a time about somebody and everything. And you know the person that got the biggest opinion about you got about 62 more pounds than you. Girl,
wait a minute. Alice talking about wait. I've heard even Karen and Carrie have kids. Somebody say they were all swingers.
What did we say earlier?
I heard they was all swingers. I heard they were.
They swinging. That's why I kept saying, why ain't nobody go up in that den of sin and figure out
The den of sin is great.
I called it that yesterday. That's the den of sin. It was some shit going on in there. They said, I can't let you see. They had half
the den of sin is crazy, but I've heard that. Sinners make swingers make sense.
We don't know what that dog's saying. That's why that dog crazy attacking people. That dog don't know. That dog will probably had something happen to him. They didn't pray for the dog. That's why he got rid of the dog. Nobody knows wrong with that dog.
Swingers would make sense because, in my opinion, because you think about it, why would Karen feel so comfortable to be, you don't know this part yet, to be texting another man? Why you felt so comfortable to text that man?
But my thing is, listen, only people get an emotional attachment that get real mad when you cut them off like that is folks that don't get none and women. Okay? So if he gets out here running with the folks that he feel got clout, the only reason why he gonna be mad that Karen cut him off is because Karen cut
and he ain't get yes. Look, they said 34 Fairview equals den of sin.
It's the den of sin. Somebody need to go in there and take some pictures. They went up and did his shit. I mean, I'm just saying he had about.
I can't wait. I can't wait for you to get through that part, like the actual investigation. Oh my God. If you thought Hogan was bad,
thanks to you, by the time my ass get to this wind down Friday, I'm gonna be at Cooper's Hall participating in a taste state.
I'm ready for Wine Down Friday. I'm gonna get a whole bottle of wine for Wine Down Friday.
Listen, I went and got my wine over the weekend yesterday. After this mess yesterday, I went and got some hips. I don't know.
It's crazy, right? And it's crazy. We're only 2 witnesses in, but just wait for Cross, baby. I started watching some of your videos. Wait for Cross. Cross
got to tell
it
me
is. I know it is.
At this point, I don't even understand what this video is. I feel like Brendan is really. I said, I feel like his cross-examination is like a cockeyed person doing a connect the dots. They just keep moving away from him. We don't know what he is doing.
Yeah, T.
I don't know where he's going. I don't know where he's going. He's getting on my nerves. I done finished my coffee. I'm trying to listen. Bev is over it.
Bev, you know what? I told them we're going to have to send Bev a care package because if we don't send her some oil, she's never going to use it. We got to send Bev a care package.
First of all, Bev need to learn how to wrap that head because that bang is taking me out. She need to learn how to wrap that.
The bang ain't even straight, child. The bang just doing its own thing.
I don't know what's worse, that bang or one with the pink sponge rollers. I don't know which one is worse. And then Bev also take Bev down to the den of sin so she can get something up off of her.
Something wrong with it. But I'm going to say this too. I think a lot of Bev's issue is she does not know what the FBI has. And I do think that's an issue for Bev. She doesn't know, and the whole ARCA thing that's coming up, and she really wants to know what the FBI is doing. Because she doesn't know. They don't tell her anything. Are they investigating her?
Like that. I don't trust you.
She doesn't know. She does not know.
What she do know is ain't nobody going to den of sin. Now listen, I don't want to be this person, but I'm just gonna say, Orlando Brown told us about the raccoon eyes when you end up in a den of sin.
What? What'd he say?
Yeah.
I wish y'all could see.
He said the raccoon eyes, the panda eyes. He said that's what happened when you end up in a den of sin. Okay, I don't think John was going for what they was talking about. I don't. I do think Higgins snuck him. I do think they used that dog to not let him out the house and he tried his luck. But I do think there's something up with this house.
I was telling my chat, for me, it is so scary to walk into somebody's house and then you're dead within 10 minutes of walking into this house. Probably less than that. That's scary. That is so scary. Like, what happened? Somebody needs to break. What happened?
Somebody got to tell me what the hell happened to John.
What happened to John?
What happened was I need the transcript of what happened at the waterfall. What happened between him and Higgins and what was
Nothing.
That's first of all.
Nothing. Literally nothing. Nothing happened. There is no explanation. Everything was good. That's why I think it was some drunken accident.
Let these people come back. Like, I played my part. I let her do her 1-2 and come to the picnic.
I even let her come to my
You
house.
my discounts to Jen.
And y'all, I'm like, I said, damn, Jen, he didn't have Nike. Why just Reebok?
Oh, they didn't came back.
Okay, they back. All right, friend. I'll call you next break. Bye bye.
Let me get these kids out of here. All right.
Okay, y'all, let's go back.
Ms. Roberts, we have about a minute and a half left. I want to watch the video until it reaches 6:35, please, Ms. Gilman.
We got you, Missy. Monique, that's my girl. That is my girl. We still don't know. Still on the video, Nina. I thought it was someone in the courtroom, but I guess not.
Do you know where you are at this point, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Could fast forward just a little bit more, please.
Yeah, is that the video?
Were you in the car?
I just got out of the car.
And do you remember if your car was warm?
Couldn't hear.
Yes.
Hear.
Stop it. 6:34:36. Do you see yourself?
Yes, I just got in the driver's side of my car.
And at that point, do you remember whether you still had John's cell phone or you had given it to a first responder?
I don't remember.
Between you having it in your pocket and giving it to a first responder, did you put it or place it anywhere else?
No.
Did you take it out of your pocket and place it in the element at all?
No.
So it was either in your pocket or in the hands of a first responder?
Yes.
Thank you for your time.
Oh, that's it. Oh, it's time. Y'all, go ahead, put some fire emojis in the chat, baby. It's time. Come on, Alan. We know you about to cook. Oh, it's finna go up now. Here we go. Finally. He really does look like Barbara, and that's so funny. I'm talking forehead and all. Oh, baby, it's time. I know she over there like, Come on, Big Carrie. Yeah, look at her.
Your Honor, may I?
Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Roberts. How are you?
Good morning.
She gonna start crying.
Under questioning by Mr. Brennan, you talked about the number of times or a number of times that you have spoken to the DA's office or some member of the DA's office. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about that.
Sure.
How many times in total do you think you've spoken to a representative of the district attorney's office?
I don't have a number.
50.
Would you say it's more than a dozen?
Yes,
Would you say it's more than 50?
I said 50.
maybe around there,
Okay.
maybe less.
And who are the folks, Ms. Roberts, that you have spoken to at the DA's office?
Steve Nelson,
Okay.
the victim advocate, Yuri Buchanan, who's a state police officer, and the DA, Michael Morrissey.
And what was the, I want to take those in order, and two of those are at the DA's office. One of those is not. Yuri Buchanan is not at the DA's office. He's actually a Massachusetts state police officer. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take those in order. How many times would you say you've spoken to Mr. Nelson? Just if you can give me a thumbnail.
I don't know, maybe 30, 40.
Okay. Have you received what you would consider to be updates on the progress of the case? Mr.
I would ask questions and he would give me very broad answers.
Okay. Were your questions ever prompted by conversations that you had with your friend, Miss McCabe, Jen McCabe?
Sometimes Jen would say, could you ask Steve this? Because I had a rapport with Steve.
Okay. Were those conversations by text message or phone calls or both?
I would usually text him.
Okay. What about the conversation with, or conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected district attorney? What were the circumstances under which you contacted Mr. Morrissey?
Well, during the course of this trial, the witnesses have been harassed,
That's not my question.
That's not the question, baby.
but I'm answering your
No.
question.
Hold on.
Pipe
What's
down.
the- I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Thank you. Were you phoning him? Were you meeting him? Were you texting him? That's my question. The circumstances of the communication itself.
I phoned the office asking for a meeting, had a meeting, and then he left a voicemail at some point and texted me and said, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay. Was that the extent of your conversations with Mr. Morrissey, the elected DA?
I had one other meeting with other witnesses
Okay.
and the DA.
And turning to Yuri Buchanan, what were the
Before we make change.
logistics? I'll use that word instead of circumstances. What were the logistics of you contacting Yuri Buchanan? Was it by phone? Was it in-person meetings, text messages, or all of the above?
All of the above.
How many times would you say that you've spoken with Yuri Buchanan?
Spoken or communicated?
Sorry, good point. Communicated with.
Probably 20.
Okay. When was the last time? Actually, let me ask you a different question. Have you ever met with Mr. Brennan before your testimony today?
Yes.
What was the circumstance of
Yes,
that
Doris.
meeting?
Going over my testimony from the last trial.
Okay.
And sort of just asking questions on what might come this time. Would I be cross-examined? I wasn't last time. Just sort of, all the things went through my testimony.
Okay. When was that meeting?
Don't be on cross.
I don't know, in the last couple of weeks. I don't know.
Okay. Where was the meeting?
At the DA's office.
Who else was there?
Different times that I would meet with him. Steve Nelson would be there. One time, Brian Tully was there. Mr. Brennan's assistant.
I'm sorry.
Mr. Brennan's assistant.
Okay.
I don't know. Adam Lally and Laura McLaughlin.
The whole gang was there. So look,
Were those meetings, you said there was 2 meetings? Or did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, I think there were 2.
Okay. Were those close in time to one another? You mentioned 2 weeks ago. Were those both 2
I
weeks
said a
ago?
few weeks ago, but the other meeting was just before I was going to testify.
Meaning, what, yesterday, the day before?
Last week.
Was that also at the DA's office?
Yes, it was.
Were you shown anything at that meeting?
Was I shown anything?
Videos, testimony, transcripts,
No,
reports?
no,
Nothing?
I don't think so.
Okay.
We went over my testimony on the screen. And then I just talked about my testimony from the last time.
Okay. When you say you went over your testimony on screen, what do you mean?
We watched my testimony from the first trial on a TV screen.
Okay, so you were shown something. You were shown a video of your prior testimony.
Yes.
So I'd like to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute, please.
You are. See, this that bullshit. This that bullshit, Bev. What was said that bothered you? What was said that bothered Bev just then, y'all? What was said? Is Bev bothered because Carrie mentioned that they went over the testimony on the screen and she knows where AJ's about to go? Didn't interrupt Brennan playing that video for 40 damn minutes. Now, yes, far as Bev is blocking. Bev is blocking because I think she want to know where AJ going with this questioning. But here's my thing. Why do you feel like you have to police everything the defense does when you just let this man play a damn video for 40 days and 40 nights? Why does she have to police this? She watched her testimony. Yeah, Kaylin, she knows it. It wasn't even an objection. Shameen, she just said, where this going? Where is this going? She got to know where this is going. Has to know. She doesn't want the jury. She let him cook. Let him cook. Well, Kay, I know it's a reason. Listen, we know it's a reason for everything. I know it's a reason. I just want to know what it is. And why Bev stop it right there? Why did she stop it at that point? No objection. Let me see you at sidebar. I don't think she likes, for the jury's sake, and y'all know she know the FBI is watching. I don't think she likes where the questioning is going. That's what I feel. She's always in the way. They just prepping their witnesses. Ebony, what's the problem? They just prepping their witnesses. The problem is, I wonder why that's bothering her though, y'all. She a big old hater's crazy ass. But why is that bothering her? And she only does this to the defense. Yes, Kay. Which is crazy and it's annoying. Yes. You can carry cheat. You can watch the testimony.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Other than watching your testimony, were you shown anything else? Transcripts, videos that you may have seen today, dash cam videos, anything like that?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think I was shown anything.
Okay. Did you discuss other parts of your prior testimony?
Yes.
Okay. What was discussed concerning your prior testimony and how it would impact how you testified today on direct examination?
Mr. Brennan had just asked me, can you just tell me what happened? So I told him the story verbally.
Okay. Anything come up about specific instances of how you were going to testify today?
No.
Or yesterday?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit, Ms. Roberts, about the video that you were shown by Mr. Brennan. It's the dash cam video of Officer Seraph. I'm not sure if you know which officer that is.
No, I don't.
It's the one that you've been watching.
Okay.
That dash cam that shows your car in the foreground.
Yep.
I'd like to ask you a couple of quick questions about your memory of that incident and then perhaps show you the video depending upon what the answer is.
Sure.
Do you remember when the officer first arrived, you and Miss Reed specifically were at Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes.
Where was Miss McCabe at that moment?
She was there too, but she was waving down the first responders because it was dark out and he couldn't see us. He had a spotlight.
You and Miss Reed were both providing some level of CPR, some level of life-saving efforts.
Yes, as was Miss McCabe.
What was Miss McCabe doing?
When I was doing chest compressions and Karen was doing mouth to mouth, Jen was either on the phone with 911 or handing me baby blankets.
Okay.
At some point, she did take over doing chest compressions because I asked her to.
Okay. So Miss Reed was focused on Mr. O'Keefe's head, face area.
Correct.
You were focused on the chest.
Correct.
Miss McCabe was, at some point at least, she had called 911 or dialed 911.
Yes.
When Miss McCabe dialed 911 and was on the phone with 911, isn't it true that she was actually in a vehicle at the time?
That is not true.
She was outside?
She was outside.
That's your memory?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard the 911 tape of that call?
Yes.
Okay. You're aware that that tape was also captured by an open line on Miss Reed's phone?
Yes.
That open line that phone was dropped inside the cab of an SUV?
It was in the back seat, I believe.
Right. So in order for that for that open line to capture sort of the background of Miss McCabe's side of the 911 call, Miss
Yep.
McCabe would have had to have been either at or in the cab of the truck.
The back of the SUV was open. She was standing there.
Got it. Okay. So she was right next to or adjacent to the cab of the SUV.
She was in back of it with the back was up.
I see that back hatch.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Reed's statement, her initial statement to Officer Seraph when he got out of his patrol
I do
car?
not.
Do you remember her saying something to the effect of, "My boyfriend, I left him, he never came home"?
I do not.
Have you listened with audio to that dash cam at the moment that Officer Seraph arrives at the scene and y'all flag him down?
We just watched it.
Right. Have you listened to it for the audio side? I mean, in other words, instead of focusing on the
no.
video.
No.
Okay. I'd like to ask you to do that with the court's permission. This is it's been previously marked as Exhibit 4. And with the court's permission, I'd like to play that from runtime about 3:50 and ask the witness to concentrate most readily at about 4:07, maybe 10 seconds into it. I'm going to give a little run up and then ask you to listen very closely to the audio.
Yep.
I'm so happy they crossing her this.
With the court's permission?
Yes.
Okay.
Lies this though.
Stop. Do you recognize the video as being the same video that you saw and you looked at on direct examination?
Yes.
Okay. In just a quick second, the door to the car, you're going to hear it open. I'd like to ask you to pay special attention to the audio portion and Miss Reed's voice,
Okay.
if you can hear it. Go ahead. Stop. Did you hear that last statement?
No.
Did you hear a woman's voice kind of faint in the background?
I heard a voice, but I didn't make out what she was saying.
Okay. Did it sound like she said, "My boyfriend, I dropped him off and he never came home"?
Objection.
Could you hear that, Ms. Roberts?
No.
Okay.
I heard home.
That's all I have for the video. We can take that down. You talked about, on direct examination, some of the injuries that you saw Mr. O'Keefe having suffered, both what you observed at the scene and then what you observed later at the hospital.
Yep.
And you noted those injuries, correct?
Say it again?
You noted those injuries. Those were,
Yes.
you made note of those,
Yes.
or at least some of them. You said that you saw a hematoma of some sort over his right eye. Is that right?
Correct.
And there was some significant swelling to his right eye
Correct.
at the scene.
Correct.
Did you also notice a laceration just above his right eye, just under the eyebrow?
I saw it at the hospital, but I
Okay.
don't know if at the scene I saw it.
Fair enough. At some point, you saw that laceration to his right eye?
Yes, I did.
Did you also see a laceration to the left side of his nose, a smaller laceration to the left side of his nose?
I don't recall. I know there was blood coming from here, but I don't know if it was coming from inside his nose or from a laceration. I don't know.
When you said here, you're pointing to the left side of your nostril.
Yes.
And basically just above the nostril, correct?
Yes, right around the nostril, there was blood coming this way.
Okay, draining to the left side of his cheek?
Yes.
Okay. You also saw, once you got to the hospital, that his left eye had swollen as well.
Now, both eyes were swollen and filled with what looked like blood.
And his left eye was black as well as his right eye?
Correct.
Okay. You also indicated that you saw, well, actually, I don't know if you did or not, so I don't want to put words in your mouth. I apologize. Did you see his right arm?
I did.
Did it appear to you that he had some abrasions or lacerations, parallel abrasions and lacerations and punctures on his right arm?
They were scratches.
Scratches. Ms. Roberts, you've previously testified that when you arrived, let me take you back instead of jumping right into it. After you met up with Ms. Reed at Jen McCabe's house that morning, so this is just after 5 o'clock or so, the three of you arrived back at One Meadows, correct? Is that right? I'm sorry.
Correct.
Okay. You're trailing the Lexus SUV, correct?
Correct.
The Lexus pulls in to the driveway and you pull in directly behind Miss Reed and Jennifer McCabe is driving.
Correct.
You're driving your SUV, correct?
Correct.
You've previously testified that when you arrived at One Meadows at that moment, that once that SUV, the Lexus SUV had pulled in and you pulled in behind the Lexus, you got out of the Lexus, sorry, you got out of your SUV, they got out of the Lexus, and that's a point at which Karen showed you the back of her taillight and said something to the effect of, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you think I hit him? Do you recall that?
I recall saying I didn't know if it was when we were coming or going, but she did point out the taillight.
Okay. When you previously testified under oath, your quote was, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her.
Mr. Jackson.
Give page and line numbers when
Yes.
offering statements.
Sure. It's the SGJ, the grand jury, page 58, lines 14 through 19 for court and counsel.
Thank you.
Did you testify, quote, Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her, period. When we get out and Karen is now showing us the back of the car saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? Question mark. End quote. Is that how you testified?
May I see it?
Sure. I apologize. I've already got it up here.
Does it have a date on it, Mr. Jackson?
It does. (4/26/22). May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Do you have the pages after this?
I'm sure I do.
Because in the pages after this, I say.
My question, Ms. Roberts, is that a quote that I just said? Is that accurate? You see it in the.
Yes, it is.
Okay. May I approach?
So the business, baby, calm down. You got the pages after this, girl. Very much so. She is mad. Like, she pissed. Because she didn't go through this last time, y'all.
Your Honor, may I approach
Yes.
one more time?
She didn't go through this last time, but she saw Jen go through it. She's spoken to
Just for
Jen.
reference,
How
I'd like
pissed
to,
Jen was.
show you both pages. That's the page I asked you to look at, and then the following page as well. Please take your time.
Okay.
What I'm looking for is still not here because I did say I wasn't
not
sure if it was before or after.
Ms. Roberts, you do have to wait for the question.
It's not what you're looking for. This gonna be
When you gave this testimony, you were in front of a grand jury, correct?
I'm not sure which one that is.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury on April 26th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, about 2 years ago.
Yes.
Sorry, 3 years ago. You were under oath at the time. Is that right?
Yes.
Things were fresher in your mind at that time than they are now, 3.5 years later, I'm guessing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You were asked the question to describe the circumstance when you arrived at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
And the answer that you gave was, quote, we pulled into it's a driveway. There's 2 cars and then 2 cars, then a single. So John's car is there. Karen pulls in and I pull in behind her. When we get out, and Karen is now showing us the back of the back of the car, saying, my taillight, do you think I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, do you guys think I hit him? That was your testimony at the time, correct?
Yes.
And just to be clear, I'd like to take a look at a quick video that you may or may not have seen before. We'll find out. Your Honor, I'd like to have this. Actually, this has already been previously marked as Exhibit 12C as in Charlie.
Okay.
And it's a short clip. So I'll play the entire clip with the court's permission.
Okay.
Let's go ahead and take a look at that video. Can you pause? Do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yeah. That's when we arrived at John's house.
Okay. And who's the person with the plaid red pants?
That is Jen.
And who's the person that's just rounding the back of the car in front?
That is Karen.
What is the car in front?
That's Karen's SUV.
That's the Lexus SUV.
Yes, it is.
Behind that Lexus SUV, Ms. Roberts, is there another car?
That's my car.
And who's getting out of that car?
I am.
Okay. And this is the point that you were describing in your, at least in the grand jury testimony at that time.
Yes.
This is the time that you're describing.
That I thought it was when we walked in.
This is the time that you were describing, right? When you arrive at the scene.
Yes.
Or, sorry, arrive at One Meadows.
Yes.
Okay. Let's go ahead and play this through. Okay, you can stop it. And you can bring the lights up. You saw the interaction between all 3 of you and the vehicles, correct?
Yep.
At any point, did anybody stop and take a look at the tail light or the rear end of the car?
Not when we were entering the house like I thought, but when we came out.
Okay. And there's no video of that.
I'm sorry?
There's no video of that.
No, I don't believe so.
Right. So the video that does exist describes nearly exactly the time that you testified that y'all stopped at the back of the taillight and Karen said, look, my taillight's broken. Oh my God, do you think I hit him?
Correct.
Okay. And that obviously was incorrect.
It was incorrect.
So your memory was faulty about that incident, that part of that incident at least.
It happened on the way out of the house.
So your memory was faulty about that part of the incident that you testified to at the grand jury.
Yes.
Okay. You were interviewed On January 29th, you've already testified to that, correct? By
Yes.
Troopers Dunn and my memory's failing me now.
There were two. I don't know who they were.
Okay, I'm sure it's in my notes somewhere. Two individuals that interviewed you on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, things were very, very fresh in your mind at that point.
Yes, but I believe I was in shock. So
The incident had just happened.
yes.
Okay, and you were asked to recount certain of the specifics about the incident that you had just experienced, not days or weeks, but just hours before, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you did your best, I'm sure, Ms. Roberts, to be as full-throated as possible, to provide them with as much detailed information as you could and to be as honest as you could.
Yes.
I mean, you weren't going to lie to these police officers, right?
No.
In your very first conversation with those two troopers on January 29th, you didn't mention anything about a taillight or a cracked taillight or
No,
even
I did
having
not.
seen a cracked taillight, did you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
I
You
didn't
then-
want to accuse anybody of anything.
You were then interviewed on February 1st, 2022, a few days later, correct?
I don't know.
Does that
I don't
sound
know
right?
the exact date. I was interviewed again, but I don't know the exact date.
Okay. During your interview, let me withdraw that and ask a different question. On February 1st, or whatever day it was, the subsequent time that you were interviewed just a few days later, you did then, for the first time, describe the taillight that you saw, correct?
I don't know.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a report?
Yes, please.
Okay, my bad, y'all. Got maintenance again, so y'all got to go on mute because you know Barty back there barking. And why is Carrie up here lying?
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
I don't know if Carrie will be the weak link, but she didn't get crossed last time. She just
May I approach?
be.
Yes.
I'm handing you a two-page report, Ms. Roberts. I've put a little dot on the second page just to direct your attention to the discussion related to the taillight, if you want to take a look at that.
Okay.
Okay. May I?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that you were interviewed on February 1st, 2022 by a trooper by the name of Connor Keefe and a trooper by the name of Kathleen Prince?
Yes. Did Connor Keefe write that report?
I'm sorry?
Did Connor Keefe write that report?
Trooper Kathleen Prince wrote the report.
Okay.
Does that matter? No?
Nope.
Okay. Does that refresh your recollection that you did discuss the taillight at that time?
Yes.
And did you tell Trooper Prince and Trooper Keefe that you noticed the back right taillight in the middle, quote, in the middle, your words, was broken and a piece of the metal encasement was pushed forward?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't say that the taillight was completely shattered, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say that the entire lens was missing, correct?
Correct.
You said it was broken in the middle. Is that
Yes.
right? And then you described today that a square piece was missing.
Yes, that's the piece I was referring to in the middle.
Just in the middle of the taillight, though. That was how you described it.
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to shift gears for a quick second and talk about a March 7th, 2023 text message with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson. Do you remember communicating? You don't have to know the exact date, but if you do, fine. Do you remember communicating in March of 2023 with victim witness advocate Steve Nelson about the Ring camera at One Meadows?
I don't know the exact date, but yes.
Okay. Is it true that you contacted him to inform him that the O'Keefes needed to replace or wanted to replace the driveway Ring camera, that same Ring camera that we just literally saw through that perspective
Yes.
of you arriving?
Yes.
Did Mr. Nelson indicate that he believed that would be fine to replace that Ring camera if the O'Keefes wished to do that?
I don't remember if he said it would be fine, but at some point they were told they could replace it. It had broken. It wasn't working.
Did he indicate that he would check with DDA Adam Lally and then get back to you?
I don't know.
At some point,
They must have a text.
you were informed that the O'Keefes had the green light or the go ahead to replace that Ring camera at One Meadows. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And then ultimately you then relayed that to the O'Keefes that they have the green light. You've talked to somebody at the DA's office and they said, yeah, go ahead and replace the camera, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever receive any kind of response from the DA's office either before or after you relayed this information to the O'Keefes to say, wait, hold on, we need to do a reconstruction. We need to make sure that the camera is in the exact same spot that it was at the time of the incident?
No.
Any communication like that?
No.
So the communication that you got was, yep, go ahead and replace it. It's no big deal.
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, you learned that the O'Keefes did, in fact, replace that Ring camera.
Correct.
They said it broke, Goldie. That's what she said.
You have already described your relationship, at least in part, with Canton Police Officer Sergeant Michael Lang, correct?
Yes.
He is friends with you?
His daughter is friends with my daughter.
Your friend Lee with the family?
Yes.
Okay. And you're aware that he's also friends with the Albert family?
No. Well, no.
Were you aware that Michael Lang grew up with Chris Albert?
I was not.
Have you ever been in a social setting with both the Lanks and the Alberts?
No.
You're aware, obviously, you were at the scene. He was the first officer to respond to the crime scene at 34 Fairview on January 29th after Officer Seraph and after Mulaney arrived. Right? Then it was Sergeant Lank.
I don't know which order. I did see Sergeant Lank there, yes.
Was he the, excuse me. I was just reminded, you indicated that you don't remember the date of that text communication between yourself and Mr. Nelson.
No, I don't remember the date.
Would it refresh your recollection if you looked at a text message between the two of you about the subject of the Ring camera?
Sure.
Okay.
Do I need to know the date?
Man.
Oh, what the hell is wrong with Carrie? Do I need to know the date? Pipe down.
Is it March 7th, 2023?
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yeah.
Thank you, y'all.
Yeah, they got her text messages too. Bev needs to correct her, Jaleesa. She's just letting her.
You indicated that you did recognize Sergeant Lank at the scene.
Yes, I did.
You had a conversation with him.
No. I said, Mike, is that you? He said yes, and that was it.
All right. Following that, the next day, you did go to his house. You've already described that.
I did.
You indicated that you went to his house to drop off your daughter for a play date. Is that right?
Yes.
But
And
you
she
also
spoke to
indicated
me.
that you took Jennifer McCabe with you.
Yes, because I drove Jen McCabe to the O'Keefe's house. So she was leaving to go home with me. So I was going to drop her off.
Okay, so your memory is you took Miss McCabe from where over to the Lanks house?
I think she was at home.
So you picked her up?
Yes.
At her house?
Yes.
With anybody else?
With my daughter, my son. I picked up her and either one or two of her daughters. I don't remember.
Damn, she must drive a truck.
And then you drove over to the Lanks house. Is that right?
No, I drove to the O'Keefe's house.
First?
Yes.
And what did you do with the O'Keefe's
Then
house?
left a couple of kids, and my daughter wanted to go to the Lanks house. So I drove my daughter to the Lanks house before driving home.
And Jen's child was with you on the way from Jen's house over to the O'Keefe's house?
Yes, one or two daughters. I don't know.
Dropped the one or two kids off at the O'Keefe's, is that right?
As well as my son.
As well as your son. Then you went to drop off your daughter for the play date.
Well, she was 13, so it wasn't a play date.
Whatever, I don't know what you call it.
I know.
I don't have a 13-year-old.
Well, if you know why
a
you
date date, whatever it is.
So she went over to her friend's house, yes.
Okay. But you took Jennifer McCabe with you
Yes, because I was driving her home.
back to her house
You picked her up.
without her kids?
Yes, she was going home.
Were you going to go back to the O'Keefe's and pick up her kids and then take all of them home?
I didn't have a plan. I mean, Patrick,
Okay.
nephew, is my son's best friend.
Got it.
So he wanted to be with him.
Okay. Did you, I think you just answered this, but I want to make sure I'm clear about it. You didn't take separate cars. You all went in the same car. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Did anybody stop by or go by 34 Fairview during that roundabout?
No,
Nobody stopped off at 34 Fairview either on the way or on the way back?
no,
I think do they have that though?
I don't believe so. That wouldn't be the route in which to get
They did, y'all.
to my house.
Right. Exactly.
Jen tested.
You indicated that you stayed, even though you were dropping off your daughter, y'all stayed, you and Miss McCabe stayed at Sergeant Lank's house for some 45 minutes. Does that sound about right?
Yeah.
And Sergeant Lank's wife,
Jen did,
you
y'all.
indicated was in the back seat of your car?
Yes.
Did y'all ever go inside the house?
Jen went in to go to the bathroom.
Was Sergeant Lank there?
I don't know. I didn't go in.
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank?
I'm sorry?
You didn't have any communications with Sergeant Lank himself, Mike Lank, on that trip?
No, I did not.
But you don't know whether or not Jen did?
I don't know whether or not Jen did. She went in the house to go to the bathroom.
Okay.
It was the yes.
You've indicated that there have been occurrences in which Jennifer McCabe has asked you to contact the DA's office on her behalf to ask a question here or there, get some information, correct?
To Steve Nelson, yes.
Okay. How many times, just the number of times, the volume, would you say that Ms. McCabe has asked you to reach out to the DA's office in one particular or another on her behalf?
I don't think very many.
What does that mean? Of the 50 times that you've had
No,
communications?
maybe like 4, not many, to my knowledge.
Maybe Amanda.
When you would, on these 4 occasions or 4 or so occasions, when you would reach out to the DA's office, gather information, whatever that information may be, would you then report that information back to Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
She's so stupid. She don't even see it. Yeah, damn. Because why she can't call herself? I'm not your do
You
girl.
obviously understand the importance of providing statements to law enforcement that are free of influence of other people, other witnesses. Is that right?
Say it again?
You understand the importance of providing information to law enforcement as a witness to law enforcement free of influence from other people.
Yeah.
In other words, you want to be as accurate and as independent as possible.
Yes.
And that's because if your statement is somehow, or if your communications with law enforcement are somehow influenced by others, it might call into question the credibility of the person providing the statement.
Objection.
Can you answer that question, Ms. Roberts?
Why'd she say no?
Okay, next question.
Sure. A statement that's been colored by influence from someone else would lack credibility, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Jen, run
I want to talk
it,
about the
girl.
statements in the prior testimony that you have provided in this case, Ms. Roberts. There's been several of them. The first time you told your story to law enforcement was on January 29th. We've already established that, correct?
Say that again?
It was on January 29th, the first time you relayed your story to law enforcement.
Yes.
And that was to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico. That's the name I couldn't remember.
I don't remember.
But you do remember Trooper Dunn.
I remember 2 troopers. I don't know their name.
Okay. Where did that interview take place?
In my dining room.
And who was with you when you gave that interview, if anybody?
My husband was home. I think my daughter was home at that point. My husband was home. I don't know if the kids were home.
Nobody else from outside the family?
No.
Okay. Who contacted you about doing that interview? How did they know to come to you at your home?
I don't remember. They may have just shown up. I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember what time the interview was?
Maybe around dinner time, maybe around 5, 6.
Was it recorded?
I'm sorry?
Was it recorded in any way?
Me either.
Tape recorder running?
I don't think so.
The troopers were taking notes, obviously?
I believe so.
I agree.
During your conversation with, and I'm jumping around a bit, so I apologize. During your conversation or conversations with Mr. Brennan and the members of the DA's office in preparation for your testimony, were any of those interviews recorded?
No.
Was anybody taking notes?
No.
None of the DAs were actually taking notes, the ADAs?
I didn't look around the table to see if anyone was taking notes, but I didn't see them taking notes.
No pads and pens on the table?
There was a lot of stuff on the table, but I didn't see anybody taking notes.
Okay.
It's another one, Aqua. It's a lot of interviews.
You received a phone call just before that interview started at 5:25 p.m., correct?
Ooh, they got a phone real.
Around 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock. Is this the night of the 29th, you mean?
This is the night of, I'm jumping back to the night of the 29th.
Yeah, I'm not following you very well.
That's okay.
Girl, yes, you are.
On the 29th,
yeah,
when you were interviewed around 5:25 p.m., maybe just a little bit before that,
yeah,
you received a phone call just before that, correct?
I do not know.
Isn't it true that Jen McCabe called you and spoke to you just before that?
I spoke to Jen McCabe the entire day.
Okay. Including just before that interview?
I don't know.
Did you tell Jen McCabe that you were about to be interviewed?
No.
Did you tell her at some point did you text her and tell her that the officers had arrived?
I don't think so.
Did she text you back and say, call me right after?
I don't know.
During the course of that interview, when the incident was still pretty fresh in your mind, you indicated that at about 5 a.m., you got a call from Karen Reed indicating that John never came home and that she was worried, correct?
Correct.
You also indicated that she was worried that John may be walking and may have gotten hit by a plow. You relayed that to the officers.
Yes.
You indicated that you met up with Karen Reed and Jennifer McCabe at Jennifer McCabe's house, and Karen was hysterical and worried that something had happened to John.
Yes.
You also indicated that once you were at 34 Fairview, once y'all had made your way over to 34 Fairview, Karen saw John and ran to him, although you and Jennifer didn't see him initially, correct?
That's correct.
You said that Karen was repeating the phrase, is he dead? Is he dead? Over and over. Is that right?
That is correct.
You also indicated that she said that if anything happened to John, she'd kill herself, correct?
That's what she said to me.
Object.
So the objection sustained.
She already said it.
Did you indicate at any time, I'm sorry, let me ask it a different way. Did either of the troopers indicate to you after your initial interview that if there was anything further that you could recall that would be useful, please provide it? Please give it to at that time.
I don't know.
Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to look at that January 29th report?
Sure.
Sorry. Y'all, Carrie doesn't know what this feels like. And so many of us said they should have crossed her the last time. Like, dang, why didn't they cross her? But I think the last time her testimony wasn't like it was this time. She needed this cross.
And I put a little mark by paragraph 5. You could take a look at that.
Okay, I will. Pretty, tell them we in court right now. Call back later.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
during this interview with Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico, they indicated after you gave your statement that if you wish to provide anything additional, now is the time to do it.
Objection.
that right?
Sustained.
Were you informed that you were limited on time in that interview? Meaning, we got to get this done, we're leaving, we're out of time.
No,
They didn't cut you off, correct?
no,
They didn't tell you that they had a limited amount of information that they wanted and then they were just going to leave, correct?
I don't remember. I don't recall.
As a matter of fact, they told you that anything you wanted to provide to them, provide it. Give them as much detail as you could, correct?
I don't recall.
You just read the last statement that these troopers indicated, correct? If there's anything further she could recall that would be useful, please provide that information.
Object.
Sustained.
Donna, may we approach?
Yes.
Because you keep sustaining everything. Something happened. Kay, she said, this is why I feel folks have flipped. Kay just sent me something on X that basically said that Carrie has a sister-in-law who is free Karen Reed. I do think something's going on, but what? I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Do I think we're going to get someone? Something's going to pop off in this trial that didn't pop off in the last trial that is going to really, really prove this lady's innocence. Because he wasn't hit by a car. You're never going to make me believe that. Good morning, Miss Cherie. You're never going to make me believe that. So we're gonna have to see. I like Karen's suit today. I know that's right, girl.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Having looked at the report.
No, bring it to her and show it to her again.
She's just, it's the same thing that I just showed her. Having looked at the report, does that refresh your recollection about what Trooper Dunn and DeChico told you at the end of the interview?
I don't recall.
But
it's not refreshing. I'm not remembering it. Even reading it, I'm not remembering it.
I see. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, no way. She is a
So she's here. The details about what we told or what those two officers told you are not fresh in your mind, and nothing's refreshing your recollection about that.
Right.
Okay, but you do remember the basics of what I just described in that conversation with those two troopers.
I mean, they asked me what happened. I told them, but I was also in shock.
You never said during the course of that interview that my client called you at 5 o'clock in the morning, just hours earlier, and said he's dead and then hung up, correct?
No, I don't believe I said it at that point. I did not remember that until a couple of days later.
I see. And in fact, when you were asked about that particular statement, when you asked about that particular series of events, that never came to your mind.
No.
That literally the first words out of Karen Reed's mouth, according to you now, is he's dead and then hung up.
Correct.
When you heard that, you didn't take that to mean that she killed him.
No.
Of course not. She was panicked, correct?
Yes.
You did add that, one other thing that you didn't add in your initial statement to Trooper Dunn and Trooper DeChico is anything about the taillight either, correct?
Not.
Okay.
I don't think so, Ronnie.
And you also didn't say anything about any sort of a Google search or the praying that you talked about in the back of the patrol car, anything like that?
No. Okay. I don't know. I don't remember.
The second time you were interviewed,
Jayla said she gonna cry this time.
that was the February 1st interview. That was with Kathleen Prince and
Yes.
Connor Keefe, correct? And you just looked at that report, at least part of that report. Is that right?
They gonna have
to say it again.
Connor Keefe and Kathleen Prince, that was on February 1st, 3 days after your initial statement, correct?
I don't remember the date, but I remember meeting with them.
Okay. I want to make sure I get the dates down, so I'm sorry to belabor this, but May I approach?
Yes.
Refresh your recollection.
Thank you for the super chat, Kate.
It might.
Ooh,
First paragraph.
why does she have so much attitude? She got so much damn attitude. She didn't kill the man.
Am I reading the whole thing or just the part where you dotted?
Just if you refresh your recollection.
Oh. Oh, for the date, yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Y'all.
What date was it that you met with him?
February 1st.
Miss, I don't recall.
That second interview was conducted at 12 Country Lane, correct?
Yes.
And who again lives at 12 Country Lane?
Jennifer McCabe.
What the hell? Yes, I remember this. Okay.
So the second time you told your memory, your story to law enforcement, you were literally sitting in Jennifer McCabe's house.
Yes.
And you had met with Jennifer McCabe before your interview, correct?
Yes. We were putting a timeline together.
So you two were actually prepping, if that's a valid term, prepping for your interview, putting a timeline together, correct?
We were putting a timeline together at the request of Mrs. O'Keefe.
And Jennifer McCabe, was helping you with the timeline, and you were helping her with the timeline.
Yes, we were putting together the events of what had happened.
So she was helping you, and you were helping her, yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. So both of you were assisting in each other's memories, correct?
Yes.
I remember this, and you remember this, and okay, now I remember this, correct?
Yep.
Obviously, that would help influence your memory going over the event with someone else, correct?
Yeah.
So what's on that timeline, you would agree, is not completely independent, your memory. It's a combination of your memory and Jennifer McCabe's memory. Isn't that right?
Yes.
What your memory need to be refreshed? It just happened hours earlier.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
He might be taking these breaks on purpose, yeah. She's annoyed, but what did your memory need to be refreshed? You found the body. You can write some stuff down. You didn't need Jen for that. You didn't need Jen for that. Keith said, I hadn't heard that word in a minute. Keith said they in cahoots together. Yes, he is, Nisha.
Thank you, Your Honor. So the two of you drew out some sort of a timeline for you to follow during the course of that interview. Is that right?
For me to follow what?
During the course of that February 1st interview, as you were interviewed in Miss McCabe's house. I mean, that was the purpose of the timeline, to help you with that interview?
No, that wasn't the purpose of the timeline.
You used it for that purpose, though, obviously.
We did not. I was at Jen's house making a timeline, and the two officers showed up to interview her. I just happened to be there.
Right. And when they interviewed you, did you have that timeline in front of you? That's my question.
No, I did not.
Okay. But you had just created it along with Jennifer McCabe.
Some of it.
Okay.
Peggy is next.
And then it was after that that this timeline was coordinated between the two of you, that you actually told your second story to Trooper Prince. And when I say second story, I mean the second time you were interviewed on February 1st as opposed to January 29th. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever become aware of text messages that Jennifer McCabe was sending to others in a group chat talking about you in that interview?
No.
You were never told or became aware that she sent text messages to a group as she listened in on your interview?
No, I don't think she could listen in. She wasn't anywhere near me.
You weren't aware that or are you aware as you sit here that she sent a text message that said she's telling them everything, all the stuff?
Sustained.
Carrie is stupid.
Have you ever been provided a text message or told about a text message that perhaps Jennifer McCabe was sending to a group?
No.
Listening to your suggesting that she was listening to your interview?
No.
She doesn't know that that's not her friend, Miss Sheila. She's clearly dumb.
The third time you told your story was later that night in a telephonic interview. Is that right? With Trooper Proctor?
I requested to speak to Trooper Proctor because I had remembered the very first time I spoke with Karen that morning, and I wanted to make sure it was recorded.
Okay, that wasn't my question. My question was, did you have another telephonic conversation with Trooper Proctor, yes or no?
You said that night, but it wasn't that night.
When was it?
I think it was earlier that day.
Okay. Meaning, but it was after the interview with Trooper Prince.
I don't think so.
I think it was beforehand?
I think it was beforehand.
You were still with Jennifer McCabe when that call took place, correct?
I was in her house. I was not with her. I stepped away to speak to him by myself.
In her home at 12 Country Lane?
Correct.
Who else was with you other than Jennifer McCabe in the house?
Her sister was there writing down the timeline for
Who's
us. Her sister, Denise.
What the hell we need her for?
So she was scribing the timeline as you and Jennifer McCabe were creating it?
She was writing it down as we were remembering things.
Right. And the three of you were doing this together, sort of communally.
Yes.
She would say something, then you would say something, then it would spark something that she would say, and back and forth, correct?
Yes.
That is new, Ashley.
How is it that Trooper Proctor got a hold of you? Did you call him or did he call you?
I think he was on the phone with Jen, and I asked to speak to him.
So Trooper Proctor got a hold of you through talking to Jen McCabe.
Well, I asked to speak to him, but yes.
Right. Was that interview recorded, to your knowledge?
I don't know.
The fourth time you met with police was February 2nd, the very next day, at about 12:08 p.m. Is that right?
I don't remember.
Do you remember signing a consent form for your phone?
Yes.
Was that the next day after this interview with Trooper Prince and Trooper?
I don't know what day it was. It was right after Karen was arraigned for the first time. Jen and I met with them and both handed our phones over willingly.
So you just answered my question. So when you met with police, whatever the date was, it was a few days later, you met with police. You had a fourth time, you were still in the presence of Jennifer McCabe when you met with police.
Yes.
And handed your phone over, is that right?
Yes.
She handed her phone over, is that right?
Yes.
No.
And the two of you were together when you signed your consent forms, is that right?
Yes.
Karen must not have friends. That's just what I'm gonna think. She must think Jen is cool.
The fifth time you told your story was in front of a grand jury, is that right?
I don't know.
Do you remember testifying in front of a grand jury?
I do.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Before you testified at that grand jury, just physically, you were brought into an anteroom where you waited to be called by ADA Adam Lowley, correct?
Yes.
Who was in that anteroom with you just before you gave your testimony?
My husband and Jen and Matt McCabe.
So Jennifer McCabe was with you yet again just before you gave official testimony under oath concerning this case and concerning the incident.
Correct.
Something, y'all.
Ms. Roberts, when was the last time you've spoken to Jennifer McCabe before you testified in this
morning
trial?
In this morning.
Did you discuss your testimony?
No.
So you and Ms. McCabe, who became friends because of this incident,
Correct.
talked as recently as this morning before your testimony.
Correct.
And your testimony now is that you did not discuss anything about what you're doing here
No,
or what you're
I
going to
did
testify
not. She
to.
called to wish me good luck today.
When did you talk to her the last time before this? Before this?
Right before?
I don't know, maybe a couple days ago. I don't remember.
Within days of you taking the stand yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Bro, listen, man. Oops. Good luck for what?
Did you ever?
Forrest, she is messing up there, baby. Look at Carrie. Carrie must don't have friends, baby. Carrie, it's cool to be by
Ms.
yourself.
Roberts, I'm going to ask you. To take a look at, actually, let me ask it a different way. Did you say that you did or did not recall texting with Jen McCabe during the course of that January 29th interview with state police? Do you recall that or no?
No.
Okay.
During the interview, I didn't text anybody.
Okay. Are you saying you didn't text anybody or you don't recall?
I don't recall. I don't think I had I wouldn't be texting somebody if I was being interviewed by the state police.
Right. Okay. Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at a report of text messages?
Sure.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Yeah. Carrie! They're doing a really great job with this right now for me. Season 2, Carrie is giving Mick Albert. Damn.
So, may I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look. There's 2 tabs. Take a look at the tabs and the data.
Now she need her glasses, y'all. I ain't seen her put them on the whole time. Now she need them glasses.
Okay.
I don't know, Erin. That's a great question.
Absolutely. I'm in the rush.
Baby,
Yeah.
take probably. Look at Carrie. Bro.
Okay.
Yeah, Carrie's testimony.
Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch if you'd like. And I forgot to tell you, anytime we're at sidebar, please feel free to stand up and stretch, okay?
Yes, this is the one who did the interview.
That was quicker than we thought, Judge. May I proceed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you take a look at this document?
Yes.
Does that refresh your recollection that there were 2 text messages at around the time of your interview with those 2 troopers?
No.
Do you recall, as you sit here, texting Miss McCabe that the state troopers were arriving or they're just getting there?
No.
Do you recall Miss McCabe texting you anything back about calling me after?
No.
Okay. Did you, in fact, different question, did you, in fact, call Miss McCabe right after the interview and talk to her?
I don't know.
Like it's not abnormal. Like if the police come talk to me, I'm calling my sister. My sister might call me first. What happened, girl? This is what's going on. Like it's not abnormal. The fact that they're hiding it is the problem for me. I would respect this shit more if they just be like, yeah, I called her.
Have you ever testified that at the scene, Miss Reed was seated in the back of a patrol car along with Jennifer McCabe, and you were standing just outside the car and there was an interaction among the 3?
Yes.
Have you ever testified or have you ever stated in any particular that during that interaction, Karen asked the 3 of you to pray?
Yes.
Have you ever said or testified that during that interaction where you're seated, where they are seated in the back of the patrol car and Miss Reed asked you to pray, that Miss Reed said to Jennifer McCabe, Google hypothermia?
No.
You've never said that?
I've never said that.
Jen gonna probably cuss her ass out. She might lose a friend after this.
You testified at the grand jury on April 26th. Is that right? April 26th, 2022?
I do not know.
Right?
Then, y'all, she's turning into Woody on us. She doesn't recall. She does not know.
Does that sound right? April 26th, 2022?
I have no idea.
Late April 2022. Does that sound right?
I don't know. It was 2022.
You testified under oath, correct?
Yes.
Swore the same oath that you swore here.
Yes.
Tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yep.
That's what she told me saying right now. You know Jen watching with a popcorn. Do they teach y'all this in law school, Erin? Like how to get a witness riled up? These long pauses and stuff. I think he's doing it on purpose too, Evan.
Yeah, that's what I needed.
He look making her wait. She is pissed. She's impatient. Look at her. Oh God. I just love it, man.
Is it your testimony that you have never said that Karen told Jen to Google hypothermia, or that you don't recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a portion of your grand jury testimony from that day?
It might.
May I approach?
Yes.
Poor stupid Jen. Jesus, she's getting redder and redder. She is.
Thank you.
Sure.
You think she gonna crack bread? I want somebody to crack this door around. Like he wasting her time. He does have that binder. He does have that binder with tab. And she's not going to remember. Once she sees what's in that transcript, she won't.
And if you could read on to page 83 as well.
Look at that. Oh, she just took a deep. Oh. When I say please, I do not want to be in that seat. I know it's already crazy. You know, millions of people are watching you. People like me watching everything you're doing.
Yep. I testified. I didn't hear it, but I was told that she was asked to Google it.
She said, don't do Moody like that because he would never. Child, he said, I don't recall. I know 500.
You testified under oath
Good.
at the grand jury that at some point Karen was in back of the police cruiser, correct?
Yep.
Objection.
No, I'll allow that question.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
And isn't it true that at some point during the course of your testimony under oath, you said that Karen was in the back of the police cruiser?
Yes.
And then you went on to describe that Karen and Jen and I were standing outside, and she made us all start holding hands and starting to pray.
Yes.
I mean, what the she being Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
And at this point, they had lifted John up and taken him onto the gurney, correct? That's
I don't
what you
know.
described.
I don't recall.
Okay. I'm going to do this again, just so we're clear. May I approach?
Yes.
Sure. Thank you. Just a portion of the bottom of the page.
At the bottom?
At the bottom, last.
I know she's not ready to get out of this thing.
Yep. I say I think, so I'm not
I
positive.
have a question for you.
Okay.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. Thank you. And you testified basically that you think, at least that's what you were telling the grand jurors, that you
Yep.
think that was the point at which they lifted John up
Yes.
and moved him into the ambulance, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
And then you were asked a question, what, if anything, did she,
Lally,
Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, correct?
Objection.
Do you recall that?
I did not hear the question about Google being asked.
That's not my question. May I ask? May I inquire?
Just repeat that question.
Sure. Isn't it true that you were next asked by Mr. Lally in front of the grand jury, quote, what, if anything, did she, Ms. Reed, ask Ms. McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, end quote? Remember being asked that question?
No.
it's so quiet, y'all. Y'all knew it was loudly. What if anything? Jasmine, yes. Do you hear me?
I'm going to look at lines 16 through 18.
She ain't even putting on her glasses to read that. She's not gonna remember. She ain't even grab them glasses.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
does that refresh your recollection? That was the question that you were asked?
Yes.
Okay. And in response to that question, you stated, quote, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long Google hypothermia. Correct?
You sure did say that.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
I remember it. Hey, Keisha. So are you lying now or were you lying then?
That was very detailed. You'll agree that that's a very detailed and specific recount of an event.
Come on now. Clock it.
You recounted where you were.
Clock
back in the
it.
cruiser, or they were in the back of the cruiser, correct?
Yep.
You recorded or reported the time. It was right around the time that you thought they were lifting John up and scooped him up onto the gurney, correct?
Yep. I thought it was about that time. I wasn't sure.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that answer. You were talking over each other.
That's my
She wasn't supposed to be
What was
talking.
your answer, Ms. Ross?
I thought it was about the time they lifted him up, but I wasn't sure.
You were very detailed about who was there. It was you. It was Jen. It was my client, Karen
Yes.
Reed, correct? Is that right?
Yes.
You were so detailed that you talked about where you were standing next to the cruiser open door, correct?
Yes.
What the others were doing, holding hands and praying. Is that right?
Yes.
And the actual words used. You were as detailed about all of that as the actual words used. She asked her to Google hypothermia and how long, and then you stopped, Google hypothermia, end quote, correct?
Damn, Karen.
Correct.
You will agree, at least for that purpose, you painted a very, very detailed picture
She did.
in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
She did.
Yeah.
All lies.
Except it's not true, is it?
I did not hear her ask that.
Not
I was
that
told she was asked that.
My bad, y'all.
In
The answer to my question, Ms. Roberts, and I'm
We're going on mute.
not a trick question. What you told the grand jurors was not true. You never heard her, my client, ask anyone to Google anything, did you?
I did not.
And yet that's what you testified to under oath, under penalty of perjury in front of the grand jury, didn't you?
I did.
And the reason you did that, the reason that you said that false statement was because someone told you to say it, correct?
Object.
Is that, I'm going to let her answer.
Nobody told me to say it.
Where you get it from?
I knew it happened at that time.
How did you
Which
know
is
it
why I
happened?
said it.
How did you know it happened, Ms.
Come out.
Roberts, if no one told you it happened?
Come on.
Because we wrote a timeline. We already spoke about
So
that.
the timeline that Jennifer McCabe helped you with, that influenced your testimony in front of the grand jury, correct? Obviously.
I was telling what happened in the back of the
Ms.
cruiser.
Roberts, the timeline
You can answer.
you wrote,
So when you ask a question, let her answer.
timeline you wrote, with Jennifer McCabe's help, influenced your testimony to testify in front of the grand jurors to a statement that you never heard, correct?
Yes.
That is. Yeah, that man said obviously. Carrie's a liar and the truth ain't in her. So how much?
You were later asked about that statement in another investigation, I'm sorry, by another investigator or set of investigators, correct?
I don't know.
Were you interviewed by a different law enforcement
Get up.
agency, a separate law enforcement agency from the Massachusetts State Police at any time?
Yes.
I like what they're saying.
And you were told that to lie to those agents would be a crime, correct?
Yes.
Punishable by prison, correct?
I was not told that.
They asked you whether or not you heard Karen Reed ever say anything to Jennifer McCabe about Googling anything, correct?
I don't know.
Isn't it true that you told them what you've just now told us, which is, I did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any
Damn.
Google searches.
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of that interview and that report?
Sure.
AJ, no, he wrong. No, she just had her Good Morning America interview on there crying and shit. Now you got her up here admitting that she lied under oath. AJ ain't shit for that. Oh, she ain't shit for that, baby. I love that they can say other law enforcement agency now. Oh, Megan,
Yes.
she's scared, baby. Oh God, y'all. This is it, baby.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at the entire document, just familiarize yourself with it. If you don't mind, go to the front page and don't answer anything about the document until I ask you a question, if you don't mind, please.
Sure.
Thank
You know, if you don't mind, tell her.
Ms. Roberts, do you recognize that as being a report of an interview that you conducted?
I've never seen this before, but
Understood. Yeah, you may never have seen it, but does it remind you that that's
Yes.
a report of a conversation you had with another law enforcement agency? I'm going to ask you to turn to page 7 of that report. And if you look, there's a small paragraph, about 2 paragraphs up from the bottom. I think I may have put a little blue dot by it, but I'm not sure. Please read that to yourself.
correct.
Karen needs to go to jail. She lied to them people.
Done?
Yep.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes.
So smooth with it, Phoenix. Force it. They throw.
Ms. Roberts, does that refresh your recollection about what you told these investigators?
Yes.
Look at her. Ooh.
And what you told them was you, quote, did not hear Karen Reed ask Jennifer McCabe to conduct any Google
That is
searches.
correct.
And you went on to say you saw McCabe on her phone.
I'll allow it.
You saw McCabe on her phone, but you did not hear Karen ask Jennifer to Google anything.
Correct.
So what you told the grand jurors was in fact
A lie.
false.
I misunderstood Mr. Lally's question.
What?
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Brennan, any questions?
Thank you. Thank you.
Baby, you can't fix this. Thank you can't fix this, baby.
When you spoke to the grand jury about your memory, were you trying to fool them in any way?
No.
She
Were
just
you trying to,
Objection.
Watch the form of your questions.
were you trying to mislead them in any way?
Objection.
Sustain, watch the form of your questions.
When you spoke to the grand jury, were you honest?
Yes.
no.
When you were asked the question, what, if anything, did the defendant ask Ms. McCabe? Did you begin your response by saying at one point?
You can show her her response.
May I approach?
Yes.
Page
Fix this for me, Hank.
line 19. I'm going to ask you to look at page 83, line 19. Just read it to yourself and the lines to follow. You know? When you were asked that question by Mr. Lally at the grand jury, did you ever say you specifically, personally heard that statement?
I'll allow that.
Did you
No,
ever
I
tell
did
the
not.
grand jury you actually heard that statement being made?
I did not.
And when you spoke to the people in that report that you looked at on page 7, did you ever tell them you specifically heard that statement being made?
No.
Were you consistent in both of those statements?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you say anything different as
No.
far as what you personally observed between those statements?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
And when you were asked about what the defendant may have said to Miss McCabe or Mrs. McCabe, did you generalize your answer?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you begin your answer with "at one point"?
Yes.
When you chose the words "at one point," what were you trying to convey to the grand jury?
I'll allow that.
I didn't know at what time it was done.
Was that a topic of conversation around the time you were brought to the grand jury?
Around the time what?
That you were brought to the grand jury to testify? This Google search.
Was it? I don't know.
Okay. Were you asked here in front of this jury whether or not you personally heard that statement?
Yes.
By me. Did I ask you that question?
No.
Did you personally hear that statement?
No.
Well, now
After this happened, you discussed what had happened with people, didn't you?
I'm sorry, say it again.
After you found John lying in the snow, did you discuss what had happened, what you saw with other people?
Yes, of
Did
course.
anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss the trauma that you had been through?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Say it again.
Did anybody tell you that you couldn't discuss what you had just seen?
No. Didn't say it again? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
After you found John that morning, did anybody, civilian or law enforcement, ever tell you you weren't allowed to discuss what you had just went through?
No.
So why lie?
Did anybody ever tell you that you couldn't have support of other people?
No.
I'll allow that.
No.
Was this a traumatic event?
Yes.
Have you spoken to it to a number of people about it?
Yes.
Tell us why you would want to speak to somebody about what happened that morning.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
Okay, Belle.
I've spoken to many people, obviously, that we all grew up with. But Jen in particular, I do speak to her. I am friends with her. We went through a really traumatic experience together.
More traumatic than Carrie.
Did you ever confide in other people other than Jen McCabe about what you endured that morning?
Yes, many people.
Oh, she.
Why?
Yeah, she been trying to cry.
Because it helps me get through, and it's whether John's family, friends, whoever, I've talked to a number of people about it.
You're friends with John's parents?
Parents?
John's parents, the O'Keefes.
Yes.
You still friends with them?
Yes.
Do you ever discuss what happened?
Yes.
I thought she was.
You were asked by law enforcement if they could have your telephone?
Yes.
Was there a warrant?
Objection.
Sustained. Ask it differently.
Did you feel like you had any obligation, legal obligation, to give your phone to law enforcement?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No, they asked for my phone. I handed it over willingly.
Did you think you had to?
No, but there was no reason not to.
When they went through your phone, do you know whether they saw all of your phone calls that were on that phone?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I don't know. They cloned my phone, so I assume they saw everything.
Objection.
I'm going to strike that answer. So the answer is I don't know.
What type of information did you have on your phone when you voluntarily gave it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Text messages, phone calls, call logs, pictures.
You said that you stayed friendly and still are friendly with Peggy O'Keefe and John Sr.?
Yes.
At some point, at times, do you try to help them with things?
Daily.
Do you try to help them with the children?
Objection.
Why does that
Sustained.
matter?
Well, you were asked about contacting the district attorney's office about replacing a Ring camera.
Yes.
Whose Ring camera was that?
It was at One Meadows where Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, John's parents, are now living.
Who What motivated you to call the district attorney's office about the Ring camera?
Because we knew the Ring might be some sort of evidence that they didn't want to take the camera that was not working down without permission.
Do you have a Ring camera?
I do.
Do you know if there's a difference between the actual physical camera and the iCloud storage that keeps the actual video on it?
I don't know the difference.
Okay. Did you ever ask to replace any hard drives or storage, or were you asking to replace the camera itself?
Just the camera.
And that was in March 7, 2023?
I don't know when.
You were asked questions about what the defendant said that morning when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her, from her, about dropping John off.
Say that one more time.
You were asked whether you heard any comments about her saying she dropped him off.
In the car on the way to the hospital. Okay. She said it to Mrs. O'Keefe.
When you were outside trying to help John, were you ever told where the defendant dropped John off?
No.
Were you ever told where he was left?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into 34 Fairview?
No.
Was it ever suggested that he went into any house whatsoever that morning?
No.
Were you ever asked to go into the house to look for him?
No.
When you were being interviewed by law enforcement, did you ever refuse to be interviewed?
No.
Were the interviews all the same or different?
They were all different. They were all different.
Were you ever asked to give a complete review and detail of everything that you knew?
I was just asked to tell me the story of what happened that morning.
And at some point when you were interviewed, you were asked about the phone calls that the defendant made to you that morning at 5 o'clock.
Yes.
When you received those phone calls, Jennifer McCabe was not on the line, was she?
No.
Was she a party to the calls?
No.
Did she influence your memory in any way about the words that the defendant spoke to you that morning?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Do you have a clear memory of what the defendant said to you on the morning of January 29th, 2022 at around 5 in the morning when she first called you?
Yes.
Is it your independent memory?
I'm saying.
Is it
sorry.
your independent memory?
Yes.
How well do you remember it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Tell us what you remember her saying to you.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
When she first called, she said, "John's dead, Carrie," and hung up.
And she called you back.
She called back.
When she called back, was there any other party on the line other than you and her?
No.
What do you remember the second time that she called you?
Yes. She said, "John, I think he got hit by a plow. He did not come home last night. He would never not have come home. I wasn't supposed to stay in Canton, and Kaylee was here. He would never leave Kaylee by herself."
Did anybody ever ask you to lie
No.
or exaggerate?
Oh, she don't have to ask.
No.
Would you?
Say that?
Would you?
No.
Sustained.
You were asked whether or not you told people on January 29th about the missing pieces to the defendant's taillight. And you began to say you didn't tell anybody that morning.
I didn't think it had anything to do with John. I didn't want to point fingers at anybody
Why not?
But now you want to.
because I had no idea what had happened to him. I wasn't going to point fingers at his girlfriend.
Was it in fact broken with missing pieces that morning?
Yes.
You saw the ring video of you and Miss McCabe and the defendant going into John's house?
Yes.
Had you seen that video before today?
Yes.
Had you been shown it before in
Yes.
other proceedings?
Yes.
When you went into the house with Miss McCabe and the defendant, did you do anything before you went into the house?
Girl, if they
Actually
talk about
in the
them
house?
shoes, y'all, I'm gonna be done.
When
You take any-
we took off our shoes in the.
You took off your shoes?
Jen and I both took off our boots
Why did you take off your boots?
Hey,
because you had to take off your shoes to go into John's house.
Well, you say you had to. Explain to us a little bit of the
I
background.
can't believe
on that.
Hank coming back.
John was a neat freak. You were not allowed to wear shoes in the house.
Had you ever worn shoes in his house?
Oh,
Had you ever seen anybody wear shoes in his house?
no.
You and
They
Miss
do
McCabe?
now. They do now.
You and Miss McCabe took your shoes off?
Yes.
Did the defendant take her shoes off?
She did not,
How do you remember that?
because Jen and I were standing there for about a good 2 minutes trying to get our boots off, and she had already gone in the house.
Do you know why you were called that morning?
No.
Did you volunteer to be part of this
Yes.
after the call?
Yes.
You had said you thought that you looked at the taillight before you went into John's house.
Yes.
Do you remember actually seeing the tail light that morning?
I do.
Was it simply cracked?
No.
Do you know that the portion of the ring video from when you came out of the house with the defendant, Miss McCabe, do you know that that portion is missing?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you ever seen any ring video depicting when the defendant was showing you her missing pieces of taillight that morning?
No.
Despite no video, are you certain that you saw it?
Say it again.
Are you certain that you looked at it with the defendant that morning in that driveway?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
Okay.
Oh God, he pulling up videos again.
Okay.
Right, because why we about to look at this again? Why are we looking at this video again?
Quiet, folks, still on the record.
Record. Why do we have to watch a video again? And his cost is not helping. Doesn't make me believe Carrie anymore. He gonna have to wrap this shit up, because if I have to look at if I have to look at them windshield wipers again, child. Slime, the feds are watching, and that might be why they're so afraid, especially Bev, because Bev is doing everything she can. It feels like
This now.
he said he works in Lollipop. I'm sick of it.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
When you first got to John and you were trying to save him that morning, do you have a distinct memory of it?
Yes.
Counsel had asked you if it was your story. Was this a story?
Say it again.
Was it a story that you told?
A story?
Yes.
It's what happened.
Yeah.
Do you wish it was just a story?
Objection.
Sustained.
Hey!
No further questions.
Okay, so recross.
You just asked. Just a few minutes ago.
It was like not all.
Did you ever say that you actually heard that statement about that Google search? And you said no.
Correct.
But you did.
The question that was posed to you by Mr. Lally was, what, if anything, did she, Miss Reed, ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard?
Right.
Correct?
I misunderstood the question.
And you misunderstood that question?
Yes.
How?
What did you misunderstand about that question?
I didn't know it was that you heard, so I was explaining what happened in the back of the car.
I see. So you just ignored the part, literally, the part of the question where he said, what did you hear her say? That's what your testimony is now?
Heard, and I didn't hear it. I obviously got the question wrong because I did not hear anybody ask about a Google search.
Well, I know that's what you're saying now. I get that. But when you were asked, what, if anything, did she ask Miss McCabe while they were sitting in the back of the cruiser that you heard, your immediate answer was, at one point, she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long dash Google hypothermia, end quote. Correct?
Correct.
That was your answer.
Yes.
Correct?
To a question I misunderstood.
And that was a false statement, wasn't it?
Technically.
Technically?
Yes.
Technically. Pregnant, Ms. Roberts.
Okay, so
Babs,
remember,
stop.
jurors, I said earlier, comments of counsel are not evidence and you're to disregard them. Ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you mean technically?
Yeah.
Technically, I was under oath and I did not hear Karen asked Jen to Google it.
And yet under oath.
But I knew it happened at that
time.
time.
And yet under oath you said you did.
Correct.
And that was a lie, correct?
Objection.
Was that a lie?
Yep.
Did you lie?
I did not intentionally.
But you lied.
You did.
Did you
Not
lie?
intentionally.
But
Okay, that's the end of
Understood
this.
the question, Mr. Jackson.
All right, is there any other question or was that it?
I didn't hear what she just said.
I said I misunderstood the question, Mr. Jackson.
That's what you're saying now, correct?
That's what happened.
All right,
Can I just
Babs, how you gonna
Okay.
shut him
In
up?
that quote, you said, at one point she asked her to Google hypothermia and how long. Then you corrected yourself and finished with Google hypothermia. What did you mean by how long? What were you about to say?
I don't recall.
Had someone told you something about a phrase that started with how long?
Yep.
I don't
Related to
recall.
hypothermia?
I don't recall.
Like, for instance, how long to die in cold?
I don't recall.
okay. All right, Ms. McKay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Baby, even Belle tired of hearing Miss McCabe. She said you want to be her so bad. Oh, you Miss McCabe. Baby Belle done got confused. Belle done heard about Jesus so much.
I'd like to play clip 3.
Here we go, y'all. He is gonna play these clips in between every
Before this is played, is it possible to take a quick break so we can review this? There's a lot of clips. I'm not sure what this is. I'd like to see it before it's played.
All right, how long a clip is this?
Probably about 10 seconds, 15 seconds.
All right.
Let's her Miss McCabe.
Jurors, we're going to ask you to take a break, and we'll bring you back in, and we'll see a 10-second. All right, we'll give you a 5-minute break.
That's fine. Thank you, Ron.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your books. Follow me.
Y'all. Okay. Carrie is off the stand. Carrie's now off of the stand. How do you all feel about Carrie and her testimony? One word. Let's go. One word. I'm sick of him, Forrest. I think we're going to see clips in between each witness, which is annoying, but I think so. I thought they would have gone to lunch at 12:39, but I guess they're going to go a little bit and then go to lunch. Liar. Cooked. Carrie is a liar. Liar. Lying asshole. I like that. McCabe outside waiting for her friend. Rude. Pinocchio. This is a 5-minute break. Hold on. Wait a minute. It's a 5-minute break. Let me see what she's doing. Oh, yeah. She finally got to see Cross.
Hold on. Y'all don't know that. I don't know if I did that. I'm gonna wait to see if she called me back because I don't know if I did that or her. I just called her. I don't know if she declined it or did I do something. So I'm gonna wait. Maybe they were behind. My thing about Carrie. So now, guys, we've had 2 witnesses to be confronted with their previous testimony and admit on the stand that they lied. Carrie, they won't do it, but Carrie, I would love to see some perjury charges. I would love to see perjury charges. Because, no, call her back. Okay, let me call back. Hold up. Maybe it was me then. Maybe I did something. No, that's her, y'all. That's her. So she'll call me when she see it. She'll call me back. But anyway, I think now that's 2 witnesses. Hold on, y'all. I gotta plug my charger back up. My laptop charger. That's 2 witnesses now that we've caught lying. Carrie just outright admitted that she lied, but I'm gonna tell y'all, what did we say when we were just talking this morning about Carrie? Thank you, Forrest. We were saying Jen said she's a talker. Remember we talked about that? And then Carrie gets up there and says, well, I'm a talker. Then Matt said she's a talker. So we knew at some point they'd been discussing what was going to be testified to. We knew it was going to come out at some point. But what we didn't, she recorded videos, y'all. But what we didn't know, y'all know I don't do my videos after I get off stream. What we didn't know was that Carrie was going to be caught in a lie because Carrie definitely testified that she heard Karen ask Jen to search that stuff in her phone. Well, turns out she never heard that. She was told that was going on. Mia, I wholeheartedly believe this. Jen is the mastermind. Jen is the mastermind. I wholeheartedly believe that. Okay, thank you, Derry. Jen is the mastermind. And the thing about Jen, I know Jen's cross is going to be 10 times worse this time around. 10 times worse this time around. Like, catching her in that lie was so good because for me, it's like, well, if you lied about something like that, like she was so freaking detailed. Do y'all remember that? Her talking about them praying in the car? Y'all remember that trial one? She was so detailed about it. All for it to be a lie. If you can lie that good, then how am I to believe the rest of your testimony? And she's got to be the first one. Obstruction. Lock up. Who cares about the floors when your friend is missing? Exactly. And the fact that they keep bringing that up, oh, you couldn't wear your shoes. Y'all can't wear them. Y'all can't wear them. You not sleeping with the man. I can do shit you can't do. Or the mastermind of the cover-up. Mastermind of the cover-up. She is the 227 search, House Long to Die in Cold. I was done after that. After that search, I was confident she knew that man was out there. She knows something happened. For me, that sealed the deal on this case. I'm not looking at Karen anymore because Karen wasn't searching it at 2:27 in the morning. Sundrop, this is my problem. Why do you have to lie? You see how Hank got back up there and he said, do you talk to people about this case? Do you guys communicate about what's going on? And she's like, yes, all the time. It's such a traumatic experience. Then you don't have to lie about it. The fact that you would lie scares me. But I do think Karen is being manipulated. And clearly she's dumb. She dumb as a box of rocks. She doesn't even see it. She doesn't even see it. Higgins called Brian. How long to digest food? What? T-Lynn, why she? I don't remember that one. Jen, aka Snaggletooth, is going to jail, baby. She is the mastermind of all this crap. She probably killed him herself. Lord. Commonwealth talking about shoes is a joke. I agree with this. Maybe he was scrambling, y'all. Maybe he was scrambling. Maybe Lally said you might have to pull this out because her cross was so bad. Got her to admit on the stand that she lied. It was so bad. Maybe Lally said, hell, talk about the shoes. Talk about the shoes. Maybe that's what it is, y'all. It was so bad. That man said, just get up there and ask about the shoes. That's gonna be your best bet. If you get up there, ask about the shoes, maybe the jury will forget that she just admitted to lying. Niara, he over there, right? You know how they were passing notes in Ysdale while he was up there. Lally was asking about the shoes. As soon as he came, he passed him that note, slid him the note. Ask about the shoes. I don't think Jen did anything. I think she went into protective mode for her family. Oh, Emily, I think I heard a piece of that. I don't know if I want to play it on here. I don't need YouTube taking me down. I'll play it on TikTok, though. I heard a piece of it. I think, excuse me, what's scary is that girl was 19 years old. But I don't care what anybody says. She clearly had a plan. She clearly had a plan when it came to Shannon Sharp. He's just so dumb, old, and maybe that little pill, them diamonds he always say he taking, maybe they messing up his mind to have been dealing with that girl like that. She's a kid. She's a teenager. 19 is a teenager. She's a teenager. I think he's getting everything that's coming for him because race playing like that with that girl is just disgusting on so many levels. And then you're not even, you dumb enough. You so dumb, you'd have a conversation with her on the phone in this day and age. Crazy.
You are unmuted.
Right, Ned, just, I mean, that's young enough to be your kid. We want him to do exactly what he did. And stupid of him for not realizing he was being recorded.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Right, BG.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
I'd like to play clip 3, please.
When my car was seized, there was a few small pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jimmy Terry, look what I just did to my light, and I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short circuit. There's like the bulb is showing, and some of the red plastic's missing. So I picked pieces out of the light housing that had kind of collapsed within the light and dropped them in John's driveway.
I'd like to have that marked as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection.
Right. All right. Rather than calling your next witness, it'll take 10 minutes to bring a witness in and do all of that.
Yes, Your
Why don't
Honor.
we take the lunch and recess? I'm sorry, is the food here? Okay. Folks, we'll take a 40-minute lunch and recess, okay?
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books, put them on your chairs, and follow me.
Did she say 40 minutes?
her to do all these interviews, and this man is choosing to play literal clips. I'm talking 10 to 15-second clips between each witness, because you've given him hours of clips to play. Hours of clips to play. Okay, so they'll be back at 1:30. You've given them hours of clips to play. She said, BG said the court reporter is too happy to be at work. Hold on, y'all. I'm going to wait when she calls me before she calls, but y'all know it's lunchtime. So if you want to chit chat. Destiny, I think I don't know why he thinks this is going to work. Maybe because it's Karen's words, right? But for me, I'm more focused on the testimony. And well, you know what, too? She's not testifying, so this is all people are going to get from her. So there's that. Ebony, she shouldn't have done any interviews. She should not have done any interviews at all. I wish she would have waited until after she was done with everything. Waited after she was done. Ash said words without context don't mean shit. Hold on. So Sassy, a lot of people have asked this question. And I personally, I agree with it. I agree with you. If I pull up to my sister's house and my sister, it's a man that they just found dead on the lawn, I'm trying to run in the house. I'm trying to run in the house and I want to go check on it. It's like the police weren't even concerned to go run in the house. Niara, so I've thought about this too, Niara. And people say how much money she spent on her defense team, how much debt she's in. Maybe she had to do these interviews for money. That's true. That's a possibility. T. Fran said, I heard she needed the money. Excuse me, she needed the money. And it's also a way to drum up sympathy for donations. But they can be used against you. Yeah. Lauren, I don't think they're gonna cross Peggy. I wouldn't cross Peggy. What does Peggy have to add if we're being real? If we're being real, what is Peggy going to add? It's almost like Paul. They're character witnesses for John. What they said the timeline. Peggy wasn't there, so who trusts Peggy's timeline? It came from someone else. Peggy can't add anything for me. She really can't. So she's probably going to get up there. She's probably going to cry, right? Probably going to get up there. She's probably going to cry. She's probably going to, I don't know. She might get up there and say, she took my boy. Maybe. I mean, what value does Peggy add other than talking about who her son was? That's it. I didn't see it, Bars. I was thinking about that. Hold on, let me see. I'll see again if it's up here. Let's see if they posted it now. Oh, they just posted something. Good Morning America did 6 minutes ago. No, it's only 3 minutes long. We watched it already. Got the nerve to be, girl, like she running something. Oh, y'all, there are some more clips. Hold up. Oh, that's not a clip. There's someone talking about it. I was like, oh, I said, that's today. Let's see.
Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to see if I can see the interview. Girl, not they talking about Carrie gave an emotional testimony. Please save it. Not watching that again. Oh, I know what we can see though. Hold on. We can see from yesterday the hold on. The y'all know we missed a hearing yesterday. Thank you, Destiny. Destiny just gifted a membership. If you get a membership from Destiny, please make sure you tell her thank you in the chat. I appreciate it, Destiny. Y'all, I'm trying to find the hearing yesterday because I don't see the full Good Morning America thing. But I'm trying to find the hearing from yesterday. What was yesterday's date? The 22nd. Those are opening statements. Y'all, where did y'all see these statements at? Because I definitely don't see it from yesterday. Even if you look at the end of the court at the stream from yesterday, we stopped and it was 7 hours and 19 minutes. Let's see. I'm gonna see. Well, I don't want to play somebody else's stream. ABC 5. Thank you, Forrest. I'll look on there. And see. Yeah, it's only got 4 minutes too. Boston News 5. Let's try there. I bet people in Boston just like, please let something hurry up and happen in this case. That's a pretrial hearing. Even there, 8 days. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. We see jury selection. Because even their stream is 6 hours and 30 minutes. I wonder if it was late. Let me see. I'll go to the end of it. I just can't believe Carrie, y'all. Yeah, it's not on there, y'all. I don't see it on there. On either Boston, please. Defense diaries. Yes, that's what we're looking for. The one from yesterday. And Raynette, but what stream was it on? Because I don't see it on either of the Law and Crime streams or the Court TV streams from yesterday. Because I definitely didn't see it, and I heard it was good. Okay, thank you. Okay, y'all, I'm getting the link now. Boston, maybe I was on Boston 5. They're sending me the link now. Oh, yeah, this stream is longer. So this got to be it. I can't believe not all. Okay, I got it. I got it now. Thank you. I think I got it too. I see Hank up here.
Please be seated, court is in session.
All right, so we'll have a quick hearing on paper now 682 and 680. First, Commonwealth's motion to enforce compliance with the court's April 16th, 2025 ARCA discovery order. Mr. Brennan, you said you could be brief on both of these, so I'll hear you.
You won't be brief.
Your Honor, I'll get right to the point.
Please.
On the motion for compliance, our position is the defense did not comply with your order. This has been an ongoing issue which relates directly to the credibility of potential ARCA witnesses. This is information based on the history and representations made in this case that we're entitled to. I did note before these were produced that we have watched video footage from unaired video from the documentary. We clearly knew that there were text messages and correspondence beyond what was represented to the court. It is not a surprise that I did receive these lists of text messages and calls after I made those comments. However, there is no text message content. There is 99 texts to Mr. Wolf, 6 texts to Mr. Rentschler. That does not reconcile with the past positions and representations of the defense to this court and to the Commonwealth. In addition, there are a number of phone calls. And those phone calls, again, I would suggest do not reconcile with the past representations. We have 52 minutes of phone calls on 5 calls with the ARCA mainline, 133 minutes, 20 calls with Dr. Wolf, 57 minutes, 23 calls with Dr. Rentschler. I find it difficult to accept that these were all for scheduling purposes. We also had your Honor's order, not just for the communications, which are not a complete or a fair production, but there was a order by the court to provide all correspondence, text messages, emails, not just with Attorney Jackson, but with the entire team, including the defendant, Karen Reed, and we have received nothing. This is important because if we look at the first half of ARCA's potential testimony, which is limited to their prior report, we cannot fairly and effectively cross-examine the witnesses until we have the information we're entitled, and that's why I've also asked and suggested that ARCA should be ordered and required to provide that evidence as well so that we can see what is there. It is concerning that there are this many texts, this many phone calls, and the fact that this is totally in contrast to what was represented in the past. So before there's even a thought of ARCA testifying, I think we're entitled to the full discovery that we asked for, the full discovery that the court has ordered. I don't see anything to do with billing or anything else beyond these text message and phone call logs. I want whatever content is available. I think it's relevant material. It's pursuant to your order, and this is woefully incomplete. Should I dive into the second motion?
Yes.
So I can move quickly. The second motion, part of it is moot in some respects. I won't go through the tortured history of discovery. We've gone through it too many times. We don't have time for it. But inevitably, it is clear that we have played by the rules, met our discovery obligations, and as we stand here now, the defense is proposing new opinions, new testing, and they don't even have the parts of that testing yet. This is 2 weeks into trial after we picked a jury. This is at the time of the opening. It is ambush. It is unfair, and we have no ability at this point to reconcile or deal with new opinions and new information. Importantly, the defense's position is they may or may not have a report by May 1st. Our expert will be testifying somewhere at the beginning or middle of May. He is away. He is not available. And so anything we receive at the beginning of May or end of April, we'll have no opportunity to look at, vet, test, reconcile, or even engage in our own testing. This was my concern all the way back in November. I'm not Nostradamus, but this obviously was something that worried me that actually occurred. And so at this point, it would be fundamentally unfair for the defense to get a benefit for failing to comply with discovery orders by waiting until February to seek permission with ARCA. They could have called any expert, asked for any expert they wanted. They didn't. They chose this method, and this is the consequence of it. And at some point, The defense has to bear the burden of their decisions. We will not have the ability to rush through, have Dr. Brensler come in days before his testimony, try to reconcile, be inadequate. I've had a brief correspondence with him. It's simply impossible. That's why we suggested, although we certainly didn't want to move the trial date, that was the only remedy if the court was going to allow any new opinions, evidence. I say to the court that they should not be allowed to offer absolutely anything new, not only because they missed the discovery deadline, that's technical, but the reality is we're all trial lawyers. We've all tried a lot of cases. It would be a disadvantage, fundamentally unfair, and because of their own choosing. And so anything new, we will not be able to reconcile. We would not be able to proceed with our expert in a fair manner. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lessie, is this you? I'm going to ask you to be as brief as you can be, please.
Bears be killing me. What the hell she got to do?
Your Honor, I understand your request to be as brief as possible, but this is the first opportunity the defense has had to respond to almost every allegation that's been made. We haven't had an opportunity, so I certainly respect the court and what the court's request is, but it is going to take a bit of time to put facts out. And I want to separate two categories that the Commonwealth has conflated. The Commonwealth has conflated the issue of what text messages exist, which text messages don't exist, what's been turned over pursuant to orders. And I would like that to be clear to the court factually, because the Commonwealth has misstated just now 3 times the facts.
So I asked this morning, there were 100 or so texts referenced in the exhibit, whatever was presented by you folks. I asked if Mr. Jackson, if he provided them, because my order was clear they would be provided, and he said no. And I asked you at sidebar whether they were deleted, and you said yes, in due course. I have no idea what that means, Mr. Alessi. Why don't you explain that?
Well, thank you for the opportunity to explain. Here's what it means. Like anybody's phone, those text messages are 2 years old. They don't exist.
So can you also tell me, aren't the ABA guidelines, the council is supposed to keep everything in a case for 5 or 7 years?
I do not believe that is the ABA rule with regard to experts. I'm unaware of that.
In regard to your client, and this was in regard to your client's case, right?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear you.
Records kept regard to your client's case, which these are experts that were, there's 100 text messages leading up to trial when I was told that by you that there was a pause email, and then all of a sudden out of the blue a bill appeared in July. This shows that's not true, Mr. Lessie.
Your Honor, that was a different question that Your Honor asked me back then. That was about emails. That was not about text messages.
Have emails been provided?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
All emails have been provided. And that is why we are in compliance with all orders. And I will say also with regard to text messages, we have provided, pursuant to every order, every single text message that exists. Mr. Brennan just said, I believe there has to be more there. There's not more there, and I don't believe there can be an order of preclusion based upon the speculation of opposing counsel that there must be more. We affirmatively created a document, Your Honor, to be more transparent than the records, where we summarize all of the communications. Yes, we don't have the text of the text messages, but we were completely forthright and set forth every text that was made. Plus, we turned over from Ms. Little, the only other person on the defense team who communicated with ARCA, we turned over her texts and the text of her text messages. There is nothing else in existence to provide, and importantly, the defense was under no order to preserve the text of text messages. And we have never received, as part of discovery in this case from the Commonwealth, any communications between the Commonwealth and its several experts. That has not been what has occurred in this case. But of course, once Your Honor on Friday issued that order to provide everything, we provided everything we can that we had. The bottom line is, Your Honor, we've turned over absolutely everything we have. And in addition to that, we created a document so that it would be easier. We're the one who showed all of these text messages from Mr. Jackson historically. We created that document. There's no basis for a discovery violation. There's no basis for an order violation. We are in full compliance. So that's the prong one, Your Honor. Prong one is what Mr. Brennan has alleged is incorrect because we turned over, and we did it recently and consistently. We've turned over all emails and Ms. Little's text we provided. There are no text messages in 2024, and there's no order that required those to be preserved, and there is no discovery violation because we can't be in violation of not turning over something that doesn't exist.
All right, go to the second.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Motion.
The second part of the motion, Your Honor, is the most maddening for the defense.
Go ahead.
And this is the timeline that I can go through very, very quickly. And essentially, what the Commonwealth just argued is we will be so prejudiced that if we get the work that ARCA is underway, working on, that we will be prejudiced because we won't have enough time to address it. Your Honor, the facts show that the timeline for this has been caused by the Commonwealth, not the defense. And I can do it quickly. July 2024, the first trial concludes. November 2024, 4 months later, the Commonwealth decides to retain Aperture. Their decision to wait 4 months to retain an expert, we're the defense. We defend what the Commonwealth alleges. January 30th, 2025, 2 months after that, and 6 months after the first trial, we get an Aperture letter report that's barely discernible about what they've done. It's a 1 page and 1/4 of conclusions and opinions in outline form. Next, January 31, 2025, we get the initial Aperture 140 slide presentation. January 31st, February 5th, we get the case file. In February of 2000, or February 19th, we finally get the raw images from Aperture and the scans. That's the first time we get raw images and scans. You can't have an expert work on anything until you even get those raw images and scans.
Yes.
We move, and we have a hearing on March 20, 2025 to preclude Dr. Welcher because the slides are so incoherent and the report is so insubstantial. We can't tell what it is their theory is. So then on March 24th, and at that hearing, the Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise that. So we're already into March 20th. The Commonwealth agrees to redact and revise. Your Honor put the defense on a short leash. We accepted it. And by March 24, we received the PowerPoint that was supposed of the Aperture that was supposed to be have two things happen. It was supposed to be redacted, and there were certain things that were supposed to be changed. What did we get on March 24th?
Tell me.
It wasn't redacted, and there were 3 substantive changes to it. The Commonwealth has said twice, including today, there were no substantive changes. There's 3 of them, and to the extent Your Honor wants to hear, I can detail exactly what those changes were.
Why don't you highlight them very quickly?
I want to hear it.
I will, Your Honor. I can do it quickly. Thank you for the opportunity. First one, slide 36, they changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. 102, they changed the conclusion regarding the time that the tail light was broken. No small change. 123, They changed the image of 34 Fairview. No small change. So we ended up getting those changes, and I want to be clear on the date. That's March 24th. We have a hearing on March 25th. We agreed to provide our response to these revised Aperture documents. Here is the key data point. On March 26th, the defense engages ARCA. Just 2 days after we get the revised PowerPoint with 3 substantive changes. And then we started to respond and provide more information. On March 27th, we responded to the Commonwealth's revised PowerPoint and the Welch report. And then the last 2 items, we renewed our request to preclude Dr. Welcher on Delbert Lanigan grounds. April 1st, and this is another key date, the court decision allowed Dr. Welcher to testify, but also allowed the defense to re-raise objections at trial when Dr. Welcher testified. What does that timeline show? That timeline shows that the Commonwealth took 6 months from the last trial. 6 months. And the defense took merely 2 days after they got the final report of Aperture to retain ARCA. Last point I want to make, Your Honor, is the argument of the Commonwealth that we strategically waited to retain ARCA. Nothing could be further from the truth. As the court knows, and has been the case with this unorthodox situation, ARCA was retained by the U.S. government. They worked pursuant to the U.S. government, and we had to get the permission of the U.S. government to retain ARCA. We moved expeditiously to do that. We got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the permission from the government, and as soon as we got the final version of Aperture documents, including scans, we put ARCA on it. It has only been since March 24th, not even a month, have we had finally the information from Aperture, which is still inadequate. Our experts still say, with regard to what Aperture did, in some instances, they can't even figure it out because the information is so inadequate. Nonetheless, because of all the considerations we're aware of, we had ARCA proceed forthwith with post-haste. And they are working post-haste. But, Your Honor, we are the defense. That's where I started. We had to understand as best we could what Aperture did. In conclusion, 2 points. No violation whatsoever on text messages, emails, court orders. All complete, robust compliance. And with regard to the allegation that there was something said, that there's some surprise that there were so many text messages, on June 10th, 2024, and I've got the transcript albeit on an electronic device, right in front of me. I just got to get the passcode. Mr. Jackson read a text message right live that he had with ARCA. He read it, and here's what it said. The court, okay. Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week, so I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson.
Hold on. The court reporter can't hear you. She asked you to stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Am I going
He
too
is
fast?
on.
Thank you. All right. Thank you. My apologies. So, Mr. Lally, so her issue is that she is available this week, but not next week, so I really need to get her in on Friday. Mr. Jackson. Dr. Wolf just texted me and said, I presumed you were in court. Give me a call when you're available. The court reporter. I'm getting an interference. Mr. Jackson, I'm so sorry. The court reporter, that's okay. We have been completely transparent that there were text messages as opposed to emails, text messages about scheduling, about other administrative matters. Mr. Brennan is completely free on cross-examination of ARCA to address every one of his speculations, every one of his suspicions, every one of the ghosts that have been created on this topic. He can address them. If he thinks that we're wrong, we're misstating, he's got the opportunity to speak to ARCA and ask those questions. Your Honor, it is improvident to, based upon speculation, preclude the defense from putting in a defense.
I'm not making a conclusion today regarding.
But you feel like it.
All right, so I need you to wrap it up because there's something I want to say.
Certainly, Your Honor, I'm going to wrap it up in 10 seconds.
Goodbye.
There are no violations of any discovery order, no violations of this court's order. And with regard to the retaining of ARCA, because we're the defense, we acted expeditiously in response to the information we're getting. And this can be tested with ARCA, the statement I'm going to make. To this date, ARCA still has trouble understanding what it is that Aperture did and didn't do, which was the reason for my Dalbert Lanigan motion, but we proceeded nonetheless. Happy to entertain responses to any questions.
All right. No, thank you. All right. So as you all know, I previously wanted you to have a seat, Mr. Alessi.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now that man must be worse than Trooper Paul. Whoever
I previously found and believe Mr. Alessi, when he was talking about the rules of professional conduct, did say, I agree, a violation of Rule 14, but not regarding the rules of conduct. At a prior hearing, I found a violation of the defense's reciprocal discovery obligations. It was clear to me, and I found that it was deliberate. This appears to me, contrary to what you've argued, Mr. Alessi, that this is another violation of my order and of the reciprocal discovery violations. We need to figure all of this out before you're allowed to call these witnesses. So I'm going to have a voir dire hearing this Friday. I know we planned on having the view. I need the ARCA witnesses here Friday morning. So we need a voir dire, if you intend to call them, a voir dire on all of this. And I will be sending an order for production of records. I just need to amend it
and what's
for ARCA to bring all these items with them. So Friday will be for ARCA for a voir dire hearing in the morning. So we'll see you tomorrow for trial, Friday morning for this.
May I inquire briefly for scheduling purposes?
Yes.
In light of the hearing on Friday, will it still be half a day, or are we expected to call witnesses on Friday?
No, it will be, if we could do, Mr. Alessi, how long do you think this voir dire might take?
Yeah, you want it?
I don't have an answer for you, Your Honor, right now, because I've got to talk to ARCA and I've got to understand what they have and what they don't have. So I think, in fairness, I think it could take some time.
All right. So no witnesses for Friday, and I think we'll give the jury the day.
And will it be a full day on Thursday?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yes. All right. So we'll see you then. I will issue an order, hopefully before the close of business today. Jimmy, can you stay and get this out today?
Sure.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Be fair. What do y'all think is going to happen if we have this voir dire, right? And everything the defense has presented to Bev is accurate. It feels like Bev is looking for something. Like, Lily, I don't think so. I don't think she's going to kick ARCA out. It seems like she doesn't want anything new that they may have to say in. Like, Emily, I already called her, she'll call me back. I was about to say she'll call me back, or I'll just talk to her on TikTok later. They don't want ARCA. They don't want ARCA. So it's nothing new. It's something with ARCA.
Beta, I really do believe this. I think Bev's issue is she doesn't know what's going on in the federal investigation. And because she doesn't know what's going on in the federal investigation, it's like she is trying to pry. They can't, Kate, but I feel like she thinks somehow she's going to get some clues or something. I don't know. They have the truth and she knows it. I do agree with that. But she wants to dig. She does. She does. It just doesn't. Y'all did the. Oh, it must be almost time for them to come back. Let's make sure we're up to speed. Oh, my bad, y'all. That's the wrong stream. She's trying to control something because my thing is, why does she believe the state so much over the defense? They just don't seem like people. Well, I don't know them. But with all that's going on with Karen, I would think they would be honest and upfront. You know, like, why would you make it harder for your client with lying? Not saying they won't do it, but they're in a position where everything they do will be scrutinized. So why would you not just follow the rules? Now, Kay, now that's something I can't understand because, hell, why we couldn't have a voir dire on Trooper Paul? If we want to talk about it, Trooper Paul didn't even know any formulas for physics. That's who needed to not be able to come in there and testify. Not ARCA, but I really do feel like if they can get ARCA out of here, it would help the state so much. Having ARCA in hurts them so bad because you got people with all of these qualifications that can say this shit, that he wasn't hit by a car. There's no way he was hit by a car. Paul knew math class and that's it. Do you hear me? And they stopped calling it math in elementary. I just want to throw that out there. They stopped just saying math class in elementary. And after that, it's called, wait a minute, or maybe 7th grade. I might be wrong. It might be 6th or 7th grade, depending on what math you take. Because I started taking algebra 1 in, I think, like 8th grade or something like that. So, I don't know. Yes, but Kay, here's the thing. I just, do y'all remember when Glanville used to say that all the time? If you don't believe me, if you have a problem with my ruling, take it up on appeal. I hate that. I hate it so bad because who wants to go through an appeal process? But damn it, you're right. That it feels like that's what she's doing. You think so? In the ARCA stuff? I think ARCA does prove her innocence, Chatty. You think so, Miss Sheila? Lex, why does ARCA scare Bev so bad? And here's the thing, too. If ARCA started out as a neutral party, like they didn't have a dog in the fight, hey, I want you to look at this case. Tell me what you guys think. If ARCA started out as a neutral party, if their findings were released to both sides, I'm wondering why the state didn't want to talk to them. And why, if you are supposed to be rooted in getting justice for John, why did their findings not say we need to drop the charges? She did not hit John. We've got to start from square one and figure out what happened to this man. Why? I don't think I took geometry until algebra 1. I took algebra 2 in 9th grade, and then I took geometry in 10th grade. But Mia, you're supposed to be looking for justice. That's my problem here. We're supposed to. I did not know Mr. John O'Keefe, but damn it, I want to know what happened to John. I want to know what happened to John. I want to know how this man, who I'm sure could defend himself,
how this man ended up at a home and killed within 10 minutes of entering that home. I want to know that. Why can't we try to really figure out what's going on with him, what happened to him, instead of trying to what's the word I'm looking for? Convict Karen. Instead of trying to convict Karen. Why can't we really be after justice for this man? They don't care about justice, pretty. That's true. Yep, oh yes. I don't know if somebody must have asked what ARC is, but they're an accident reconstruction and forensic engineering firm. I don't get it. I really don't understand it. She said, because nothing they said fits their narrative. Agreed. Their findings put law enforcement officers at the head of his murder, and they can't do that to their own. Hell, he was one of their own. He was one of their own. That's just that, yeah. When I tell you, it's so much in this case that pisses you off so bad because, man, it could happen to any one of us. Karen was a woman who, prior to this, was getting up going to work every day. Now, for the last, 3-4 years, she's been fighting to stay out of jail. This could be any one of us. I hope y'all be live streaming and doing some TikTok videos about me, okay? Tell them I didn't do it. Tell them I didn't do it. She wouldn't do that. It frustrates me because I'm watching the prosecution, even with Carrie, clearly lied on the stand. You want to make excuses for her lies. But if, Lord forbid, now John's dad said he was dead before they were even told the man was dead. Lord forbid Karen said. It's a problem when Karen says it. But it was not a problem when his father said it. Pretty, and that's why I love you. You better be on these lives every day. Every day. We're airing it. Aaron, I need some signs. Like, look, Lord forbid that ever happens to me, God. Lord Jesus. But I'm just saying, this could be any of us out here. This could be any of us, baby. I better see some TikToks. I'm gonna be called. Y'all remember when Duke was in jail and he called back and he said what my Instagram looked like? Yes, what they saying on TikTok? Tell me what's going on. Like, it could be any of us, and I think that's what the scary part of this trial is. I'm actually happy she's been able to get this many eyes on her, but it's really scary. Campbell, you better be up there. I'm talking about you better get Miss Kittenhill together every day on TikTok. Every day after court, you better get Miss Kittenhill together, okay? I do think if it was another judge, this case would be different. I almost wish they had another judge. But, talking to the lawyers Monday, they don't think that she's a problem. So from their point of view, they say it's no reason for her to get off the case. I said, oh, okay. Maybe Yates, there is Yates right there. Yates, can you, Tane, I don't know if they're finna start. Yates, tonight we want to talk about why you guys feel the things that Bev does is like, it doesn't seem biased. Or I don't think you guys said the word she doesn't seem biased, but you said that she shouldn't be recused. She hasn't done anything to be recused is what the agreement was. Because this whole ARCA thing, I don't feel good about the ARCA thing. I just don't. They're still on lunch. They're probably coming back about now, though. Yes, Brianna. Brianna said we're gonna get him to get YSL Barbie. Yes, watch openings. Yes, y'all. We're gonna be on TikTok live. Me, Yates, Miss J, and if other people pop in. But I want Yates to answer that. Kind of see, because they're gonna see things differently. But the ARCA stuff is very. I don't know. The Arca stuff is a little alarming to me. Arca knows he wasn't hit by a car, which is why I don't understand why. I think that's why they're fighting so hard to exclude them. But why is Bev allowing it? And if everything happens the way the defense says it did, and there's no violation, why is she so set on giving them a violation? Who do y'all think will cross? I don't think Peggy should be crossed. I don't think you should cross Peggy. Just leave it alone. Kay, I asked this question. Kay. My thing was if they were the neutral party in this, why wouldn't you? I'd be running to talk to them. And if they concluded that this man was not hit by a car, I need to go back and look at the evidence with fresh eyes because I missed something. He wasn't hit by a car. Well, damn it, what could have happened? The only other explanation, we better talk to the people in that house. I don't understand why that wasn't done. I wouldn't cross her though. I wouldn't cross Peggy. Let Peggy get up there and cry her eyes out. Let her do it. I'm glad she got bummed. Me too, kids. I'm happy she was able to bond out. I'm happy she was able to bond out. Like, it's a neutral party. Why wouldn't you want to talk to Arca? I would want to talk to Arca. Olivia Benson would talk to Arca. Okay? The police wouldn't have even taken this to Barbara. And if they figured something out and Barbara had it, they're coming back. We were wrong. This may have, something else may have happened to him. What new are they bringing in? I don't know, Brianna. We're gonna. I think they're having the hearing on Monday now, which is great. Which is great that they're having on Monday. So, Kay, let me tell you what. Someone messaged me on X. Hold on. Okay, hold up. Somebody messaged me on X and said, looks like Tom Beatty and his daughter might be the witnesses who will put John in the house. I said, oh my God, I wonder how they can do that. Wait, is this the girl who was there earlier or something in the day? And she said, yeah, the daughter was at the party with Colin. I saw this on X. Someone put this in my comments before. Oh, I'm streaming tomorrow, Brianna. I think it's Friday, but Friday sounds like it's going to be an iffy day. I told Mariah, baby, I can't leave in the middle of the week. I can do Friday because Friday was supposed to be a non-jury day anyway. So I can do Friday, then stream it on Saturday. But yes. Hold up, Mel, read my comment. Hold up. Chris Alberts. Oh, yeah. I know, Sarah. They told me when we watched the first trial. So, but Kate, some people in my comments, that's why I know the Karen Reed universe can be mean, but I get more love than hate, and they be giving me all the tea because they know I just stepped in. So there's a girl. They say she left there. They say she left before John got there, or they said she wasn't there. This is just, I don't know, but apparently she was there. She was at the party with Colin. So I don't know if that's going to be the eyewitness, but that's what someone messaged me on X. Well, Bridget, the only reason I have to get my daughter from college. That's what we're talking about. So I'm going to not be streaming on Friday, but Miss J is streaming. So feel free to go to Miss J's stream, but I'll be back. And I don't like to miss days. If I miss, I'm always going to I'm going to stream it and watch it. So if I'm not here Friday, when it's going on, then I'll stream it on Saturday. So that's what she's asking me about. No, it's not a Nagel sister. No, this is Tom Beatty. Remember, was it Julie? Or it may have been Jen that said something about Tom Beatty. She was going to call him because John was supposed to go to his house or something. Something to that effect Jen said about Tom Beatty. Wait, then Colin called Tom's daughter. It's something. It's something, Bridget. But they're saying that may be it. Bridget, stop it. But yeah, if I'm not here on Friday, I'll stream on Saturday. For those who don't watch, but Miss J is going to be streaming too. I don't even know I'm gonna stream on Saturday. I don't want to say that because if Miss J watches it, it's 6 hours. I'm driving. I gotta drive a minivan to the school. So I will more than likely be watching as I'm driving. Yeah, but yeah, so if I forgot about Miss J streaming, so I'll probably just be on the stream. Forgot that fast. Spoke this morning. Let that sink in. Forrest, what Forrest? I knew she was going to say that. I knew that. So it said Thomas Beatty from Canton and Aaron Beatty Canton are on the defense witness list. Here we go. No, they're coming back after lunch, Val. Listening. Well, you know what I mean, Derry. I'll definitely be listening, not watching. But I'm definitely, I have to drive 6 hours. So, and I'm leaving. I think I pick up the rental car at like 9 a.m. So as soon as I get the rental car, I'm on the road. And then I'll get to Jackson, get her packed up, Lord, and then I'm gonna come right back. But it'll be okay. I will not be watching and driving. I will be listening, probably listening and cursing. I will be listening and cursing on Friday. Yes, so Friday, thank you, pretty. Miss J will be she'll be home and streaming. So I won't be streaming, but go to Miss J's channel and I'll definitely be in the comments when I can. I'll be in the comments and listening. But Friday, I think they are going to go ahead with witness testimony because Monday is going to be the day that they'll try to have ARCA there. I'm going to Jackson State. She's in Jackson State, Mississippi. In Mississippi. Oh, Nisha, my little cousin is in the band at Jackson. And girl, my baby, he plays the flute right now, but I don't think he's going to keep playing the flute. He says he's ready to move on. When he started playing the flute, he was in 6th grade and he only wanted to play so that he could play some anime, something called Naruto. He wanted to Ash, I'm watching it driving right now. Please stop it. He wanted to I'm gonna get you a trucker headset. Please don't. But yeah, he wanted to I don't know if he went to Cali, Nisha. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know if I saw his mom post any pictures. He's a freshman, but I don't know if he went to Cali. But LJ said he thinks he may want to go to Jackson State. At first he said, well, no. I said, that's the best band. If you're going to go, that's the best band. So my baby said, well, maybe. But hopefully he changes what instrument he plays. I think he's going to do that this year. He'll be in 8th grade this year. So I'm sure he's going to switch it up. Listen, love the boom, okay? My mom graduated from Jackson State. Mariah, I don't think she's going back, but she went there for a year. So, Erica, he said the trumpet or the trombone. Well, I mean, he didn't say trumpet or trombone. I really would love him to play the sax. I said, go play the sax so you can play at some brunches, and I can come to brunch and listen to you play. Nah, it's not Rito. It's not Rito, not Naruto. Well, you knew what I was talking about, Caitlin. You knew what I was talking about. I could have sworn he said Naruto. It's Naruto. That's it. Craig Munn got a good band now. When I went there, I don't remember Craig Munn having like a really great band. Y'all know what I'm talking about.
All right. Thank you, jurors. Thank you. All right. Your next witness, please, Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth calls Peggy O'Keefe.
I thought it was Naruto. Nar. So y'all know what I'm talking about. All these different pronunciations in here. That's the mom. That's the mom. Me and Jasmine, because they knew what I was talking about. Your mama worked at Craig Mud. I went to Craig Mud for 2 years.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give before the jury in the case now here should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
And Peggy been sitting in trial for all this time, even at the hearing.
So, good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe. Yeah. All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mrs. O'Keefe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Brennan.
Could you kindly introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Margaret O'Keefe. I am John O'Keefe's mother.
Oh, she sounds so bossy.
Are you married?
Yes,
Who are you married to?
John O'Keefe Jr.
How long have you been married for?
Too long. 53 years.
I'm sorry, ma'am, I didn't hear you.
53. Long enough?
How long have you lived in the area?
We moved to Canton 3 years ago.
Before you moved to Canton 3 years ago, where did you live?
Braintree.
How long had you lived in Braintree for?
50 years?
Damn.
Did you begin your family in Braintree?
No, we lived in Mattapan first, and that's where my daughter was born. And then we moved to Braintree.
Your daughter was born when you were in Mattapan?
Mm-hmm.
Your daughter's name?
Kristen.
How many children did you have?
3.
You, Kristen and John?
And Paul.
Is Paul the youngest, the baby?
The baby.
Did you raise your children, how long were you in Mattapan before you moved closer to here?
I'm sorry, repeat that?
How long did you live in Mattapan before you moved closer?
2 years.
And then the rest of the time you were in the area?
In Braintree.
Tell me a little bit about your immediate family.
My daughter.
I knew it. I know it's not fake, but I knew she was gonna cry. That's why they put her up there.
Kristen had a tumor, a cancerous tumor that she had for 5 months. She died in November.
I knew this.
At 13. She had 2 children. And then 2 months after she passed, her husband passed.
He passed. They
from a
never
heart
say
attack.
how. Oh, a heart attack. Damn.
And then you all know about John. And then my son Paul is
over there.
She mad she stuck with Paul. Saying
That was 2013, ma'am. Could I ask you about her children?
She had 2 children, Kaylee, who's now 17, and Patrick is 14. And he's a run for my money.
Do you remember how old the children were when your daughter passed?
3 and 6.
it's crazy.
When that happened, was there any plan for the children?
As far as?
What was going to happen with the children?
When she passed?
Yes, ma'am.
And when he passed?
Yes, ma'am.
My son decided to be the head guardian, and then we had I was the other guardian, and there was Steve's brother and sister with the other 2 guardians. So there's 4 of us.
May I approach to adjust the microphone?
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Talking too soft? Okay.
Did I understand that there was a decision that John would be the primary guardian?
Yes.
Can you share with us how that decision came about?
Well, he was single. The other 2 guardians were married, and they didn't have children, but he decided to do it himself, and then I was the second one in case he needed me. So I was over there most of the time, like when the kids get home from school or, take them places, and then have them on weekends so he could have a break. So that's what I did.
Did other people help out in addition to you and John?
Yes, my husband was there, and Paul and Erin were there, and the other members of Steve's family.
I understand at some point John worked in law enforcement.
Yes.
Besides that, could you just share just a little bit about him with us?
He was a police officer at headquarters. And before, when he first started, he was in Hyde Park, and then he moved to Dorchester, and then into Boston itself, and that's what he did.
I was hoping if you could tell us a little bit about John besides his work.
He was enthusiastic with sports. He was wonderful with the kids. He took care of them and did everything for them. Take them places on vacations and everything. He was their number one, and they called him JJ.
Would you mind if I showed you a photograph?
No.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you a photograph.
Okay.
And could you tell us what you see?
That's my son?
Thank you. May I introduce this as an exhibit?
Yes.
Exhibit 16.
Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Yes.
Ms. O'Keefe, do you know when this picture was taken?
Oh, I really don't know. It was in the summer of I don't know what year. I really don't know the year. But is that one he probably took into a fair or an amusement park, and he had his picture taken there with it, and then the kids were with him too. So,
Do you know how old he was in that picture?
43, maybe.
What year was John born?
75.
Ms. Gilman, could you take the photo down, please? How old was John when he passed?
45. My mind's not working right now.
I understand. It's okay. Can I ask you a few more questions? Okay. You let me know. I want to go back to the morning of January 29th, 2022.
Why would I ain't do this?
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Were you home?
I was home in Braintree.
In Braintree.
Mhm.
Who were you with?
My husband.
Did you receive a phone call?
Yes, from Carrie Roberts. It was about 6:15, between 6:15 and 6:30 in the morning.
Did you know Carrie Roberts?
Yes.
How did you know her?
She lived in Braintree for a while. John and her were friends. They went to the junior prom together. And then we found out that she moved. She lived in Canton, and she was around the corner from us, and she helped us out with the kids.
And when you were helping take care of the kids, would you often see Miss Roberts?
Yeah, because she'd take Patrick and her son Ryan places. And yeah, so I saw her all the time.
Often?
Yeah.
When she called you that morning, do you remember the conversation?
Yeah, she said John was found in a snowbank. And I didn't understand, which I said, what do you mean found in a snowbank? She said, they found him in the snow. They don't know what happened. She says he's brought up to the Good Samaritan Hospital.
He shouldn't have made her relive this.
So she says, I'm going to come get you and Papa because I don't want you driving. I says,
we can drive there. We both have 4-wheel drives. She says, no, I'm coming. So she came to get us.
Mm-hmm.
And it took a while to get there because the snow was bad.
And in the meantime, I had called one of my nieces to find out, because one of my other nieces worked at Good Samaritan. I just wanted to know if she could find out anything about it. And I just couldn't get a hold of her. So when we get up there, they told us to sit in this room, and they would bring us down shortly. So finally they said, okay, you can go down. So we started walking down the corridor, and as I'm walking down, I hear Karen Reed yell, "Peg, is he dead? Is he dead, Peg? Peg, is he dead?" And I just kept walking, and then I asked, I don't know who it was, a nurse or a worker at the hospital, and I said, "What is she doing here?" And she said, "Oh, she's being psych evaluated." So then they brought us down to the room where my son was.
Yeah, we did, Phoenix.
He's bruised up, his eyes were closed. It's just not a good scene.
Okay. I'd like to go back, if I may.
Okay.
May I?
Yep.
They found the body right about 6 o'clock.
When Kerry Roberts picked you up in the car, did anybody go with you and Miss Roberts on the drive from your home in Braintree to Good Samaritan Hospital?
No, we were the only three in the car.
Who was the third person?
My husband.
During the drive to Good Samaritan Hospital that morning,
Yep.
did you ever have a chance while you were in the car to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
Please tell the jury about that conversation.
She, I asked her what happened, and she said, we went to a party. I left him there. I said, "You just left him there?" She said, "Yes, I just left him there."
Did she say whether she left him inside or outside?
No, she just said, "I left him there."
Did she tell you whether or not she left him in the driveway or the street?
She just said, "No, I just left him there."
You told us that when you got into Good Samaritan Hospital, you were walking down the hallway and you had another interaction with the defendant.
Yes.
And you told us that she was asking if he was dead.
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe a little bit where in the hospital you had this interaction with her?
When they took us down to the emergency room, the doors open, and there was a corridor to go down to the other rooms, and she was on the left-hand side, and that's when she saw me come in, and that's when she started yelling, "Is he dead, Peg? Is he dead, Peg?"
So when she was yelling, could you describe her mood or demeanor? Was
Frantic.
she animated?
Animated.
Just loud, and I don't know. She was just loud, and as she was saying it.
And when she was asking you, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" did you again ask her a question?
I just asked the nurse, "What is she doing here?"
That's his
And did you
girlfriend.
speak
I don't like
to
Peg now.
Miss Reed herself?
No.
I don't like Peg, because why wouldn't his girlfriend be there?
At some point, and you and your husband got to see John?
Yes.
And were you with Kerry at some point?
Kerry was there, and then my son Paul was there.
Carrie can be there, but Karen can't.
How did you get home?
I think I went home with Paul, and I think my husband went home with Kerry. We went back to Canton at the time.
Do you remember generally the time frame? Was it morning, afternoon, evening?
No, it was morning.
Do you remember getting home that day?
Yeah. It was snowy, icy.
Was anybody home when you got back?
No, it was just us. And then the kids started coming home. And that's when I was trying to, take care of them. And then there was a knock at the door. And it was Karen, her father, and her brother asked if they could come in. And I was just trying to calm the kids because Patrick was just out of control, yelling. And then they came in. And then he said, "Do you mind if we go upstairs and get a couple of her things?"
which I never should have let them go up there. But at the
Please,
time,
Peg, doing too damn much.
I just couldn't think straight, and I really didn't have anybody else to help me keep them down in the kitchen.
Why?
So I don't know what they got up there, what they did up there.
Her clothes there. I don't care for.
How long were they, when you say upstairs, do you know what room they went to?
I assume the bedroom.
So I'm going to strike that, Mrs. O'Keefe. If you could just, what you actually know, okay? And Mr. Brown can ask a better question.
Get off.
Could I
You got a
leave a
roll in
bit?
her eyes.
Yes.
Ma'am, how many rooms are upstairs in John's home?
1, 2, 3, 4 bedrooms and an office. And off the master bedroom, there's a bathroom, and then there's a closet. It's a big house.
Did you see the defendant and her father go upstairs?
I didn't really see them go up, but I knew they were up there because I could hear them.
You didn't follow them up or go to look?
No.
You didn't know which room or rooms they were in?
No, I'm assuming the bathroom and the master bedroom.
My question was poor. You didn't see which rooms they actually went in?
No.
How long was the defendant upstairs in John's home with her father?
I don't know, maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Did you see them come back down?
No, I did not.
When they were upstairs, what were you doing?
I was trying to calm the kids.
Both of them?
But yeah, well, mainly Patrick.
How was Patrick reacting?
He was very upset once we told him because he slept over a friend's house the night before, and he just said, I'll never see him again. Sorry.
Would you like a moment?
Mrs. O'Keefe, would you like to take a short break?
No,
I don't need no damn breaks. We just had one. Let her get through this. Because that's real nasty.
You can just let me know when you're ready. Take your time.
Go ahead.
You ready?
Go ahead.
That's nasty. I'm trying to be objective. That's just nasty. You can tell what she's doing. Should have never let
That
her go.
morning, when the defendant and her father came into your home, did you personally interact with the defendant?
No.
Was there any hugs, condolences?
No.
You didn't hug her?
Did you ever
The hell?
confront the defendant with any accusations when she was in your home that morning?
I don't even remember her being in the house. When she went upstairs, that's the last I saw of her.
Did you ever lean over a kitchen island? Do you have a kitchen island in your house?
No.
Did you ever lean over the kitchen island and say, I think he looks like he got hit by a car?
No. I don't remember talking to her
Where'd that come
that morning.
Did you see when she left?
This one said, so she left out the window.
Did you ever see her Lexus in the driveway?
No.
The children, who's their guardian and custodian now?
Well, there's still 4 of us. 4 of us.
Where do they live?
One in Boston, one in Stoughton, and Paul's in Bridgewater, and
I think he took the kids back.
me,
Where do the children live?
Yeah.
with me, in Canton.
They live with you full time?
Yes,
You're their primary caretaker?
yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, just a little.
They're gonna cross her? They're gonna cross her? Look at Paul. Look at Paul, y'all.
Okay.
They're gonna cross her? It might be quick. It might be quick.
Mrs. O'Keefe, I'm very, very sorry for your loss. I have no questions for you.
Oh, who said that's what he was gonna do? Someone said that in the chat. That's exactly what he did. I know that's right, Allie. I know that's right. Yes, I know that's right. Yeah, exactly what. Yes, I see you in Instagram. I mean,
I would like to introduce 2 clips, labeled 4 and 5.
okay. We go with these clips again.
Yeah, both on. Both,
Can you explain?
both clips 4 and 5 are on that zip drive.
Okay. 17.
There's no objection to these? I don't know what they are.
It's for a second.
Mm. Y'all, that was good. That was good, y'all. I enjoyed that little. I'm sorry for your loss. I have no questions. I enjoyed that. I do, because it shows class. Listen, we are sorry that you had to go up this. I'm sorry they made you get up here. I'm sorry they made you get up here. I like that. Well, Gwen, I told you, I think he's going to do this every time. He's going to do this in between every witness. In between every witness, we're going to get this. Listen, Ebony. Look at Paul. Is that Paul's wife? Y'all, she done color her hair, or is that somebody else? Y'all, is that the girlfriend back there with this red hair? Because that looks like a wig. Is that the girlfriend back there? The ex from 20-something years ago? Yep, that's her. Erin done color her hair. That's the cousin. Okay. Okay, that's the cousin. Peggy, you made it. You made it, even though you were being messy. That's the witness. Ash, you remember that lady got up there? We said, now where'd she get that shake and go wig from? She done threw her shake and go wig on and got up on that stand. It said Turtle Boy can come back on the stand, can come back in now. Her husband didn't even show up for his wife's testimony. Well, y'all said they don't really talk for real. So, who do y'all think is next? John's dad hasn't been there in a while. I haven't seen him. Remember, he stopped coming. We stopped seeing him, so I don't know what's going on there. This might just be too much for him. But she's at every trial, every hearing. She is always there. She's still crying, yeah. Key, every time I see that lady, I think about you saying Roseanne Barr. Do you think that's who's next? They're saying Garino is next. I think I'm anxious for Jen, the Alberts. Is Allie gonna cry again? Is she even are they gonna make her testify since she can't do the whole Colin thing anymore? Are we going to have anything from, are we going to have anything from Proctor? Is Proctor going to plead the fifth? Or is Proctor going to get up there and try to testify again? I think he's going to plead the fifth. I don't think he's going to testify. She said John's daddy don't give a damn. Peggy seemed like she like making herself sad here, because how many times you got to hear this? I don't know why she's sitting through it in the courtroom like that. Not, you know what, Black Sheep, please get off the line. Talking about, is that Jimmy Carter? I haven't seen them show the jurors. The jurors are up, close to the front, I thought.
There is another short recess. Hopefully you'll get to walk right through the first section of the courtroom this time. Thank you.
Court, all rise, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
Jimmy Carter is kind of on point, right? Does Bev really smoke cigarettes, guys? Because y'all saying that y'all are saying that she take a smoke break. Does she really smoke cigarettes? Hold on.
Jury is excellent. Please be seated.
All right, so I'll watch the first one, then I'll hear your argument, Mr. Brennan and Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
So, Ms. Gilman, if you play that first one, please.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked taillight and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. I said, Dad, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave because I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
All right, so tell me why I should admit that clip.
You should admit this clip because it demonstrates consciousness of guilt. On the morning of John's death, Miss O'Keefe sees her son at the hospital and goes back to Mr. O'Keefe's home. In the driveway is the alleged murder weapon, the Lexus with the broken taillight. It's the middle of a snowstorm, and a prelude to that is there is a phone call from the defendant's father to the Dighton police looking for a ride to go in and see his daughter at the Good Samaritan Hospital. He's looking for a police ride because the weather conditions are so terrible. When the Dighton Police Department declines that ride, he gets the assistance of his son and his son's wife pick him up and bring him to the hospital. At the hospital, there are a number of comments made. I think I hit something. There is evidence we have where the defendant, her mother, and her father admittedly discuss in different ways the broken taillight. It is an issue that is primary on their mind. In this tumultuous, grieving moment, the taillight is central between these parties. Uninvited, the defendant and her father go to the O'Keefe house without invitation. They knock on the door and they ask to come in. They go into the house. There does not seem to be any interaction, at least with Peggy O'Keefe. And curiously, they go upstairs for 15 minutes. They stay at the house for less than an hour. This is a family that's grieving the loss of their son. Less than an hour, they go back outside. Instead of leaving in the one car, they take the alleged murder weapon, they get into two cars, and they drive away and remove the Lexus with the broken taillight from the scene. That is clear consciousness of guilt evidence, removing the murder weapon from an area where witnesses can see, photograph, identify the damage. In fact, despite the other evidence about the cracked taillight in the testimony, it is a centrally contested issue in this case. The defense is already questioned and confronted, as they have a right to do, about the shape, manner, and extent of that broken taillight. the removal of it is helpful for the defendant. And so the fact that they stay for less than an hour, remove the Lexus from the scene is important. This statement by the defendant is clearly an attempt to create an excuse, a ruse, for why they removed the murder weapon from the scene. It is an attempt to suggest that she somehow is targeted. She somehow on that morning is victimized. She somehow on that morning is the intent or the object of something that is abusive from Peggy O'Keefe. And so this evidence will demonstrate a key part of our consciousness of guilt evidence on this issue, that there was no viable reason to take that evidence from the scene other than to obscure it. It was not because Peggy O'Keefe yelled at her or intimidated her or threatened her. This was, again, a central conversation between her, her father, and her mother in those early morning hours. This is what was foremost in their mind. And so that's why it's not only relevant, it is an extraordinarily strong piece of the consciousness of guilt evidence. And inevitably, the defense may or may not try to provide some type of explanation or excuse, but we have a right to the full force of our proof, and this is part of it.
All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to the first clip, which is clip 4,
That's the only one we're discussing right now.
then in that case, now that I look at it and I see the transcript, I'll withdraw an objection. I don't care. It's not, I don't agree with anything Mr. Brennan just said. It doesn't go to consciousness of guilt. As a matter of fact, I think it very clearly shows the opposite. But
Okay, so there's no objection. So there wasn't an objection until I said, is there any objection to this? And then you all came to sidebar. I mean, they were just going to play. So there's no objection to the first clip, right?
yes, correct.
Okay, so let's hear.
I made an objection to sidebar.
Okay, so Mr. Brennan, play the second one, please.
Yes.
And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car.
Okay, so tell me how this comes in.
Similarly, consciousness of guilt evidence, the defendant making what we allege is a false statement to try to excuse her conduct of removing evidence of a crime from the scene. This has additional import. It has two facets to it. One, equally as important for consciousness of guilt in the first part, as I supported for clip number 4 or 5. Secondly, it is important because we've heard testimony from Peggy O'Keefe that this claim never happened. So we now have direct testimony that she did not have a conversation with the defendant, did not make these claims to the defendant. And so while also consciousness of guilt evidence, it has additional support from the previous clip.
All right, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you. With this video clip, Your Honor, it's very different. It has absolutely nothing to do with consciousness of guilt. The argument is baffling. How could that possibly be consciousness of guilt if my client is simply reiterating something that she believes somebody else said? This clip is obviously, very obviously, and strategically being used to try to vilify my client with something that's completely irrelevant. In Massachusetts, you can't call a witness just for the purposes of impeaching them. What this clip would be doing is purporting to impeach Mrs. O'Keefe, who just testified, I never said that. I never said it. I never leaned over the island counter. Never happened. So bringing this in would be used to impeach their own witness. And that's what can't be done in Massachusetts. With regard to consciousness of guilt, how does my client reiterating or stating that something that the victim's mother may or may not have said, how does that relate to consciousness of guilt? It doesn't. This is simply a wolf in sheep's clothing. They're trying to get it in because it makes my client look bad. They've just put on a very, very sympathetic and empathetic witness, John O'Keefe's mother, and they're trying to make my client, Ms. Reed, look bad by saying something what they perceive to be pejorative, in a tone that's pejorative about that very same witness. He's trying to, at this point, there is no issue about whether or not Peggy O'Keefe leaned over and said something about the car, being hit by the car. He's trying to create the issue so that he can put this video clip in. It has nothing to do with consciousness of guilt.
It's not for impeachment of Peggy O'Keefe. We don't take the position that Peggy O'Keefe is lying. This is a statement of the defendant. It's in the form of an admission or a statement, which qualifies for admission substantively, not for impeachment purposes. The defendant should not be able to pick and choose which of her statements do not look good for her and do not look bad for her. She made the statements that are relevant to this case. It's not unfairly prejudicial. It's a statement that they embraced and they chose and they publicized, and it goes directly to the issue of consciousness of guilt. Just because it hurts, just because it's incriminating, just because it's difficult for the defense is not a basis to preclude it. It is an admission, a statement of the defendant. It's admitted substantively.
If that were true, Your Honor, then they would simply put in the transcript. They wouldn't need to play the video. Transcript is one line. And his mother leans over the kitchen island and says to me, I think he looks like he got hit by a car. He looks like he got hit by a car. Sorry. I think he looks like he got hit by a car. It looks like he got hit by a car. They just put that statement in. They want to play this because of its prejudice, because of the tone that it sets. It's not in evidence at this point. The witness who supposedly said the statement has denied having said it and said it never occurred. This is far, far more prejudicial than it is probative. If they want to simply use the transcript, that's one thing. But playing this video is simply being used to vilify my client because of the tone of voice she used in the clip. That's it. That's what's not allowed. That's overly prejudicial, and it's not relevant.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to think about this. And if I decided to let it in, you can let it in first thing tomorrow morning. I'm not going to let it in now.
May I ask for a ruling in the morning?
Yes.
May I introduce the one that was not objected to?
Yes. Do you want a consciousness of guilt instruction, Mr. Jackson?
No, we don't believe that
So you're in agreement that that statement just comes in?
we're not objecting. I'm not trying to introduce it. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm not trying.
No,
to
I said you're okay.
But I'm not objecting that it at this point that it should come in.
Okay. We'll bring the jurors back and we'll do that. Tony, can they come right in, or is it going to be 5 minutes? Can they come right in? Thank you.
Oh, yeah. May I clip that's under consideration and just admit the other one?
Yes, and give it to me so I can look at it, please.
So I'm sorry, Your Honor, do you want me to leave that on there so you can look at it tonight? And if we decide to take it off in the morning?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Because you can just single it out and play one, right? Okay, thank you. Chrissy.
Okay, who y'all believe, Peggy or Karen? Peggy seemed like, I'm sorry, Peggy is not finna make me believe she didn't say one damn word to Karen. She just don't strike me as that type of person, especially since
We all know she didn't care for Karen. I do believe Peggy, first of all, she was in the car with Carrie. She was in the car with Carrie. Sorry, y'all, I had this food right here. She was in the car with Carrie, first of all. You want me to believe Carrie didn't tell you whatever it is Jen was telling her? She told you. She told you. I think Peggy did say that. Yes, T, I think she said it.
All rise to the court, please. Jury centering.
I think she said it. Yep. I'm telling y'all, he said that to Karen. And then her trying to say, I should have never let her in the house. What the hell was Karen going to do in that house besides get her stuff and walk back out? She didn't have access to the cameras. All she can do is get her stuff and go out. Peggy said was saying that John looked like he'd been hit by a car. That's not my first thought. My first thought would be John looked like he got his ass beat, is what I would have said. But I don't believe Peggy. But Peggy said she never saw Karen leave. She
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Peggy's probably like watching her like a hawk. Yes, you left my son at a party. She was pissed at Karen.
Hey,
Yes, please.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce clip number 4.
They had pulled into the driveway before me, so I was presuming she saw my cracked tail light and was thinking, did you hit my son? I could sense from her that she was looking at me very warily. And then when John's nephew came home, I just wanted to see him and squeeze him. It was quite uncomfortable. To Deb, come upstairs to the master bedroom. I said, I think I need to leave. I said, I think John's mother thinks I did something to John.
I believe it. I would leave too. Peggy doesn't see.
May I call my next witness, Your Honor?
Please.
The Commonwealth calls Nicholas Garino.
All right, here goes Garino, y'all. Okay, I'm about to eat my lunch, y'all, but I'm gonna come in. Please.
Do you solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and here and should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thanks. You can take it.
Hi. Stand or sit, however you're most comfortable, okay?
Thank you, Your Honor.
May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes. My name is Nicholas Garino.
Mr. Garino, where do you work?
I work at the Massachusetts State Police at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police for?
This is year 10 now.
How long have you been assigned to the District Attorney's Office for?
Since November of 2019, so 5-ish years, 6 years.
I want to go backwards a little bit. Can you tell me a little bit about what you did before you began working for the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, sir. I was a Norwood police officer for almost 11 years.
So how long have you been in law enforcement between being a Norwood police officer and a Massachusetts State Police officer?
February of this year started my 20th year in law enforcement.
Did you go to school before you became a law enforcement officer?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College, Westfield State University now.
Did you graduate?
Yes, I did.
Can you remember what year you graduated in?
Yes, it was 2003.
Did you have a particular degree from Westfield State?
Yes, I double majored. I got a major in criminal justice and mass communications.
When you began as a police officer with the Norwood Police Department, did you have to go into any type of specific training?
Yes, I went to the police academy.
And how long is the police academy?
6 months.
Generally and briefly, what was taught at the academy?
How to conduct investigations, respond to calls. They did a standard field sobriety testing week, physical training, Massachusetts law and criminal procedure.
When you began as a Norwood police officer, were you a patrol officer?
Yes, I was.
And did you remain a patrol officer for the 10 or 11 years you were there?
Yes, I was also part-time in the detail office. But,
What does that mean?
handling jobs when we're off. So filling details like road construction, I'm sorry.
When you left Norwood and began working with the Massachusetts State Police, based on your prior training, did you have to go through further training or were you ready to just begin?
No, I had to go to the State Police Academy for 6 months.
After you got out of the State Police Academy, were you assigned to a barracks?
Yes, I was assigned to the South Boston Barracks for my training. And then once my break-in training was done, I was assigned to the Holden Barracks near Worcester.
At some point during your time in your career with the Massachusetts State Police, did you start to receive any type of training in the specific field?
I'm sorry.
Did you receive any specialized training at the Massachusetts State Police after the academy?
Once I got into the district attorney's office, yes.
And can you tell us a little bit about what type of specialized training you received when you were assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
Yes. So I was hired by the district attorney's office. I do cell phone and computer forensics, as well as I'm a sexual assault investigator. I had prior sexual assault investigator school done, and I went for digital forensics classes as part of my now daily duties.
In order to work with cell phone forensics, did you have any particular background in it at that point?
I had taken some classes when I was at Norwood PD, but I didn't have any of the Cellbrite or Axiom classes that I do now.
We'll talk about those in a minute so you can give a little more explanation. Did you ever receive a specific advanced degree in data forensics?
No, I didn't.
Did you ever receive any specialized further degree, a master's in data forensics?
No.
So your training came while you were a Massachusetts State Police officer through the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's correct.
What type of courses did you take to learn about forensics?
The first one I took was Cellbrite certified CCO, CCPA is their intro course that teaches you how to use the program and how to extract cell phones using Cellbrite program.
There's a couple words I want you to help us understand.
Yes.
The first is an extraction. What is, as simple as you can, a cell phone extraction?
Yes. Quite literally is plugging the phone into specialized hardware or software, and it pulls the data from that device to make a digital copy of it, so that way we can load it up later to look at it.
So when you extract the phone through a download, it basically mimics the content of the phone, but it's in a different shell. It's in a different form than inside the actual phone itself.
Yes, exactly. That way we're not manipulating or changing any data while looking, because if we were to open the device, it would change data by going through the phone itself or computer.
When you plug it in, can you explain a little bit about what you're plugging it into?
Yes. So the main program and hardware that we use is GrayKey. It is, again, specialized software and hardware that once the phone's plugged into it, the software is able to extract the information if we have the passcode. If we don't have the passcode and the phone is supported, it's able to guess that passcode depending on how long. Like for an iPhone, if you have a 4-digit, it could take months. If you have a 6-digit, it could take up to 35 years.
So does the phone have to be accessible to actually do that download through Gray Key? Do you have to be able to open the phone with the passcode?
No. So if we don't have the passcode and it's supported, it can guess the passcode without making the phone useless after, say, for an iPhone, I believe it's 10 passcodes.
Is it a quicker process if you do have the passcode?
Much. It would take hours to download the device, depending on how much information's on it.
How do you ensure that the information that you extract from the actual device is accurate and the same when you're making a copy? How do you ensure the integrity of it?
So with Gray Key, it produces a progress report as it goes through its process. There are only two fields that we can sort of amend in that PDF that it spits out is the ID number and then the investigator name. So after the data is pulled out, it creates a hash value, which is like a digital fingerprint for that specific information. So if you had gone in and to edit or change it, that digital fingerprint would change. It would change the big long string of numbers that it attaches to that file.
The digital fingerprint, is that the same thing you're referring to as the hash value?
Yes, exactly.
And how do you ensure that the hash value of the product, the copy, is the same as what's on the phone?
You can run the zip file that it creates with the information into a hash calculator, and it will give the same hash as what is produced from the Gray Key PDF report. So if something had changed or there was an error with it, the hash would not be the same as what was given from the PDF. And that's how we know that the data is not the same.
So if you download a phone and it has a hash value, this digital fingerprint, and then someone was to manipulate the phone and remove anything, even a period, from that data, if it's run again, will the hash value change?
Yes, it would not be the same because it will show.
I'm sorry, even if it's just a period?
Yes, any alteration to that initial extraction with that number, it immediately would change.
So if you have an item, a computer or a phone, and you put it through the Gray Key program, and you do an extraction, a copy, where do you store that copy of information if it's not on the phone that you originally have? What do you do with it?
So once the program pulls that information, we have to place it onto our secure server at the office, and we'll take any of the files that were given via the extraction process, and it's saved there for us.
And so you copy it on another link or another digital file?
Yes, we'll save it to the server at the district attorney's office.
Can it be put on a physical item, like a zip drive or a hard drive?
Yes.
If you put that download onto a zip drive or hard drive, how will you know if that information on the hard drive matches the same information you originally downloaded from the phone to the server through Gray Key?
Again, like I said, you could run the hash value of that file again to correlate it with the PDF that we were given once Gray Key has given us the information. So that's how you would know all the information is the same, nothing has changed.
So for example, if you download an iPhone and it has that digital fingerprint hash value attached to it, and you make a copy or multiple copies, is the way to test whether or not those copies are exactly accurate is to look at the hash value of each copy?
Yes, and copying the zip file would not change the hash value. The only way it would change is if you physically went into it and deleted information somehow.
So now that you have the item, say for example an iPhone, and you've downloaded it through Gray Key, which is hardware and software, and it's on a digital file, can you just open it up and start reading it like a report or a book, or do you have to do something else to it?
No, once it's pulled into that zip file, it has to be opened into another program, which there are many forensic tools, but the ones at the office we use are Cellbrite or Axiom. They're just two brands, and then those programs make that information readable so we can actually look at it.
So if you were to download a forensic copy and you were to open it up without using that subsequent software, would you be able to read or see anything that's on that data?
To be honest, I don't know because I've never opened one of those zip files to know what's actually in them.
After the extraction happens, after there's that copy made, Did you mention this further software you would use to be able to actually read the data?
Yes, so that's Cellbrite and Axiom. They're two different programs, but those programs will make the information readable.
Are those the programs that you typically use?
Yes, they are. And there's other programs out there, but those are the two that we normally use at the office.
Are they commonly used in the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, they are.
Are there other programs beyond Axiom and Cellbrite that can be used to decipher the information so you can read it?
Yes, there's many.
In your entire time with the Massachusetts State Police, have you used any other programs other than Axiom or Cellbrite?
To look at cell phones?
Yes.
We have Sanderson forensic software that can look at databases that are in the phone to look at information. I don't normally use those because I don't want to say, I'm probably not proficient enough that I would know this exactly means this, or I wouldn't want to confuse anything that I'm looking at.
When you look at the information after it's been through the extraction and then the analysis through the software, is the data still available if you want to look into the data?
From the zip file itself, sir?
Yes.
Yes, that's always available. It's, like I said, the data in the zip file that Great Key gives us is never changed. It's just being loaded into another program so we can see it. That's all.
The software that you use, whether it's Cellbrite or Axiom, does that do the work for you as a forensic examiner?
Yes, so it runs, as the program runs, I should say, it will bring up different tabs. So it'll say phone calls, chats, photos, the databases, all different things that Cellbrite, their software, has run to pull this information out to make it easier for investigators to find what they're looking for.
Beyond the initial report that you can look at and look for the information, if you wanted to as a data forensic examiner, could you look deeper beyond the production of those software programs?
Yes, you could.
Forensic data analysis, when you look at these tools that provide these initial reports, is that the beginning, or does it dig deeper when you're a digital forensic analyst?
No, these reports are finding the low-hanging fruit in the proverbial tree. So it's showing you the stuff that the program is set that most people are looking for. As I said, the phone calls, the chats. If you need to go deeper into it, as I said, there's other software out there where you can pull these databases and try to go through the code to find what you're looking for. Once you find something, you would have to corroborate it with other evidence or data to make sure what you're looking at is exactly what you're looking for.
Have you been involved in the download, extraction, and analyzing data on phones as your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
Yes, that's my primary role in the DA's office currently.
And how many years have you been in that role?
Since November of 2019, so 5 years now.
Have you worked on a number of different cases that involve forensic data?
Yes, I have.
Is there a routine or a practice in your present role when you make a copy about what process you use and how you produce it in a case?
I wouldn't say there's a normal process. It's all case dependent. A lot of cases we get, people want PDFs of the information, portable cases that we can create. So it's basically the portable program that I'm using. That way someone could find the information they're looking for, or I give the raw information if requested.
What's the difference between PDF form and raw information?
So Cellbrite can create a PDF form of every bit of information in the phone. It could be like a 10,000 page PDF. It literally just lists everything that's in there. If I create a portable case, as I said, that is basically like me giving you the thumb drive and it's showing you exactly what I'm seeing, and you can click on the tabs yourself from your own computer. And then if I give the raw file, that means someone has to go in and load it themselves to look for it.
Typically, when you are producing evidence of discovery in a case, do you produce PDF or the raw file?
As I said, it's all case dependent. Not all cases have forensic experts to come in to look at the information. So I'll supply whatever is requested. Normally the PDF or the portable case is what I give, but if more is requested, that's readily available.
And so the raw data if requested, do you provide that as well?
Yes, if requested.
In this case, were you involved in any type of forensic data extraction?
Yes, I did the extractions of multiple phones and analyzed multiple phones in this case.
You mentioned that there's a software and hardware, the gray key unit. Where's that located?
That's located in the Digital Forensics Laboratory, which is keycard access and alarmed. Excuse me, at the Norfolk DA's office.
Are there other cases or the multiple cases that are occurring at the same time?
Yes, we constantly have phones coming in and out and being worked on.
What if you have a phone and the gray key unit's being used? What do you need to do?
We need to wait for that phone to finish, because if we say we unplugged it, it would interrupt that data transfer and we could lose it. So we wait until the phone's done and then the next phone goes up.
Did you become involved in some way in this case?
Downloading devices, sir?
Well, I'm asking generally for.
Oh, yes, sorry, yes.
Were you involved in investigating this case as far as speaking to witnesses or going to the scene?
No.
Can you describe the best you can what your role was relative to this case?
Yes, so I was brought, as I said, phones from this case to have the data extracted and then have it ready in our Celebrate program for the investigators to look at.
At some point, were you provided a phone that you later identified as a phone belonging to Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes, I was.
Do you remember when you were provided that phone?
Yes, it was January 29th, 2022, about 7:30 p.m. that night.
Do you remember where you received that phone from?
Yes, I was at the DA's office. I got it from Sergeant Buchanan and Michael Proctor.
Do you remember about what time of night that was?
As I said, about 7 to 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. When you received that phone, did you have the passcode?
No, we didn't.
Without the passcode, what were your next steps?
So the phone was placed in our digital forensics lab until we could get the passcode. I was told that a family member was going to be bringing it in so we could download the device.
Did you ultimately get that passcode?
Yes, we did.
And do you remember when you received it?
January 31st, 2022.
After you received the passcode for Mr. O'Keefe's phone, can you walk us through the process of what you did?
Yep. So once the passcode's obtained, we'll unlock the phone and then plug it into GrayKey, and then it's able to pull the full information from it without having to guess the passcode.
How long does that take?
Again, depending on the size of the phone, a few hours.
After the information was downloaded, then what happened?
We placed on our digital evidence server at the DA's office, and then if the phone is evidence, it would go into evidence. If it was a consent, we'd give it back to the person who gave it to us immediately.
Did this phone go into evidence?
Yes, it did.
When you downloaded the information through GrayKey, which you said was the hardware and software, does it produce a report with that digital imprint?
Yes, it does. It produces a report from the time you plug it in to the process it completes, and then the amount of data, and then, like I said, that digital fingerprint hash value at the end.
And did you do that with this phone, Mr. O'Keefe's
Yes,
phone? May
I
I
did.
approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Highlight. I'm going to show you a document, sir.
Okay, sorry. Yes, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Did you show it to Mr. Alessi?
I'm sorry. My apologies. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm showing you a document. Could you look at both pages, please?
Okay.
Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this is the,
I'll just ask you a couple more
Oh, sorry.
questions if you don't mind. What is it?
it's the Great Key progress report that they give once the phone extractions are completed.
Do you recognize that as the report that is attributed to John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes,
And does that document have that digital imprint, the digital fingerprint that you were talking about?
yes. So it's in, yeah, so it's here on the back. I just want to see if it was in two places. But it would be here for the, sorry, it's got cut off,
Why
but,
don't I put it up for an exhibit so that we can show you?
Okay.
I'll ask you some questions.
Okay.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you.
Is it 18th of March?
May I show that exhibit to the jury? May I approach the witness to show him the pointer?
Yes.
On this top button will be the pointer, the middle button will change the screen, so.
oh,
The top button, please. Can you walk us through what this report means?
yep. So here at the top, there it is. Again, it says Great Key progress report, and then it gives the report generation date and time, and it is in UTC, which is, get the exact definition, universal time coordinates, I believe. So you'd have to minus 4 or 5 hours depending on daylight savings time. So this one would have been January's -5. 16/10 will be 1 noon, 12 o'clock for the actual time on the 31st. As we go down, device name is Johnny. The software version is the Apple iOS that was running at the time. Model number, iPhone 11. And then if you were to look up the N104AP is also a model number. The unique device ID. This one is what Great Key assigns to the zip file that it creates. Serial number of the phone, the unique chip ID, the Wi-Fi address, the Bluetooth address, and then the phone number. And then there's more information underneath.
Could we scroll that, please? Thank you.
This here is the IMEI, which is the International Mobile Equipment Identifier. It's not uncommon now to have multiple of those identifying numbers. The data partition size of the device, which is 83 gigabytes. The lock state, if the phone was locked, it would say locked. This one is unlocked, so we have the passcode. This was the Great Key Agent version for the software. And then this is the last time that the phone was backed up via iTunes or iCloud. This is the owner's name. You can have anything in this, but his phone had John O'Keefe set as the iPhone owner name, and then the different accounts attributed to the phone.
Okay. Can you show us where the digital fingerprint is?
Yep, it's down. So that, the top part here is literally every time when it's plugged in to every process that it completes until the progress report is generated. Here, there's the full file system was created on this date and time. And then even though the partition size was 82 gigabytes, it actually pulled 125 gigabytes of data. Underneath this, if you're on the next page, is that unique fingerprint right here. So it has a SHA-256 and an MD5. They're just two versions of hashing to show that the file, the unique fingerprints, and that's what these numbers are here. So there's one for the image of the extraction, and then one for the keychain for the other documents that Great Key creates.
And you mentioned that if anything has changed, even a period, that number and letter sequence will change as well?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Did you have an opportunity to download and extract any other phones?
Yes,
At some point, did you have an opportunity to download and extract a phone from the defendant?
yes, I did.
Do you remember when you received that phone?
I got the phone the same time as I got Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the 29th at around 7:30 at night.
And so you received both phones at the same time
Yes,
from the same people?
correct.
Trooper Buchanan?
Yes,
Trooper Proctor?
yes.
What did you do with that phone?
Again, that was brought down to the digital forensics lab for holding until we could get into it, or a warrant was written, or whatever legal process was going to be done, so we could get that information.
Do you secure it?
Yes, that room is locked with keycard access that only myself and 2 others have, and it's also alarmed.
Do the case officers or investigators that aren't part of your unit have access to those items?
No, the only ones that had access were myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and then the director, Samantha Vogt. She's a civilian that runs our lab.
And at that point, were you able, after there was process, were you able to get into the phone at first?
No, it wasn't supported by Gray Key, the phone model and number.
What do you mean it wasn't supported?
So the software, even if we had a search warrant, we plugged it in, Gray Key wouldn't be able to recognize it because it just wasn't supported at that time.
When you say it wasn't supported, does this have anything to do with a passcode?
For both. So we didn't have the passcode. So because we didn't have it, it wasn't supported for us to download that information from the device.
If you had a passcode, would it have been supported?
Yes, it would have been.
So is there a process when you have a phone that you don't have a passcode for to be able to access the content of the phone?
Yes, that's correct. We have to wait until we either have the passcode or the software and hardware is supported for the device where it can try to guess the passcode.
Let me ask you some questions about software. In forensic data analysis, does software change frequently?
Constantly.
When the software changes, does it advance?
Does the software get better?
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
At the time you first had the defendant's phone, the software you had was unable to access the contents?
That is correct.
What do? Do you look for other software or do you wait for updates? What's the process?
If there is another software out there, we will use it to try to get the information. If not, we are at the mercy of waiting for the developers to come up with the information for us.
Did you wait in this case?
Yes, we did. We had to wait.
Ultimately, did software advance so that without a passcode, you were able to access?
Yes.
How long did you have to wait before you were able to access?
I believe it was July of 2022 that the software had been upgraded enough that it was able to brute force or guess her passcode for the device.
And where does the device remain until you're ready to try again?
In that locked digital forensics lab.
Yeah.
So when the software updates and advances, do you know that it will be successful or you plug it in and you try?
No. So on Gray Key, they have like a link where you can click and it brings up a whole matrix. So it shows every make, model of phone and then the software associated with it. And it says it can do a partial download, a full download, a password guess. And it tells us, so when there's a new update, we'll check that to make sure that the devices we have can be accessed.
Did you make an attempt to have the software access the phone without a passcode?
Objection, Your Honor. Move the approach, please.
What's wrong? Miss Sheila, I saw you talking about your neck bones and greens. I haven't had that in so long because I transitioned over to turkey necks versus neck bones. But oh my gosh, you're making me want some. Chad, we having dinner at Miss Sheila's house. We're gonna have to pull up to Miss Sheila's house.
So y'all, if y'all remember seeing him on the stand, I do remember that his testimony, for the most part, Lally took 30 to 45 minutes just talking about him, his job, how long he's been there, what does he do on the job. He kind of told us some of the components of doing a cell phone extraction. So we may not even get to the actual phone for another 2 minutes or so. You know, that light-skinned, freckle-faced man, and I got to eat. I know that's right, Miss Sheila. Listen, I know that man ain't going nowhere. You around here making greens and neck bones over there. Does have a chew-in today. What's a chew-in, Dan? What is that? Not Prince Lover said I can bring the solo cups. Make sure they red. I give him another 20 minutes to put their phone.
Thank you. Did you use software inevitably to open the defendant's phone?
Yes.
And how many times did you download?
So there was 2 downloads. One, thank you. One of the partial part of the phone, and then we, in the same time that we had it plugged in, we had the password brute force guess software installed onto the phone, so we would try to guess the passcode. So there were 2 downloads, one with very limited data, and then one with the full file system extraction, which is everything on the phone that it can get.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 2 documents, sir. Need a copy?
Now there he go with that water again. There he is with that water.
I'm going to show you 2 documents that actually, the first one, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
Is that a result summary from Gray Key for a search of the defendant's phone?
This is the initial extraction that we created before the password guess process went through.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the original.
Yes, this is the first one.
Thank you.
Yep.
I showed you a second document. Do you recognize that?
Yes, this is essentially the same information, except it goes further of all the password guess attempts longer until we actually get all of the information from the phone.
I'd like to introduce this as the next exhibit, please.
No objection, Mr. Leslie?
No objection, Your Honor.
20, somewhere.
Elise is very Alessi. I think it's Alessi. He is loud. Doesn't really need a mic.
Could I have the previous exhibit as well, please? Sir, I'm handing you back Exhibit 19, which was the partial download.
Okay.
Exhibit 20, which was the subsequent download. You mentioned hash value changes with the content of each download.
Yes.
Is there hash values specifically assigned to each download?
Yes, there is.
Are they the same number and digits in digital fingerprint?
No, they're not.
And explain again why they would be different.
Again, the first one was the partial. It was only 45 gigabytes of data. So it has one number. The second download was 109 gigabytes of data once it got the passcode. And again, that number is completely different again. And again, like I said, the information is not the same, so the hash values won't be the same.
Were the two other phones that you inevitably analyzed?
Yes, there were.
Let's start with the first one. Did you have an opportunity to create a file on a phone that came from Kerry Roberts?
Yes, I did.
Now, you said it's a two-step process. First is the extraction, the copying, and then it's creating the file.
That's exactly right.
With Kerry Roberts' phone, did you make the extraction? Did you plug it into the gray key?
No, I didn't.
Who did?
Trooper Connor Keefe.
How do you know Trooper Connor Keefe?
He went to meet with Kerry Roberts, received the device from her. He brought it back to the office and did the extraction. His name is also on the extraction gray key progress reports as well. And he wrote 2 state police reports regarding it.
Do you work with Connor Keefe?
Yes.
He works with, I'm sorry?
I would say we do essentially the same job working together.
So he's in your unit?
Yes, he is.
In the digital forensic unit?
That's correct.
That phone, did it come with any paperwork, any forms?
Yes, he had 2 signed waivers of consent from both parties for each device, one for each device.
And so as far as the copying, the extraction, you did not do the extraction on Kerry Roberts' phone?
No, I did not.
After it was plugged in and a copy was made, did you then access it?
Months down the road.
Were you assigned at that point to analyze or look at any of the data on that phone?
Initially, no.
At some point, did you create a file so that you could provide it to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Was that upon request?
Yes, it was.
And separately, did you know, or did you, let me ask it a different way. Was a phone from Jennifer McCabe extracted?
Yes, it was.
Did you do the extraction?
No, I did not.
Was the information after extracted again provided to a digital file?
It would have been, yes.
Did you, at some point later, did you make a copy to provide to the parties?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell us what a USEF reader is?
So the UFED reader is a portable case that I can create through Cellbrite. Again, like I said, it's the exact same program that I would be viewing if I was sitting at my desktop. Instead, it can be made into a thumb drive to give to defense, prosecution, investigators, whoever. And there's no chance for the data to be manipulated because it's just a reader.
When you have the digital file that's been,
Hold on, y'all. Miss Dress, Dan is not saying kill me. This is what Garino said first trial when he was on stand. I knew what he was talking about.
like,
Yes, you could.
would that include, could you print it so it includes the entire content of the phone?
Yes, it would be thousands of pages, but yes, you could.
Is there any way to isolate particular things of interest that you might want? For example, if you wanted just the chats between 2 people, is there a way that you could have a program isolate just those chats and then give you all of them in a form that you could read?
Yes, so you can go in to cherry pick whatever information you're looking for to create into PDFs or other, it gives 5, I think, different mediums. You can have it output HTML, portable cases, XML files.
If you wanted to create a document that had a number of people in communications, could you do that as well?
Yes, you could.
So you can pretty much set the parameters how you want if you want to search for particular items.
Yes, it's very generous that way of being able to search for keywords, phone numbers, whatever it is, and then you can export that out into a PDF so you can print it.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Look, I said, y'all know how old people say, leave him alone, leave him alone, leave Dan alone. That's my buddy. But thank you for looking out because it can't get crazy in these comments. But yeah, that was from the first trial, though. He said it. He was tired of being questioned. He was tired of being questioned.
Did you go through the program and create a number of documents that isolated specific information that you wanted?
Yes.
For example, did you go through and create a report for all of John O'Keefe's calls for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a report for all of the calls between John O'Keefe and the defendant for a period of time?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the program and create a specific document that would show just the text messages between John O'Keefe and the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you go through the phone and create specific separate documents for communications, phone calls and text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and other people, not the defendant?
Yes.
For example, Ms. Roberts,
Yes, that's correct.
Ms. McCabe.
Yep.
Did you go through any of the phones and create documents to show any text or conversation between parties not involving John O'Keefe?
If directed, I could, but I don't believe I did.
When you took on the task of creating these documents, was it something you did on your own or something that you would wait for a request from a prosecutor or another officer?
I would wait for a request. Again, my knowledge of most of the cases is very, very limited. So if they're looking for something specific, I can assist them. If they need some type of help, I can assist them. But normally I will open it up for them and they have a better knowledge of the case, so they know what they're going to be looking for. Everyone in our office is Cellbrite trained. Or if someone new comes in, that's the first thing they'll go to is to a Cellbrite training, so they know how to use this program. And it doesn't put the burden on myself and Trooper Keefe to try to find everything for every case.
Thank you.
Or they don't care.
So at this time, I'd like to conclude this witness's testimony to be recalled again.
You're in agreement with that, Mr. Lessie?
We are, Your Honor, subject to the recall.
Okay. All right, Trooper, you're all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you again.
What?
Should I?
You could just leave him right.
Thank you.
So they're done with him? So I guess they're gonna play his old testimony for the jury. What happened, y'all? Recalled again. You don't come back?
Do you have another witness, Mr. Brennan?
Thank you, May I?
Yes, please.
Y'all tip what's happening?
Commonwealth calls Mr. Whitley.
And BG, it seems like it's all over the place because I think it is. I don't know what's going on right now. He's gonna come back. What the hell he get up there for? What's Mr. Woodley?
Please understand the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
May I?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hello, my name is Daniel Whitley, W-H-I-T-L-E-Y. I'm a paramedic with the Canton Fire Department. I've been a paramedic and firefighter there since March of 2006.
Before you became a paramedic firefighter with the Canton Fire Department, did you work anywhere else related to that field?
Yes, I had 4 years full-time as a EMT intermediate, and also a paramedic at American Medical Response in Brockton.
I remember him.
I'd like to take us right to January 29, 2022.
Yes.
Do you remember that day?
Yes.
Were you working?
Yes.
What was your role that day?
I was a field training officer working on the ambulance with my partner, Jason Becker.
Mr. Becker?
Correct.
That morning, did you know whether there was a call where a group of your colleagues went to and addressed 34th Fairview?
Yes.
Were you accompanying your colleagues on that initial call?
No.
Where were you at the time your colleagues left to go to that location?
I was at the Station 2, Ponkapog Station, on the north side of town.
Different station?
Correct.
At some point after that call came in and was responded to you, did you receive a call?
Sometime after, I'm not quite sure exactly how soon or later it was, but we received another call to respond to that scene.
And as a result of receiving that call, did you make your way towards that location?
Yes.
Who did you go there with?
Just me and my partner at that time was Jason Becker.
What type of vehicle did you use to get there?
It was an ambulance.
What was the weather like?
It was snowing pretty heavily at that point.
Do you know about how long it took you to get to 34 Fairview?
Not exactly, but definitely longer than usual. It should have been an 8-minute drive. I'm guessing 10 to 12 minutes. You could refer to my partner's report for exacts.
When you got there, what did you see?
We arrived on scene. Our engine was there before we run on a response with an engine and an ambulance to medical calls. And then at least 2 police cruisers and another car parked on the street, a gray SUV.
When you got there, did you meet with anybody?
Yeah, usually we get out, we say hi to my lieutenant and the other gentleman, Sam Parker, was on the engine before we got there. They were up front of where we parked, and then we walked down further, or at least I did, to the gray SUV.
When you reached the gray SUV, did you see anybody inside it?
I believe at that point we were kind of, getting out. We were walking down, they were coming out to greet us. There were 3 women there.
Okay. Did you speak to any of them in particular?
Not at that point, no, not really.
At some point, did you have any interaction with any of the women?
Yes.
In fact, did you know any of the women who were there that morning?
I knew Kerry Roberts.
How did you know Kerry Roberts?
First we're neighbors. She lives about 100, 200 yards away from me around the corner. And she helped organize a neighborhood block party, and I would volunteer every year to bring the fire truck to the block party and show the kids the fire truck for a little bit.
So you knew her well?
No.
Were you friends with her?
No.
He did testify last trial. Somebody said, oh, he didn't testify last trial. Yes, he did, because I remember him saying he brought that damn fire truck to one of the neighborhood events before Karen organized. He brought the fire truck. He did testify.
Friendly?
I just would describe us as acquaintances.
Did you ever socialize with her personally, other than the block party?
No.
But you knew who she was?
I knew who she was. I don't recognize her, yes.
Did you talk to her that morning?
Not beyond probably a hey or hi or something like that.
Do you know whether she ever gave you any items?
I know at one point I had to exchange whether it was a purse or a cell phone or some object from Miss Reed.
At some point that morning, did you have an opportunity to meet with the defendant?
Yes.
Where did you first see her?
We were in the process of getting her to go to the hospital.
When you say we, who was helping you?
That would be, my partner, obviously, Jason Becker, and then my lieutenant, Greg Woodbury.
Where was she when you first saw her?
Somewhere outside in the street.
Do you recognize her in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you identify her, please?
Yes.
Please. You're pointing to a person. Can you give just a very limited?
The woman standing, sitting in between these 2 gentlemen here.
Did you interact with her that morning? Have a conversation?
Yes.
When you first started speaking to her, what was her demeanor?
Pretty upset, crying. We had a Section 12 in hand, which is a medical order or a police order to be taken to the hospital for a psychological evaluation.
Did you discuss that with her?
Yes. Yeah.
Did you ask her to follow you or to come with you?
Yeah, she did.
And did that happen?
To the ambulance, correct.
So you went to the ambulance with the defendant?
Yeah.
And was Mr. Becker with you?
Yes.
What happens when you get to the ambulance?
So it was snowing, and it was more to kind of just get everybody into a nice warmer location where it wasn't snowing or windy or anything like that. And we would discussing that, we have a section 12 that states we have, regardless of if you want to go, we have to take you to the hospital. She was arguing that she really didn't need to go to the hospital. And we were trying to convince her to go to the hospital because once the section 12 is written, it doesn't matter what the patient says. We have to get them there one way or the other, whether it's cooperatively restrained or chemically restrained with sedatives or anything.
It's not a voluntary order?
It is not a voluntary order.
Inevitably, did the defendant agree to go with you to the hospital?
Yes.
When you were going to return to the hospital, was the defendant placed in the back of the ambulance where a patient would be?
So how we operate for anybody that's a section 12 or anybody that is under the influence of anything, we always operate with 2 people in the back of the ambulance. So myself and my partner, Jason Becker, were back there. And then we had to take somebody from the engine company and have them drive to the hospital. And that was Sam Park.
Sam Bach?
Park, P-O-C-H.
Thank you. Before you left, before you started to drive away from Fairview, were you having any conversations with the defendant?
Yes.
Can you share with the jury what those conversations were about?
So we were talking. She was upset. She kept asking if there was any chance her husband could be alive, and even sitting outside in the snow with no coat on for many hours.
Did
And
she indicate what many hours meant? How many?
no.
How often did she raise the issue of whether or not or how long he could be out for?
This is normal.
I'd say at least 3 to 4, maybe more.
Part of your job is to care for patients?
Correct, yes.
Is part of your job to try to get them to the location safely?
Yes.
And sometimes you treat patients with physical injuries, don't you?
Oftentimes it is physical injuries, yes.
Are you trained when you're trying to transport somebody on how to interact with them?
Yes. Well, sometimes if they're upset, in this instance, she kept asking if there was any chance that he could be alive, and that we really didn't know what was the patient that ambulance 1 took. We really didn't know what his condition was, and but figuring that it was a hypothermia type case, being the conditions outside, we were trying to give her hope that there is a saying in the medical field, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. And I was basically.
I know I would have remembered that because y'all remember Nuttall said that on the stand too.
Stories of children falling through ice and falling into rivers and being underwater for multiple hours and coming out, being resuscitated and having no neurological deficits.
He said
so. I was telling her those stories just kind of to say, look, let's be sure we'll get to the hospital. We'll find out more there. Just trying to give her any sort of hope that her husband would be alive.
Can you describe her demeanor when she was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her?
She would go from pretty upset, crying. One instance where she kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids. And I, at that point, I understood who ambulance 1 had taken, because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system. And then Miss Reed said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard.
Say what?
And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down.
I remember this part.
And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection.
Do y'all mind if I go back?
I'll strike that last sentence.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
Okay, we're gonna go back because we were just talking about kids and rivers.
She was in the back of the ambulance with you during your interactions with her.
She would one instant, I can't take care of these kids. I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids, and they're not his kids.
Mm-hmm.
And I, at that point, I understood who ambulance one had taken.
Okay.
Because John was pretty well known in the town for taking on the care of his niece and nephew. So I said, listen, it's okay. It looks like you have a very strong support system.
I missed it.
And then Miss Reed said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And she had been crying. And she picked her head up and said, do you know Carrie Roberts? And I said, a matter of fact, I do. And she said, anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say that about her. And I said, well, she did come to out at early in the morning to look for your husband in a blizzard. And she just rolled her eyes and put her head back down. And I thought it was just bizarre.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll strike that last sentence.
Yes, I'm going.
Would you describe her demeanor as even through that ride?
No.
How long did it take to get to the hospital?
I mean, you can refer to my partner's ambulance trip report. I'm sure it has the.
Do you have it right with you, sir?
I do not know.
Well, let me ask you.
I would guess about 15 to 20 minutes, somewhere in there.
You don't have an exact memory?
No.
When you get to the hospital with a patient under these circumstances, do you leave them at the door?
No.
What do you do?
We have to hand off care. So we go in and we have to give a report to a nurse to let them know what their condition is, why they're coming to the hospital, and what we found taking them to the hospital.
When you got to the hospital with Miss Reed, did you interact with the hospital personnel?
Yes.
Do you typically, after you hand off a patient to staff, do you leave?
Typically, yes. This time, Miss Reed was, I'm going to say, not really cooperative with the nurse there. The nurse was asking her to get into a Johnny, give a urine sample. She was not cooperative. The nurse tried to work with her, had an ER tech go and ask the doctor if she had to get into a Johnny. She came back. She said, yes, she's a patient. She has to do all the normal stuff. We really didn't feel comfortable actually leaving the general area. I don't know if it was just shift change or what, but security wasn't there. And with her demeanor, we just didn't feel comfortable leaving the nurse by herself with Miss Reed.
You said that there was some difficult times. Was there some difficulty about the defendant accepting wearing a Johnny?
Yes, she was refusing to get into the Johnny, and the nurse kept saying, well, you got to get into this Johnny. The nurse did try to work with her and asked the doc if.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
And so the ER doc, the ER tech had to come back and say, yes, she has to get into the Johnny. And at that point she did. She seemed to have calmed down and was getting into the Johnny. Security personnel had shown up, and we felt comfortable being able to kind of leave the nurse and the tech on their own.
Before security came, was there difficulty in her providing a urine sample?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
Can you ask the question again? I'm sorry.
Why don't you ask it a little different?
Sure. Do you remember whether she was giving the nurses a hard time about a urine sample?
Yes.
Objection.
Now,
break that down, Mr. Brennan. The objection.
She was probably just giving a hard
You said that she was giving nurses a hard time.
She didn't want to give a urine sample. And then the nurses kept asking her to, this is the cup, you pee in the cup.
Objection. Not funded.
No, I'm going along.
Oh,
You were
God.
there and saw this, right?
I saw it, yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Will he be in the room while she finna do a urine testing?
Yes.
Y'all, he saw testimony. And I do want to go back because I need to see if he talked about how she rolled her eyes and all of that, or is that new? That's the only thing I feel like.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, you knew before you got into ambulance 2 that you were heading to Fairview Road for what is called a Section 12, correct?
We were dispatched for a Section 12, correct?
Right. And that was not your first call for a Section 12, right?
No.
You had been in that job since 2006?
Yes.
You've handled a number of them over the years, correct?
Correct.
The fact that the call came in as a Section 12 gave you some idea of the nature of the issue that you might be dealing with, correct?
We had an idea that it was for a psychological issue, correct?
Right. It told you that somebody at that location was suspected of being in some type of either psychiatric or emotional distress, correct?
Yes.
And on your crew, or of your crew, I should say, you were the one to drive the ambulance 2 to the residence, correct?
I drove to the address at Fairview.
Now, you've said that when you got to Fairview Road, you don't recall the time, but you do recall that there were still emergency vehicles on scene, correct?
I do.
There was nobody lying in the front lawn of 34 Fairview at that time, correct?
Correct.
And do you know how much later after 6 a.m. you would have gone there?
You'd have to refer to my partner's report.
You don't know if it was minutes or hours?
It was minutes. It was within the hour. I don't know.
Within the hour.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that there were, or you testified that there were 2 police vehicles on scene, correct?
At least 2.
At least 2. There could have been more than 2.
It certainly could have been.
And those police vehicles in such a situation, particularly with the snow falling down, would have had their blue lights flashing?
I'm not exactly sure if they did or they didn't. Sometimes the police shut off their lights when they arrive on scene. Sometimes they don't.
Okay, so you don't have a memory one way or the other?
No, nothing sticks out.
But those police vehicles certainly were not hidden. They were in plain view, correct?
I would say so.
Minimum of 2, maybe more. Correct?
Yes.
And there was also a gray SUV parked near that residence?
Correct.
And there was a fire engine there as well, correct?
Correct.
You called it our engine, right? That was from your...
Well, it would be engine 3.
Engine 3 from
or at
your
least
station.
the station 1 engine.
I'm sorry?
The station 1 engine. So Canton Fire has 2 fire stations. We were coming from the second station. The station 1 engine is the one that responded to Fairview.
Okay, and that was a typical large fire engine, correct?
Yeah.
And did the fire engine have its lights on?
I assume it did, only because we rarely shut our lights off on a scene.
Sure. And there were police officers walking about, milling about?
Yes.
Do you know how many?
I know I spoke with Officer Sarif and Officer Mulaney.
Okay. And
So
were
at
there-
least 2.
And you know them by name?
Yeah, Canton's a fairly small town, so you run into the police on a regular basis.
Sure, and you work cooperatively with them, correct?
Yes.
Were there other police officers besides Sarif and Mulaney?
I'm sure there could have been, but I don't recall ever speaking with them or interacting with them.
Okay. Were there other EMTs or firefighters there when you got there?
Just my Lieutenant Woodbury, and then firefighter Sam Pock.
Okay, and they were in charge of engine 1?
Well, the station 1 engine.
The station 1 engine? Okay. And there were also civilians on scene, correct?
Correct.
So you would agree that there was a lot of activity outside 34 Fairview, correct?
There's a fair amount of activity.
I mean, there were people and vehicles and lights surrounding that residence, correct?
I assume so, yes.
Well, you were there, so
Yep.
you don't really have to assume, you know, right?
There was at least 2 police cruisers and a fire engine.
Right, and civilians,
And
and police officers, and firefighters, correct? And civilians.
Correct.
All right. With all of that activity outside 34 Fairview, did you ever see the homeowner come out of his house?
I wouldn't have known the homeowner.
Did you ever see anybody exit the house?
I was not focused on the house at all.
All right. You were there to do a job, correct?
I was there to take somebody to the hospital.
Right. And you were there also to do a medical or psychiatric assessment while you were on scene, correct?
Well, yes, my partner was.
Correct. All right. When you got there, you learned, well, I have to strike that. You knew going there that your patient would have been Karen Reed, correct?
No.
Okay. When you got there, you learned your patient was to be Karen Reed, correct?
Yes.
All right. And given the nature of the call, you knew when you arrived that you would be transporting her to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
One of the first things that you tried to do was to get a medical history from her, correct?
Or my partner.
All right. And you were present for that, correct?
I may or may not have been.
Getting a medical history is important so that you can pass along information to the hospital when you eventually arrive there with the patient, correct?
Yes.
And you know that when assessing and treating somebody, getting more information is always better than getting less information, correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there are times when you'd like to get less information from a patient before you transport them?
So it would be pertinent information. For instance, if somebody was complaining of chest pain and they had, stents placed in their heart, we wouldn't talk about how they had their tonsils removed when they were 12.
Fair enough. But getting more information is not going to negate the crucial information that you do get, correct?
I mean, it certainly could in a critical stage. If there was a critical patient, we wouldn't typically overburden passing off a report to a nurse or a doctor with non-pertinent information.
Okay. It's not your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, is it?
I would say getting pertinent information is better than having.
That wasn't my question. My question was, is it your testimony that getting less information is always better than getting more information, sir?
I would not agree with that, no.
Okay, thank you.
That's all he asked.
Now, the medical history that was taken from Ms. Reed listed her as having multiple
I'm gonna
sclerosis,
object, Your
right?
Honor.
I want to see it, Sandra, please.
I would really want to know what they're objecting to. And I'm going to say this for all of the conspiracy theorists out there. Do I think they're trying to cover for the Alberts? Yes. Do I think everything that has happened in this trial is a part of the conspiracy? Not everything, but what I will say that it gives the appearance of impropriety. Okay? Like him. Sitting on this stand, refusing to say that it is better to have more information than less, sir, why do we have to fight about that? This is the type of stuff in this case that makes people think there is a conspiracy going on, because people who are seemingly not connected, who shouldn't have a dog in the fight, y'all get on this stand and you can't answer a simple question. This is the problem. Him sitting there, oh, she didn't want to give a urine sample. I don't think it was just a urine sample. I think she didn't want to be there at all. But she didn't want to give a urine sample. Like he's trying to zero in on it. It's all connected. And I mean, I can't even argue with you at this point. We got EMTs that don't want to say simple shit as a black eye is an injury. Why can't you say a black eye? Kaz, I'm just not seeing you if you've been in the chat. Hey, friend, why can't you say a black eye is an injury? Why can't you say the man had a black eye on the left, on his left eye was black? Why can't you say that? Why do we see you purposely trying to not say it looked like the person had been in the fight? Why are we seeing that? That right there is just upsetting me so bad. I don't understand why that's hard. Why is this hard for them to do? It feels like they're all in it together. Even if they're not, that's what it appears to be. Who's the MT who ain't want to say Flamati? They haven't even called him yet, Key. And that's it. Flamati, why can't you say you were getting in the back of the ambulance? Why is that so hard? Why is that so hard? Why do we have to miss? Not all. He pulling a Karen. You're so detailed. Oh, Flamati had his yellow jacket on. He was doing chest compressions. I was standing over his head. I was doing the airbag, and we were trying to just get some life into him. And that's when Karen said to me, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. We show you 2 videos. In the video where we do see you at the head, we do see the chest compressions. You're not even by Karen. You say that's not the video. All right. We look at the video that Hank plays. You never cross paths with Karen, but somehow it still happened. Like this is it. This is it. When you lie to avoid, like this is so simple. Mel. He did say it in the first trial. Hold up, y'all. Day 3, 4. Hold on, y'all. Is this on my page? 37, 6, 44. We're gonna go pull it up. Thank you, Tasha. He said so. She said he did say this in the first trial. I don't remember it. So we're gonna go pull it up. Thank you so much, Tasha. Tasha, is that my page or is that's my page? Okay, great. Thank you, Tasha. We're gonna go back and watch that. Katie's pregnant. She's pregnant. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, she's pregnant. Well, y'all said she's been off work. Right. Yeah. No, I don't get it. So what do we need to know about stories for if there's not a story? There's nothing to do. What do we need to go over? Oh no, y'all, what happened?
Thank you. Sir, the medical testimony, history that your partner and you took from Ms. Reed listed that she suffered from multiple sclerosis, correct?
Correct.
And you know that that's a chronic disease of the central nervous system?
It's my understanding.
And what does chronic mean?
I believe any disease lasting more than a certain amount of time. It could be 2 years, 3 years,
Sure.
4 years.
Persists for a long time or
Persistent.
constantly recurs?
Correct.
And it's a disease that affects neurological muscle control, correct?
That's my understanding.
And last question, it's also a progressive disease, which means it tends to get worse over time.
My understanding.
All right. Now, when you first interacted with Karen Reed after you got to 34 Fairview and encountered that whole scene, it was clear to you that a major focus for her was whether John O'Keefe was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
Bless you. She asked if somebody could survive after having been found in the snow without a jacket, correct?
For many hours, correct.
All right. And you mentioned something about hypothermia that you assumed that you may have been dealing with the hypothermia situation from earlier, correct?
Well, she said that he had been out in the snow with no jacket on for many hours.
And you assumed hypothermia was your testimony, correct?
Yes.
You are not qualified to diagnose hypothermia, are you?
I'm not a doctor.
Okay. And you don't know if your assumption about hypothermia was correct or incorrect, correct?
Is my assumption correct?
My question is that as you testify here today, after having dropped off Karen Reed at the hospital for that Section 12, you don't know if the assumption that you made that you were dealing with the hypothermia situation was correct or not. Is that right?
Well, they were certainly working on him at the hospital as a hypothermia patient.
You don't know if your assumption was correct or not, sir.
I guess I don't.
And you told her, in fact, that you could not speak to that, correct?
I'm sorry, to what?
In terms of how long somebody could survive outside,
I
correct?
couldn't speak to his condition is basically what I was trying to say to her.
But she still persisted in asking you over and over if he was alive or dead, correct?
Correct.
She wouldn't let that go. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
And that was despite your not being able to give her an answer, correct?
Again, we were just trying to sort of give her any hope.
Right. Okay. So she kept asking it, and you were trying to give her hope that he could still be alive, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, today you claimed that her demeanor had changed when you mentioned Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
He add that in there.
And the term that you used to describe her demeanor when you mentioned Kerry Roberts as being part of a support system, what term did you use?
I'm sorry.
When you just testified on direct examination, did you characterize the way that she reacted when you mentioned Kerry?
She had been crying in her hands, and I said, you know, it looks like you have a very strong support system. And she picked up her head. She had her face in her hands. She picked up her head out of her hands, looked at me, and said, "Do you know Kerry Roberts?" And I said, "Matter of fact, I do." And she said, "Anybody who knows Kerry Roberts wouldn't say that about her."
Okay. And you've previously described that in testimony last year as her being snarky was the term you used, correct?
Correct.
But you were first interviewed by the police on February 8th of 2022, correct?
If that's what the report says, yes.
About 10 days after this?
About that.
And the events of January 29th were fresh in your mind on February 8th of 2022, correct?
As fresh as they are today.
Oh, no.
So
No.
you do not allow that your memory was better on February 8th of 2022 regarding January 29th of 2022. It wasn't better on February 8th than it is today, is your testimony.
I would feel it's just as good.
Okay. Your memory does not get better over time, correct?
I love that question.
For this case, it seemed to stick out to me.
That ain't what
Okay,
we
so are you testifying that your memory gets better over time?
No, but
that would be crazy, wouldn't it?
Correct.
In that February 8th, 2022 interview, you were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I'm sorry, what day?
February 8th of 2022.
Okay.
You were asked about Kerry Roberts, right?
I do not recall if I was or was not.
You told the police that you knew Kerry Roberts from your neighborhood, correct?
Okay, yes.
And you've testified today that she just lived 200 yards away from you, right around the corner, right?
About that.
And you told police that you had seen Kerry Roberts on scene at 34 Fairview when you got there, correct?
Correct.
You also told police that Karen Reed had told you about making statements about her wanting to die, correct?
Correct.
But on February 8th of 2022, just 10 days after these events, you never mentioned to the police during that interview that Karen was snarky in any way, correct?
I don't know if I did or I didn't. I don't know if it would be in their report.
You didn't say it. It didn't happen. I'm serious about documentation.
If you saw that report, would it refresh your memory as to whether or not you mentioned snarkiness?
Look at him.
I don't think I mentioned snarkiness that day. No.
Okay. All right. Well, that answers my question.
Okay.
Because you didn't say it.
But
You didn't say it.
after that interview, and of course, even after January 29th of 2022, you went back to your neighborhood, the same neighborhood that you lived in with Kerry Roberts, correct?
Correct.
Do you still live in that neighborhood?
I do.
Does Kerry Roberts still live there?
She does.
So you and Kerry Roberts have continued to live in the same neighborhood for years after January 29th, correct?
We have.
And before you ever encountered Karen Reed that day, you had interacted with Kerry Roberts in the past, correct?
Briefly, yes.
Well, you were both on the same neighborhood Facebook page, were you not?
Yes, that's why I volunteered to bring the fire truck to the
Right.
block
So
party.
one time she had posted on that neighborhood Facebook page that she wanted to have the fire truck at the neighborhood block party, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you replied and volunteered that you would bring the fire truck to that block party as she requested, correct?
Correct.
And you also worked with Kerry Roberts on the Ponkapog Civic Association, did you not?
I did not know. She worked on the board prior to my arrival on the board.
So you both worked on the same board, but just at different times?
Different times, correct.
All right. We had, I think you had touched on this earlier, in addition to knowing Kerry Roberts, having been with the Canton Fire Department since 2006, there have been many times when you've worked in conjunction with the police, correct?
Correct.
And in addition to the two police officers that you mentioned having seen at 34 Fairview on January 29th, that being Seraph and Mulaney, you know many other officers at the Canton police station.
I do.
And as you say, Canton's a small town, correct?
Relatively.
People know each other, correct?
Correct.
You also knew former state trooper Michael Proctor before you arrived at 34 Fairview, correct?
I did.
Michael Proctor actually was 2 years ahead of you in school, was he not?
He was.
And you learned at some point that your school classmate, Michael Proctor, was the lead investigator into the death of John O'Keefe, this case, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, when you spoke to the police in February of 2022, Michael Proctor was one of the troopers to interview you, correct?
Correct.
You did not go to school with Karen Reed, right?
No, not to my knowledge.
You didn't help coordinate neighborhood block parties with Karen Reed, right?
Nope.
You were not in a civic association that Karen Reed belonged to at any point, correct?
Nope.
She was a stranger to you on January 29th, 2022, correct?
She was a patient of mine, yes.
Well, as far as you knew, she was an outsider to Canton, correct?
I did not know that.
You didn't live in the same neighborhood with her?
I'm not sure if we did or did not.
You had no personal contact with her either before or after January 29th of 2022, correct?
No.
All right. Now, as a result of your having gone to the scene, there's a patient care record that is generated, correct?
Correct.
And on this issue of the snarkiness and the demonstration that you just did, there's a contemporaneous report of your team's observations from January 29th, right?
Are you referring to my partner's run report?
Yeah, the patient care report.
Yes.
All right. And that patient care report is dated January 29th of 2022 and is timed at 9:03 and 34 seconds a.m. Does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
All right. And that 9:03:34, from your knowledge of how patient care reports are generated, would that be the time that you arrived on scene or the time that the report is written?
I mean, I would have to see what time, the exact time you're referring to, but it could be the time the call is closed, or it could be the time you finish the report. There could be multiple reports. I'm not exactly positive which report you're talking about.
Okay. In any case, it was from that morning, correct?
Well, it did. I assume so.
I mean, there was only one morning that you went to 34 Fairview.
Well, no, but there could be two reports. So the engine has to write a report and the ambulance has to write a report.
But they're both about that morning, correct?
Correct.
All right. Now, there are boxes to fill out on the patient care record, correct?
Correct.
One of the boxes is primary impression.
Yes.
What is primary impression?
Thank you, FEM, for gifting the memberships. If you got a membership from FEM, please say thank you. Thank you so much. And Mama Jackie, you must have gotten timed out. That's what we were talking about earlier. That must have been you. Our bad. We still learning over here.
That is just what we believe the patient's not complaint is, but what we believe the patient is suffering from.
Okay. And that is listed on the patient care record for Karen Reed as a behavioral / psychiatric episode, correct?
Yeah, so that's a box we check for just about any Section 12.
Sure. And of course, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
No, that is my partner's report.
Okay. There's also a box for secondary impression, correct?
Correct.
What is secondary impression?
That might be like just a secondary complaint most of the time. A lot of the times, patients don't have a secondary complaint.
Okay, but in this case, it's listed as anxiety / emotional upset, correct?
Yes.
All right. And again, that mentions nothing about snarkiness, correct?
That's my partner's report, yes.
There's also a box for signs and symptoms, right?
There is.
And nowhere in the signs and symptoms box is snarkiness mentioned, correct?
No, I don't think that would be medically appropriate.
And then in the patient care record, it's recorded that Karen was found sitting in the front passenger seat of a friend's car, crying and visibly upset, but cooperative, right?
If that's my partner's words, yes.
All right. And those words, actually nowhere in the patient care record is it listed that she was snarky in any way, correct?
Again, that would not be something we would put into a patient care report.
And you did not put it in, correct?
It was my partner's report, and no, we did not put it in.
Okay. And once Ms. Reed agreed to go with you in the ambulance, it's fair to say she was still upset and crying, correct?
At times.
If I may have a moment.
Sure. I'm gonna tell you this: when I worked for them 3-letter people, and y'all calling their cussing
Actually, if I
out,
can just get my glasses.
I
so
put
that
all
can-
of it in my comment. I don't care because all the people gonna read is other staff. So and so called in because they owed a balance. He called me a black bitch. I'm putting it in there. Very hostile. Proceed with caution. Yes, ma'am. I'm putting it all in there. Glitchy said we need to do an audit. Okay, yeah, we're gonna do an audit. I don't know.
Okay. You had just testified that you said at times she was upset and crying when she got in the ambulance, correct?
I'm putting everything in there.
You testified on April 21st of 2022 before the grand jury, did you not?
I did.
And that was 3 months after the events that you're testifying about today?
Roughly.
And your memory back then was fresh, was it not?
Yes.
And you were asked the question, once she was in the back of the ambulance and she agreed voluntarily to go to the hospital, did she appear to calm down at that point? Do you remember that question?
I do.
And your answer was, I mean, she wasn't arguing against us at that point. I mean, once she, agreed to come with us voluntarily, I mean, she was still upset, crying, and talking on the phone. Do you remember that answer?
I do.
All right. You didn't mention in that answer that it was only at times that she was crying and upset, correct?
No.
Okay. The whole time, from beginning to end, Ms. Reed was constantly worried about John, was she not?
Objection.
Sustained.
You recall that she was on the phone at one point speaking to someone that she called Papa, correct?
Correct.
Did you later learn that Papa was John O'Keefe Sr.?
I am just learning that just now.
And in any case, you heard her say to Papa, is he dead? He's dead, isn't he?
Sustained.
You could hear on the other end of the line that Papa was saying something to her, correct?
The objection sustained.
May I approach?
The witness or me?
Sidebar.
Okay.
Y'all, what's going on right now? Kiara, this is what I don't remember his name, but he was an EMT. He was out there when they found John. But I remember he knew Carrie. I do remember that, but I didn't remember him saying the things about her being snarky.
but I do have it pulled up because Tasha sent it to me. So we're going to watch it later. But I guess for me, I'm trying to see where Yanetti's getting at, other than the fact that now all of a sudden, oh, she has this whatever to say about Carrie, but why didn't you notate that in your notes? And maybe he wouldn't have been like, oh, I'm not gonna say that because I feel like you would have summarized your conversation with her. Sat in the back of the police car with victim, tried to reassure her that John is going to be okay. Mentioned that she had a great support system. She boom, boom, boom. Maybe he would have said something, but he didn't say anything. So I don't know. I don't know. Ashley, you think she was talking to John's dad? Do y'all think that's who she was talking to? Self-serving hearsay, I'm sure. For one, his testimony does seem a bit longer, but I don't know, that Carrie thing is, to me, is just crazy to pop up and say. And then him being so insistent that she didn't want to give a urine sample. How do you know? I think she just didn't want to be there, period, especially when you have someone trying to say that you're suicidal. My boyfriend just died. I might be stuck in a hospital. Do y'all think Peggy and Papa are at odds? I do believe so, because he hasn't been back in a very long time. He hasn't been back in a very long time, so I do believe so. Hold on. Let Barchi get in here.
Damn, make no sense.
Okay, yeah, I don't understand that part. You document all conversations with mental health patients, Mika. I would wholeheartedly agree with that. Y'all must have known Barchi was gonna be in here being loud. But I think they're at odds because the mother probably never liked Karen, and because she didn't like Karen, once this happened, it was so easy for her to believe Karen did this. Damn, you got to be listening to the case. None of this seems crazy to you. Some people stay in the bushes and won't hit the like button. I must be talking about something else. I think Mr. O'Keefe believes Karen after he saw the evidence. I do believe so as well. He wasn't there for the argument. Nope, he wasn't there.
I don't want to keep you folks here until 4:30. It's been a long day. So I'm going to release you today. Have you come back tomorrow. We'll make every effort to start late at 9 tomorrow. Please follow those cautions. Do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know, and be very careful on your social media, okay? Thank you. Have a good night.
All rise, please.
I was going to pull this up because Tasha sent this to me in case anyone wanted to see this. This was his testimony the last time.
See, is there will be 2 EMTs, paramedics, firefighters with during transport at all times. That's both for our safety and the patient safety.
Yeah, this is his first testimony.
So that's why it wasn't just 2 EMTs or paramedics driving to the hospital.
I just would like to say, when I go back and watch these lives and say something is said on the screen, the fact that I will say the same thing as I'm saying on the camera is hilarious.
I was in back with Jason, and Sam Park was driving.
Now, as far as you testified earlier about observations of her being sad or distraught, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that consistent throughout your interaction with her, or?
No. There would be episodes where she would like go from crying in her hands to all of a sudden perking up. She was crying about having to take care of kids, saying she couldn't do it. And I was saying, you can do this. It's not as hard as it seems. She kept saying, I can't take care of these kids. They're not my kids and they're not his kids. That's when I figured out who ambulance one transported. And I was saying, well, it seems like you have a good, strong support system. People who came and helped you in a blizzard to help come find your husband.
What that baby Karen was out there just frantic. Karen probably, I can't, who's gonna take care of the kids? I can't take care of these kids. They not my kids. What we gonna do? She was probably just out there just what? She said all of this. Valerie said he's lying. I believe she did say it. By far. I messaged you and I didn't even see if you responded back. I just said it. Yeah, I just can't. I mean, this lady, this is the most she said to any of them. She just poured it all out. But I'm assuming this is after the ambulance has left. It is.
Husband, she said, she asked me if I knew Carrie Roberts. I said I did. She said anybody who knows Carrie Roberts wouldn't say those things. And that kind of took me aback a bit. It seemed strange to say something like that after you were just crying because your husband was dead.
Take you back to
Okay, so y'all, he did say it. I enjoy watching myself back because I be cracking myself up sometimes. Sometimes I wonder why y'all let me go too far. Like today, I think I did scream in this camera. But hey, I don't remember. It probably was for Peggy. I can't remember who it was. I did scream crazy in this camera. But, okay, y'all. So now, this is our second day. And at this point, we're at 4 witnesses now? I think we're at 4 witnesses now. But Shanny said you did. Shanny, and I apologize, y'all. I apologize. This is why I can't ever watch sports with the man. I'll just never do it because I really go overboard. I'm screaming, I'm yelling, jumping, stomping. It's just, it's not a great sight. It's not a great sight. But after here, y'all, this is our new poll. We're not doing guilty, not guilty yet. I'm not ready for that. After day 2, one word. I'm going to put mine in the chat. This is my word today. It's only the second day. My one word is confused. Nika, that she's a support system. She said long ass trial. Liars still. Messy, liars, jail. Flabbergasted, conspiracy. I like that one too. Disorganized, T-friend. That's why I'm confused. I don't like the way the story is. Oh, thank you, Emmy. Thank you, sinners. Ugh. I don't like the way he's telling the story right now. I did like the last time how we got all of the EMTs out of the way. I thought that was better. He seems to be inserting people in. I still don't know why he let Carrie go. Maybe because Carrie was going to be crossed, he didn't want her and Jen to be back to back or close to each other. Maybe that's his strategy. Cover up, flunkies. Ronnie, I like that word, flunkies. Keisha, I think he anticipates a tougher cross, and maybe he's trying to keep some of the big players separated. That's the only thing I can think of, guys. That is the at this, I feel like this point last time we already heard more about the McAlberts, and this is probably on purpose, Kira. That is it's probably purposeful. So next week we're probably going to get some of the McAlberts in, because if what Tasha sent me was day 3, 4. If I'm not mistaken, maybe about day 4 or 5, we started to see some of them kind of come in. So to see, Jen is probably going to be closer to the end than Jen will probably be again day 15 or so. They're probably waiting to call Jen. They don't want to call Jen. Why he's saying husband? Well, I don't think he knew at the time. Oh, Gwen. Or maybe that's what he was saying then. I'm behind because these kids act like I'm not in court. Kids will do that. But everything goes into the notes. Everything goes into the notes, Angel. I do not care what it is. I'm putting it in my notes. And that's why I have a hard time believing him
I have a hard time believing Nuttall especially. What about Nuttall give you he doesn't document? Nothing about Nuttall gives me that he doesn't document and that he wouldn't tell those police officers as soon as he got to the hospital. He wouldn't tell the doctors. I think he was hit by a car. Nothing about him. Proctor and Jen would probably be the ones close together. He doesn't want to. He wants the jury to forget those two. They didn't even bring up Proctor in their opening, I don't believe. So I don't even think the state is calling Proctor, if I'm being honest. I think someone said that. Pretty, you have to notate everything. Nuttall carry a notepad in his damn pocket. Exactly. I told y'all, if I were to ever show you guys what my notes look like from everything that happened at the IRS, it's thicker than this. It's thicker than this. It's probably 4 of these. I copied everything. And so what I would do for myself, I would go through my email. I used my email to jog my memory of certain things that happened. I would sit down after it happened and just go ahead and write what it was, because as Dave pointed out, your memory gets worse over time. So if you ask me that stuff right now off the top of my head, I could give you, well, this is what happened. I can give you that. But if I went in my notes, I can give you specifics. I can tell you in June, people were coming back to the IRS. I had a call. When did you have the call? I can't tell you, but if you let me go to my notes, I can tell you what day I had the call. You get what I'm saying? This is why you take notes. Tasha, they have to separate those two. I think they want to separate Jen from Carrie, hoping the jury will forget her influence. You can't forget it. Carrie looked like a flunky on that stand. You can't forget that. You can't forget it. Yeah, no mention of Proctor right now because he has disgraced this investigation. I don't even know. After Proctor has been investigated, wait a minute, what were the 3 words, y'all? I don't even have my phone. Investigated, fired. No, it may be investigated, suspended, and fired, something like that. I don't know why they went on with this investigation, because it's not like it was for another case. It was this case. How do you tell the jury that your lead investigator has been fired, disgraced for things he did in this trial, and then expect the jury to believe that? You just want them to believe it because you said it. None of the evidence points to it, because your lead investigator was very, very faulty. Carrie needs to be ashamed of herself for letting Jen use her. I don't even think she knows that she's being used, Key. Why? She can't see that's not her friend. She may have been a loner, a pick-me, someone who needs a friend. Maybe she doesn't have sisters. Hell, I always tell people all the time, I used to feel like this. Well, I have like 10 sisters. Who needs friends when you have sisters? I always feel like that. Maybe Carrie doesn't have sisters, and desperately needs a friend. Because for Jen to never, you guys to have been in the circles where you could have been friends, but you were never friends, and all of a sudden this happens, and she's got you with her, got you driving her around. It doesn't make sense. So right now, I wonder why they didn't. That's what T was saying earlier. Why didn't they bring it up themselves? They didn't do it. Buke the puke. Caitlin Gallagher. It's going to get messy. It is going to get very, very messy out here. Niara, were there any bombshells? Oh, Carrie's text. The fact that Carrie was texting Jen while she was in her interview. And not AJ being messy and telling her that while she was talking to the investigators, baby Jen was texting that group chat. She already knew that though. She watched the testimony. That's why she wasn't like, what? No, she knew. You don't have Ash, you do have siblings. I'm your sister girl. Pick me. Is that a thing I'm aware of? It's like a person who desperately wants to be picked. I really want you to pick me as your friend. Pick me as your girlfriend. Is that type of person. A person who desperately seeks the seeks to have a relationship in whatever form they're seeking a relationship in. I hope that makes sense. In the bushes, been watching all day, early this morning. Thank you, Angel. Thank you so much for that. Jen texts Carrie as soon as she got off the stand. Text. Now, Alice, you know better. She didn't text that lady. She called her and said, "Did you see that shit?" That's what she said. The rumor was they're swingers and it's going to come up. Baby, if that comes up, I'm telling you now, I'm falling out my chair. If it comes up, I am falling out of my chair. Key, I knew it though. Jen is not going to let her go far, especially during her testimony. Jen has to control the narrative. Megan, you'll never be in a group chat. Jen does not like you like that. She does not like her. I'm wondering if Jen was some kind of it girl, or, clearly she's in this family that's pretty popular. I mean, it's something that Carrie wants. Because at this point, what are we doing? I don't understand it. I don't understand why she has to follow up behind her. I don't get it. Stephanie, everybody says they're probably swingers. Everybody says, I often, when you guys mention swingers, I think about how Brian was so comfortable texting Carrie. Even though he and John were supposed to be friends. Carrie, now some girls will do this, but Carrie, I can't believe Karen reached out to Brian the way she did, right? And the fact that she kissed him, and she says John suspected something going on, but John still went to the waterfall and spoke to Brian. The swingers thing might not be that far off. It might not be that far off. I said swingers like 2 days ago into trial. I swear it became Utah there to Canton. The ladies love, oh wow. They've been saying it on X that they are allegedly swingers. I don't know about that, but I will say that interaction, the fact that Karen kissed Brian at the man's house, and then John looked at the cameras and knew something was up. But I don't know, maybe so. Catherine, I know I would be surprised. Key, and that's why that was so strange to me. But then it brings me back to the point, Key, that they weren't really friends. More like associates, but they weren't really friends. Brian didn't really see a problem with flirting with that woman. They weren't really friends. John was into it before Karen, probably. I don't know. Hell, I don't know if they're into it at all. Karen was trying to make John mad, reaching out to Brian, but I mean, maybe it's just me, girl. I'm not gonna go after your friend to make you mad. Cause see, what you're not gonna do is go have a drink with this said friend after we break up, and then talk about what y'all did with me. We just not gonna play that game. Cause if two strangers to do it, what you think? Two people who know each other. So I don't date in circles. I don't want to mess with no friends, but that's me. Karen, I don't think Karen really wanted to talk to Brian. You're right, Nate. Maybe she was just trying to make him mad. But damn, his friend. And why did Brian fall for it? She said the friends next in line. I know they are key. I just can't. Relationships too open for all. Probably so. Not Claudia said they all spending on them ceiling fans. I think I will say again, I don't think the whole spinners accusation is far off. People do weird shit in small towns. He was too easy, Ash. Hot and ready. Constantly saying, what you trying to do? What you want? Like Brian was too ready for this man to have been your friend. And that's he was too ready for him to have been your friend. But I'm going to get off of here because I have to prepare. So Yates, for people who aren't done with, who want some more trial talk, Yates, myself, Miss J, we're going to be on TikTok for a little bit.
I don't know about WTF tonight because Kayla haven't texted me back yet. So I might just be on TikTok. But I think it's at 6:30. I think we'll be there at 6:30 Eastern time. We'll be on TikTok. I think that's what Yates said. She's actually gonna watch opening statements, so we'll be able to talk about those. Yep, 6:30, Jaleesa. She said 6:30. I told her give me time to get off and do some videos, and then we'll be ready. So we decided on 6:30. If we do WTF, it'll be at 8 anyway. So I'll be on there until then. But yeah, that's what that's the plan for the day. And it'll be on my TikTok, Miss J's and Yates, of course. You know, you'll be able to get in the chats and all of our TikToks. If you guys want some more talk, we'll be there. But me and Miss J, I know we gotta go update our TikToks, and I'm gonna try to get all of my pages, Lord. But yes, but thank you guys so much for joining today. Thank you for all of the likes, the comments, for all of the super chats, for all of the memberships giving. Thank you for liking the live. Thank you for sharing the lives today. It was an amazing day. Y'all know I'm finally getting on my right sleep schedule thanks to y'all. Last night I went to bed at about 11. Okay, I started to get on live, but I saw it was 10:55. And I was like, hell no, I'm just gonna go to bed so that I can be up and ready. So shout out to y'all, because I'm back getting up at 7:30. So I appreciate that. But I will see you guys tomorrow at 8:45 again. I switched the live from 8:45 to 8:30, simply because they didn't start on time. So I was like, okay, if they didn't start on time, I can get on here at 8:45. But I will see each of you guys tomorrow. Thank you. See y'all later. Oh, and then for people who ask me too, before I get off, I have videos coming from Duke, Ashley's response, the state's response, and then I just heard about Moontunk and I see Kat posted it, so I'll go and read it and post that as well. But see y'all later. Bye, everybody. Thank you again.